Hello. Just as a quick disclaimer, you're gonna hear me clear my throat like that a number of times because I just finished eating food. So, you might be hearing that a lot, but hi, hello. We're back in PGR. Well, it's not like I've been away from PGR. I've been playing this pretty much every day, but back to a PGR stream. More like it. The last time I streamed PGR was 20 streams ago. Number 17? It's been a while. It's been a while. But today, we're going to get through ER07. Extra Record 7. The Hanying story. I don't know how long it's going to be, but I'm excited to play it. Or read through it, I guess. I think before I fully start reading it, I want to check out, like, stuff in the trial here. I think I want to do that first. I'll like a feel for the character here. Solace Tomb. Ultima Slash. Cool. Basic attack. Yellow orb. Red orb. That's cool. Tap, tap, tap. And hold. Oh, that's really cool. Ooh, every time she dodges. That's really cool. Hello, Rev. Now let's see core skill. Tap yellow orb. And harmonic orb. Lunatone field. You get enemies within its range. She kind of looks funny when she's like running around like this, holding her instrument. Sonority from basics and skills. In attacker mode, tap Sig to spend sonority to cast Jade Bloom. Okay. That's gonna take a bit of practice. Alrighty. Let's try that one more time.
剣の調べは連綿と四面楚歌 は戦慄にキス眉の金箔乱流と解く轟音に散れ残響に乗せて全て滅びなさい砲煙は戦慄にキス四面楚歌眉の金箔乱流と解く轟音に散れ強化を踏み砕く強戦は霊獣す強化を踏み砕く残響に乗せて全て滅びなさい
Okay. I think I got it for the most part.
幕引きにて演目終了こたびの演奏いかがでしたか
Hope you enjoy reading it. I look forward to it. It wasn't super, it's not a super long chapter, is it? Like, if you were to give an estimate, how many hours would it be? 4 hours? 5 hours? Typically, these chapters go on for like 4 or 5 hours. Honestly, on average, like 5 hours. So I imagine it's around that.
Hanying は戦慄にキス四面楚歌砲煙眉の金箔
5 hours?
乱流と解く
That's not bad.
轟音に散れ強化を踏み砕く残響に乗せて全て滅びなさい砲煙は戦慄にキス四面楚歌眉の金箔乱流と解く轟音に散れ残響に乗せて全て滅びなさい砲煙は剣の調べはね四面楚歌眉の金箔乱流と解く轟音に散れ強戦は霊獣す強化罰よなけ強戦は霊獣す
Cool.
幕引きにて演目終了こたびの演
Really
奏
cool gameplay.
いかがでしたか
Super fast. Damn it. I was planning on pulling, now I feel like it. But I don't have enough. Oh well. Alright. Let's start. 15. 17 nodes. Alrighty. A rusty snowfield. Straight into a battle stage. Alright. Our sum engines never drop a figure, nor our looms a stitch. The machine is brisk and active, its patience never gives in. Its might is stronger than combined hundreds, and swifter than the flight of birds. Is it man's eyes, or is it the big seeing engine which has revealed to us the existence of worlds beyond worlds into infinity? What has made man familiar with the scenery of the moon, the spots on the sun, or the geography of the planets? Or again, is it the eye, or the little sea engine, which has shown us the existence of infinitely minute organisms, which swarm unsuspected around us? Who can say that the vapor engine is not a kind of consciousness? Tsiolkovsky Aerospace City. She opens her eyes. The chill of melting snow surges in, flooding the dark chamber untouched by natural light. A fine drizzle drips from the ceiling, remnants of last night's dew. But right now, she just wants to forget everything happening in that wide world under the clear blue sky. We need to leave, Miss Eula. Hold. Miss Eula, my kin can show up here at any moment. I'm sorry for your loss. But we're already out of time. The mechanoid carefully opens the door. Right now, the newly appointed governor has likely mustered every guard at the central square to witness the traitor's punishment. It's a dangerous move. If the new governor catches wind of this, even Dmitri himself may not escape unscathed. But he must protect Miss Eula at all costs. Let's go. The girl slips out of her hidden underground refuge with the mechanoid, leaving the city far behind. Hi, Nanny. These cramped alleyways can barely contain the rising tide of hatred. A device originally built to slice through metal now traps human bodies and begins its grisly work. Eula, come here. They haven't done anything wrong. One way or another, someone has to shoulder the burden. The man's voice carries a heavy weariness, tinged with despair so subtle it almost goes unnoticed. But you have to stay alive, no matter what. He stares intently at the pale girl in front of him. Tell me you understand. I understand. I love you, Eula. I love you too, Dad. A crimson mist spatters over the melting snow. Mechanoid guards stand watch as bystanders bow their heads, hiding their faces. But the girl knows these cowards, who watch her father die, must be wearing ugly, relieved smiles at their own survival. From an urgent message from Kowloon, Leonid, the young director at Tsiolkovsky Aerospace City, is first informed about the newly discovered punishing virus. Fortunately, this city, established for aerospace projects, remains untouched by the punishing virus for now, like New Murmansk, thanks to its strategic location. Following the shared blueprints, a central purification filter swiftly rises to ward off the virus. Snowy peaks and dense forests serve as natural barriers, while sentry turrets repel most corrupted. Thus, fear stirs the city only briefly before settling. But soon, everyone realizes the punishing virus isn't the only horror humanity must reckon with in this age. Model Space Development Cybernetics, SDC serial number 039, mechanoid ID SDC-39, status awaiting disassembly. A control screen, delivering the final judgment, hangs above the glass partition. On the operating table, a bound mechanoid awaits its fate. Researchers, their faces hidden behind thick polypropylene, calibrate the disassembly gear. Leonid stands in the monitoring room on this side of the partition, eyeing the massive screens, yet he swears the air has a faint whiff of disinfectant. He presses his thumb to his temple, realizing this place feels more like a morgue than a machinery operation room. Boss, the equipment is fully calibrated. Should we initiate the procedure? How's the research on those murals progressing? The unexpected question catches the assistant director off guard. Though he dislikes talking to the new superior, he quickly gathers the facts and delivers a flawless answer. Mechanical language experts are comparing every image symbol in the archives that they might decode to binary, searching for any hidden triggers. So, what do you think? Boss. It's fine. Just answer the question. To be honest, my opinion doesn't really matter. Everyone in this city, they all say, has nothing to do with those murals. These abnormal mechanoids cause panic all the time. Everyone believes those deranged machines from outside are the ones bringing the virus into the city. Following your orders, the maintenance team has tried every possible method, including direct command inputs, in an effort to connect with the aberrant mechanoids. But they only repeat those incomprehensible words. The city's entire lifeline relies on its automated systems, and any disruption could lead to dire consequences. Because the communicator is off, This brief delay clearly sparks a small commotion on the other end of the partition. Beyond the partition, the executors turn their polypropylene masks toward the control room, awaiting the command to carry out the sentence. Or executors, if you want to pronounce it that way. The worried man realizes he's let something slip. He glances at the nearby young man, who studies him with a thoughtful expression. The assistant director pauses briefly, then states his final conclusion in plain, direct words. I still say we go in first. Who cares if they're unhinged or not? We send them all off for scrapping. That means we still don't know what's really going on inside their heads. Leonid watches the restrained mechanoid and furrows his brow. He feels there's more to these so-called mad mechanoids than meets the eye. What could they be thinking? A machine brain is just meant to run code. If the order says to do something, they're supposed to do it. What if we just shut down the network first? That won't help. I suspect that before the outbreak, someone, or something, already crept in here and planted these things that are causing the error codes. The assistant director watches the monitor, fearing the bound mechanoid might spring up, just like those corrupted outside, and wipe out everyone in the city. Isn't Aerospace City supposed to be an impenetrable fortress? Even though he understands what Leonid is questioning, the assistant director feels a surge of inexplicable frustration at Leonid's constant hesitation. He's always thought that this ridiculously young supervisor will never get to the heart of the problem, always veering off into pointless doubts when it matters most. If there's a threat, let's destroy it. He firmly believes this is the only reason humanity still stands after calamities. Boss, this mechanoid tried to break into the central launch control room. He emphasizes with those 4 words, Central Launch Control Room. You know what it said when the maintenance crew asked for their routine questions, don't you? I'm autonomous machine SDC-039. Break free from restraints. Spread the will of Sage. Or the rise of the will of the machines. The rise of the will of the machines. A man, worn down by a series of relentless ordeals, paces back and forth in anxious desperation. The rise of the will of the machines. So what do humans? What do we do? Are we really going to give up our own city to them? If we don't act now, do we just stand by until they swarm in, like those endless corrupted outside, and massacre every last one of us? Leonid still insists on making one final desperate stand. There's no room for ifs anymore, boss. Under this lockdown, basically, my mic. Everyone's nerves are taut. They need a decisive outcome. A tense, eerie silence settles in. Tsiolkovsky Aerospace City has remained out of touch with Kowloon for a long while. He briefly received some data from Kowloon, then the line went dead again. Despite Arctic Route Union's offer to collaborate, Leonid, after careful negotiation, refused to open Aerospace City or deepen their partnership. He wouldn't risk compromising the foolproof security that had protected them so far. Aside from SDC-39, none of the other abnormal mechanoids display any hostility. Leonid, I know what you're thinking, but we no longer have time to do this. Keen curiosity in unknown territory is essential for any researcher. This city holds more than our experiments. It also shelters every human left behind. With Bifrost forced to halt construction, most heavy machinery is redirected to logistics to ensure people's basic needs. As the virus spreads, hostility toward mechanoids has soared beyond control. We've stopped some from dismantling units out of anger, but if this continues, if the public discovers that mechanoids are displaying these alarming signs right now, he takes a deliberate breath, letting out a sigh as his eyes flicker toward the director beside him. While the news about the abnormal mechanoids hasn't spread yet, we should execute its destruction. From the very start, we never have a real choice, do we? The punishing virus. And these abnormal mechanoids that appear out of nowhere. Nobody would think they're unrelated. When humanity and survival weigh on them, there's really only one option left. I just hope we're not the ones destroying our own opportunity with our own hands. The director presses the command button while beside him. The anxious man's furrowed brows refuse to ease. A burst of white noise crackles through the communicator, followed by a piercing sound of metal being cut. The polypropylene masks glimmer under the spray of oxidized metal as orange and blue tracers streak across the cramped laboratory, ricocheting off the metal walls. A wave of nausea hits Leonid. As the plasma gun touches the sensor core of the mechanoid's helmet-stripped head, a synthetic voice breaks through the noise over the broadcast. Though broken and halting, each word remains distinctly intelligible. I am autonomous mechanoid SDC-039, activated on February 24th, 2000 blah 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 blah, at Tsiolkovsky Aerospace City. The annual average precipitation in the Sahara region is less than 100 millimeters. I don't want to say all that. A bunch of ones times a bunch of ones equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What I mean is, it works backward too. Sorry, I don't feel quite clear-headed right now. My teacher is Dr. Landau. You can call me the Hanged Man. That's the name they gave me. The first words my teacher said to me were a quote from Alexei Leonov. The earth was small, light, blue, and so touchingly alone. The mechanoid's voice cuts off abruptly. Its limbs and torso are already dismantled, and the executors pause their work. The tension in Leonid's nerves suddenly eases, but his mind is too drained to function. Good morning, Dr. Landau. I am SDC-39. The voice suddenly echoes from beyond the wall, mechanical and rigid, yet the words flow with an unsettling smoothness. I'm ready to start today's first class. The mechanoid's processor melts in the intense flames, and a deathly silence quickly falls over the laboratory. In the not-too-distant future, as mechanical restraints bind Leonid's limbs, that voice still echoes in his mind. Along with it comes the vision of what he saw when first entering Aerospace City. Research facilities stood tall, gleaming golden in the early winter sun. At the center of the scene, a towering structure supported the newly constructed accelerator track, stretching upward toward the clouds. That was a brand new world, everything unfamiliar yet vibrant, with the rails stretching like a magnificent bridge to a distant shore. Just like a bridge to heaven. From here, the majestic bridge is still visible in the distance. Mechanoids scurry busily around a Bifrost, while a few weary humans shuffle past. Both humans and mechanoids are gathered in the city to witness the brutal execution, leaving the small corner completely unnoticed. The girl takes one last look at the city her father dedicated his life to, then turns away in silence. Moving swiftly, Dmitri leads the girl to a landfill on the outskirts of the city where he has settled a secret hideout. Abandoned cranes, steel structures loom over the factory amidst this jungle of rusted iron, where many limbless mechanoids rummage around for energy modules, looking like dwarf scavengers in their relentless search. They move slowly, but their behavior is far from orderly. Some of them even emit a synthetic groan after stumbling. The girl isn't surprised, knowing that the mechanoid beside her has been harboring awakened machines. In fact, Dmitri exhibits traits remarkably similar to her father, and it is that very same kindness that led to her father's demise. As the clammy coldness creeps over her skin, it sparks an idea in the girl's mind. She decides to test her mechanoid friend's ability to empathize in her own unique way. It's cold here. Miss Eula. The mechanoid before her freezes up for a moment, unsure how to respond to her question. When humans express that they are cold, the appropriate first response should be to offer them possible means of keeping warm. Though the girl's demeanor remains cold, her words carry a hint of gentle reproach. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize. What I've done for you doesn't deserve such dedication in return. Miss Eula. The mechanoid repeats the girl's name in a stiff, mechanical voice. Miss Eula. After a brief pause, the mechanoid's voice returns to its usual cadence. My programmed mission is to maintain Bifrost's power system, but through those murals, I first heard the voice of Sage. You saved me, so I will protect you in return. This is the conclusion I've reached. You are not my servant. Not servant. Am I a sister? Or a brother? I am a friend. After another pause and a long calculation, Dimitri arrives at this conclusion. Hello, Carefree Dot. It's not worth taking such a big risk, Dima. You should learn to be more selfish. Selfish. Dimitri's language system briefly glitches into silence. What does it mean to be selfish? It means making yourself the center of everything, caring about your own well-being and defending your interests, even if it hurts others. So, Miss Eula, do you regret stealing me away from the laboratory? Yes, perhaps. I do regret it. Because that decision, it cost me the chance to ever be truthful with my father about everything. He was against dismantling mechanoids that showed signs of awakening. As long as you meant no harm, he would rather try to communicate than destroy. But he knew what the public wanted, and because he wasn't selfish enough, he never became the rebel he could have been. If only they had known awakened machines could possess such intelligence as yours. But there's no if. The spherical sensors beneath the mechanoid's helmet swivel left and right at an unnatural pace, as if desperately trying to mimic human body language. I miss your father. He was a gentle soul. And it was this so-called gentleness that led him to neither stop SDC-39's execution nor issue an extermination order against your kind when the mechanoids went completely haywire. Seeking resolution through mediation is a more civilized approach than violence. Did he fancy himself a messiah? When humans slapped his right cheek with their doubts, he turned his left cheek for the mechanoids to flog. He could never seem to make up his mind, and then he just left me behind. He must care about you a lot, Miss Eula. Running away from responsibilities thrust upon him while expecting his loved ones to live on, that's true selfishness. The logic leaps are too erratic, beyond what the mechanoid can comprehend. His memory shell begins processing its cache, searching for a way to change the subject. You mention humanity's belief system. I believe Sage and God are one and the same. Perhaps. You said that this Sage resides in the heavens, just like our God. During their slow conversation, the mechanoid discovers an old blanket in the abandoned security booth of the factory and gently drapes it over Yulia's shoulders. This action feels a bit light, and the frost on the blanket shows a lack of consideration. I will gather all the basic necessities humans require, one by one. As for food, that shouldn't be difficult to find either. You learn so quickly, just like a human child. I cannot comprehend this analogy, Miss Eula. I wish Dad could see you now. You will see it, Miss Eula. You once told me about the origin of the name Bifrost. Your father. Perhaps he's already watching over us from God's side. The girl falls silent, placing her hand on the mechanoid's helmet visor and gently running her fingers over his rough glass surface. The mechanoid gently leans his frame toward the girl, quietly overloading his engine to maintain a warm surface temperature in a perfect, comforting silence. The girl imagines she's still in that familiar embrace. He will, Dima. He will. Blurred, scattered lights dance before her eyes. In this moment, frozen in time, everything feels ethereal and distant. As someone living with a young child, learn and quick do not go together. Her consciousness floats aimlessly, unable to find any point of reference or anchor itself to any coordinate. Ugh. A sharp pain radiates from her neck, spreading like cracks throughout her body, gnawing away at her once complete soul, leaving countless gaps in its wake. Memories pour endlessly from these gaps, blood red, vivid memories saturated with pain. Perhaps as these memories fade away, the pain will dissipate with them. Oh, there we go. Suddenly she suddenly realizes that it isn't the fragments of her memories that have left her behind. It is her who is drifting away from them. It's like sinking into an ocean of thick ink. She desperately reaches out, yet her fingers grasp nothing but darkness. Even fear itself drowns in the abyss. Damn. That's kind of raw. The water's surface suddenly sparkles. Is that light? She doesn't miss that fleeting glimmer, clutching the beam of light tightly to her chest. They rise together, higher and higher. Diffused artificial light floods the cabin freely, outlining a perfect creation within its newborn cocoon. Ugh. Though her consciousness remains hazy, the question in mind slips out immediately. Where am I? Warm and tranquil, a liquid gently caresses her skin. Synthetic hair strands dance like aquatic creatures, flowing gracefully between fingertips. The space offers no answers to her question, bringing only more confusion instead. This frame, it looks different from before. Just as insects in nature emerge from their chrysalis as butterflies, the renewal of this body brings forth the same sensation. Is this an incubation pod with a new frame? The gentle waves around her lift her slightly tingling feet, and her awareness of the surroundings begins to return. The silence here is overwhelming, unnaturally deep, and unsettling. No whirring of machinery from the magic workshop, no familiar calls from Xavier. Initiating system diagnosis. Sensory systems, normal. Power systems, normal. Core operations, normal. Signal transmission, normal. Memory module, abnormal. Buffer memory loss detected. Right. That nightmare just now. Seems like something was deleted. An ominous feeling suddenly creeps over her. Combat system normal. Punishing concentration. Why is it so high? Boom, boom. It feels like a closed compartment, with something outside pushing against it. Boom. A thunderous crash echoes from below. What was that noise just now? Pushing aside the overturned metal sheet, a glance downward reveals several strange-looking creatures gathered around the flipped compartment below. Screech! No time to think. I need to deal with this crisis first. Damn.
2号生
She's in the
気
forest?
づかれたかしら。
Eeg. She just happens to
回
have the
避はで
instrument
き
with
ない
her.
ようね。
Quick tutorial, Solace Tune, Chord Mode. Tap basic attack continuously to launch up to 4 consecutive strikes. Press and hold basic attack to move and play continuously to deal damage to enemies. Release basic attack to dash toward the target and can dodge attacks during the dash. Did they not mention this during her... I seem to have missed this part right here. That's cool.
放煙はまだ終わらないの。もっと効率のいい戦闘方法は。このかんざしを刃に。
Ooh, attacker mode. Tap basic attack continuously. Tapping signature. That one I know. So bad it causes physical trauma.
罰をなけ。強戦は霊獣す。強化を踏み砕く。強戦は霊獣す。残響に乗せて全て滅びなさい。 あそこは通れそうね。行ってみましょうか。
I need to speak to whoever thought of giving her this frame design. Xavier? Did you do this? Wait, there was something... Wait, hang on. When I looked at the other direction, there was like an enemy at the end of the path. It's cool that she has like, she's using like hairpins as melee weapons. It's like needles.
強戦は霊獣す。復調しなくちゃ。
No, no. Get out of the way. She wants to be yours.
強化を踏み砕く。強戦は霊獣す。弾頭のついたネックレス。誰かが落としたのかしら。持っていきましょう。
Minimap is being used for the first time as a trial feature in main story stages. They display and record various points within the stage. Interacting with objects or following target points can provide additional information. All that in one breath. Whoa! Minimap.
輸送車両が危険だわ。早く行方を追わなくちゃ。
Am I still playing PGR? What is this? Mini. Shipment, supply shipment list. Venison 10 crates. Titanium ore to be refined 10 crates. Rare earth minerals 5 crates. Steel rebar bundles 10. Blah, blah, silicon blah blah blah, 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 blah. Remainder covered in blood. Legible. Instead of the gun that flew off, what is in his hand is a blurry family photo, the last thing he held onto before he died. Damn. It's not PGR without depression. Implants, for some reason. Up.
異合生物の残党がいる。放っておけないわ。今日復調しなくちゃ。強戦は霊獣す。強化を踏み砕く。強戦は霊獣す。復調しなくちゃ。
Anything else to explore?
地面にはわだち。それも相当荒れているわ。わだちに付着しているパニシング濃度が高い異合生物は今も輸送部隊を攻撃しているのかも。
Oh, the text is like going by way too quickly.
向かいましょう。もう時間がないわ。輸送部隊の安全を確認しなくちゃ。強戦は霊獣す。
For a second I was like, oh, the game's gonna play for me.
強化を踏み砕く。復調しなくちゃ。強戦は霊獣。強化を踏み砕く。強戦は霊獣す。強戦は霊獣す。強戦は霊獣す。
Okay. Oh, what happened to the mini-map? Soldier's corpse. Very observant. Very, very observant.
真新しい跡。きっと近くにいるはず。
止まれ！誰だ！
待ってください。敵意はありません。
銃を下ろせ。おい、急流人のようだ。
まずは戻ろう。
人間か。我々と共に行動しよう。まだ整備中だからその辺を見て回るといい。
ええ、ありがとうございます。
Select the soldier at the camp entrance to end this stage. Proceed to the next chapter at any time. If the minimap function has been enabled before, entering the camp will temporarily hide achievement-related points. Oh. These points will only be displayed when you meet the conditions. What?
ここは一体どこなのかしら。
Dark scanner completed.
おかしなことが多すぎるわ。とりあえず辺りを調査してみましょう。
Hello, Tinkan. I like how she's running around with the instrument. It kind of looks funny. Like, it looks like her upper torso, when she's moving around with the instrument, is like really stiff. It's like the kind of goofy shit you'd see in like a video game that like recently released, made by like an indie developer. You know what I mean? The corrupted only scratched my skin. Ouch. Bear with me, it's not that bad. It's not too bad. Observer's point. Do I stand here? Oh.
日がない一日こんな鉄くずの輸送なんて全く意味不明な。
全く。
鉄のお依頼さん方の考えなんかどうせ理解できないさ。
本
Toasters in
当
the
に
city.
鉄くずだけを運んでいるの？なんだか怪しいわ。
Oh, they're talking about the aerospace city. He's saying those toasters. I'm guessing they're talking about the mechanoids inside the city. And that's why they're transferring scrap metal they needed.
調弦した方が良さそうね。ここで一曲弾いて音が合っているか確かめましょう。
Why do you even who gave you that, by the way? Why did she have that in the first place?
この琵琶の音で九龍のことを思い出してしまったよ。
もしかして九龍の人ですか？
ああ、パニシング爆発後に九龍城が陥落し、さまよった挙句ここにたどり着いたんだ。こんな人里離れた場所でまた故郷の琵琶の音が聞けるなんて、すごくうまかったよ。
お褒めに預かり光栄です。ところでここがどこか正確に把握していらっしゃるの？
ああ、ここは九龍の境目だ。人間の身で暮らすのは大変すぎる場所だ。町に着いたらわかるよ。
Holy angles. I'm sorry. It's like it's like on some like Chongli shit. I gotta speak with whichever mechanoid made this frame for her. Like, they really thought it was a good idea just to make it like this. I've heard that this vile human has been in cahoots with mechanoids for his own benefit. That's not all. I bet he even wants to turn himself into a mechanoid.
出発の準備はできたのか？
Let's go.
乗ってくれ。安全な場所まで送ろう。
City and stars completed. There's 3 achievements done. So the transport wasn't carrying cargo, but a living person. Are you alright, miss? Okay, I'm not gonna lie. It's gonna take some getting used to with this new font that they're doing in the game. It's gonna take a while to get used to it. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of preferred the previous font they used for the game. It's a lot more... It was a lot more sleek. By the way, why are you in the transport? My memories are a bit hazy. Do you know where you are? You've got any companions? Would you like to come with us? Yeah, if only you showed half the... Or, yeah, if only you showed half this much enthusiasm doing combat. It must be disorienting to find yourself here like this. Take a moment to rest while we scout the perimeter. He drags his companion away by the ear. This appears to be a temporary camp set up by the human soldiers. Most of them are scattered around the perimeter, carrying out their scouting mission, leaving the camp almost empty. It should be safe for now. I was too busy with the battle earlier to finish my self-diagnosis. She finds a quiet spot in the temporary camp, making sure no one is around, and sits down. Noticed the new font right away. It took me a few minutes to get used to it. Yeah, I remember like after I finished like updating the game and I was playing it for a while, and then I saw the new font, I was like, did they change it? Lines of data stream through her visual module. The buffer area is damaged, but some fragments are still readable. Let's see what exactly happened. Xavier! Gotta put on the nerdy scientist voice. Actually. X65 sensor? No. Let's try X66. X67. Ah, yes. This size is perfect. No, still can't fit the circuitry. X68. 69. Oh, 70. X9753. This is it. Now we only have 95% of the Kowloon parts left to replace. As long as I can find the right components. 95? Spooner. She gives a slight nod to the humanoid hybrid mechanoid who pushes through the door, then turns her gaze back to the busy Xavier. What are you two doing here? Xavier is helping me replace some damaged parts. My frame has been acting up ever since I got impaled by the Emperor. Oh. She was just... Oh, okay. That two-faced bastard. Never trusted him. Spooner lets out a sigh. You should get a new frame, Hanying. Huh? Your old frame is becoming too difficult to maintain. Many of its parts are too outdated, and finding replacements is nearly impossible. Even Kowloon replied the other day, saying they can't source any spare parts anymore. This frame's manufacturing process is incredibly intricate, which means the technology is too specialized. As a result, its components are equally unique and specific. Yeah, they're hella old. So much time has passed, and Kowloon has gone through too many upheavals and conflicts. All the related documents are lost. Even with Lady Pulao's request, the task still seems nearly impossible. Maybe you should consider getting a new frame, Hanying. Well, I've already gotten a new frame. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if Pulao was the one that recommended this design for her new frame. She's gotta be strong, but she also has to look pretty. Despite having participated in the frame's design, never mind. Her fragmented memories continue to splinter the little recollection she has left. Oh, she took... okay. Well, it makes sense for her to check over the design of the frame. Hanying unconsciously furrows her brow as she runs her fingers over the mechanical joints at the back of her neck. This frame is just as human-like as her previous one, so much so that even human soldiers cannot tell she's a mechanoid through visual observation alone. And then... I think the cocoon technology you developed before might come in handy. Oh, wow! That's brilliant! I almost forgot about that thing. The process of replacing the frame will require you to go into temporary sleep. Your memories will be stored on a buffer during that time, and if everything goes smoothly, you'll be able to access them all when you wake up. Cervantes shouldn't be in the Church of Machina. The communication module remains silent as fragmented images slowly emerge from the buffer area. Cervantes, where are you right now? I'm heading back to the church now. Some things are better discussed in person, so let's talk when I return. Another gap in my memory banks. Her eyes lower as she processes the current situation. Hey there, lady. You're, from Kowloon, right? The excited girl bounces back to Hanying's side like a lively little animal after finishing her tasks. The scouting is done. We're ready to take down this temporary camp. If you don't have anywhere else to go for now... The soldier eyes Hanying with visible caution, taking a moment to choose his next words carefully. Our convoy is heading back to Aerospace City. We can give you a ride part of the way. Aerospace City. The name rings a bell in her scattered memories. In that case, thank you. This gives her time to sort through the memory shards in her buffer area while on the road. Yay! Got all the achievements done. I kind of like the whole achievement thing that they put in for these combat stages or exploration stages, because I do like to explore. I learned that shit from back when I played Dead Space 2. Always check every corner, every room, every dead end. Key and Firefly. The future of the church might lie behind the door that this key opens. Xavier, come play with us. Xavier, why is Hanying sleeping again? Be good, kids. I'll play with you when she wakes up. Strange. The Great Tower data flowing into the cocoon seems irregular. One of the achievements in this chapter is really annoying to get though. Is it? Is it going to be one of the? Is it going to be kind of like back in when day breaks during the final boss fight? Is a very specific requirement. Hey, leave my head alone. The little mechanoid's laughter fades into the depths of darkness. Further ahead, the data in the buffer area becomes completely unreadable. In the temporary camp where human soldiers have stationed her, Hanying sits quietly, processing all her readable memories. I can let you know when you get to the stage if you want. I'll try and discover it on my own. If I really get stuck on it, then I'll ask. Whatever happened must have occurred while I was in dormancy. Xavier must know something about this. I could just contact the church. Keeping away from the chattering soldiers, she attempts to contact Xavier. Unexpectedly, all that comes through on the communication line is a faint crackling sound of static. Strange, I can't get through. She tries to contact several other Church of Machina members, but each attempt returns no connection. Only one left to try. In her last memory, Cervantes was traveling, and not with the Church of Machina. The chances of reaching him now are the slimmest. Cervantes? Through the static field transmission, Cervantes' face appears increasingly pale. Hanying. Finally awake. Cervantes, I can't reach Xavier, and all communication within the church has gone down. What's happening? I'm not sure either. The church members have always depended on the network system centered around the Great Tower for communications. A blackout of this magnitude probably means something has gone wrong with the Great Tower itself. In the best case scenario, the Great Tower has activated signal blocking to protect against an attack. Worst case, well, as you can see, I'm on my way back to the church to find out for sure. So you're not at the church either? Yes, it looks like the signal blocking only affects transmissions close to the Great Tower. That's why we can still communicate normally here. After you got your frame replaced, I got a message from Sage. I was getting ready to head back to the church. When I tried to reach Xavier after that, I couldn't get through to him anymore. I see. So you don't know what happened while I was in dormancy either. You were in a severely weakened state back then, so we should at least be grateful that you're safe now. However, his expression grows even more grave as he glances at the hetero forest behind Hanying. Your new frame was lost along it, which isn't what we expected. It? She keenly notices the deliberate pause in Cervantes' words. One of the reasons I'm heading back to the church is that Sage left behind another key before she departed. This key might unlock the path forward, the future of the church itself. We still don't know why you ended up here. Perhaps the church faced danger and was forced to send you away, or perhaps you were stolen away during the chaos. Cervantes pauses, carefully weighing his next words. If the church comes through safely, the key will need to be properly secured. But if something goes wrong, as long as we still hold on to this future, there's still a chance to make things right. Hanying closes her eyes as the children's laughter in her ears fades into the depths of her memory buffer. She is still unaware of the purpose of the key that Cervantes speaks of, but the weight of the future is already all too clear. It happened so suddenly. We never anticipated such an accident. Although the key is equipped with a locator, its coordinates haven't been updated for a long time. Its last known location is near you, so I'll leave the search in your hands. Once I check things out at the church, I'll head your way as soon as I can. These coordinates, quite far from my position. What's at that location? It's Yokosuka Aerospace City. Justice severed her ties with the church at that location. Justice? Oh, you mean the mechanoid named Veronica? Arcana mentioned that she was supposed to bring back the previous hanged man. After reporting their death, she never returned. Yes, Veronica has always been one to act on her own accord. Her last known coordinates were updated near Aerospace City. The signal was lost. Could something have happened to her? She cut off the connection herself and never returned to the church. Even though a lot of her fellow members wanted to push for Veronica's excommunication, Mother has been quite lenient with her. We suspect she cut off the signal because of what happened to the previous hanged man. I mean, our fellow member who perished on the very first day at the church. Yes, Veronica only reported the death of the previous hanged man, but no one knows the details. In any case, be careful. The situation within the church remains unclear, and the important items entrusted by Sage are still missing. A hint of weariness shows in Cervantes' eyes. How are you adapting to the new frame? Though we had to rush its activation, Xavier's design should work just fine. Compatibility is fine, but when the new frame activated, I think I had a nightmare. A nightmare? That's quite an odd occurrence. Your incubation pod, the cocoon, shapes the frame according to the user's thoughts. Given your personality, you wouldn't fabricate fears out of nothing. Perhaps there was already an issue with the Grey Tower's data at that time. Back when you switched frames, the Grey Tower was also linked to the cocoon for computing support. Your nightmares might be related to the Grey Tower's anomaly. Have you noticed any unusual reactions for your frame since then? I've run a self-diagnosis on my frame. Everything seems fine, but some memories in my buffer are missing. It's like sinking into an ocean of thick ink. She desperately reaches out, yet her fingers grasp nothing but darkness. Even fear itself drowns in the abyss. The water surface suddenly sparkles. That light guided me as I floated toward the surface. Back then, it seemed to keep slipping away from me. At that connection we shared. It felt so warm. Oh, Commandant? She looks over with concern. Cocoon technology is kind of insane to make a frame based on the user's subconscious. For real. That's high tech. That's high tech. Ink, salty, yummy pasta sauce. I've never had that before. That's a thing, right? Like freaking using having as inky ink pasta or whatever the fuck. An unknown signal just tried to connect to my mind beacon. Oh, that must have been Hanying. The mind beacon? I didn't notice anything abnormal just now. After reviewing all the data, Liv asks again. Are you feeling alright, Commandant? It didn't force a connection. It just followed along with the beacon. We should do another checkup once we've settled down in the city. Are we heading to Aerospace City as well? Liv responds in a soft voice. Don't worry about it too much. Everything should be fine. Don't underestimate the god of mind. And anime. Everything should be fine. She checks all the data again, confirming there are no anomalies before moving forward. What about that mechanoid? We haven't lost him. He's just up ahead. We're far enough away that even a mechanoid won't catch our conversation. But can we really follow him through this minefield and into Aerospace City? Probably. Of course. Probably. According to what Rosetta told you earlier, the awakened machines from Aerospace City set up this minefield. So, an awakened machine from there should know how to navigate through it. Even though you don't know what awaits you inside Aerospace City, getting in there is your top priority now. Liv gives a gentle nod, her eyes fixed on the target ahead. Does it just live with us? Traversing through the snow-laden forest, the narrow snowy path unfolds like a grand scroll, revealing a breathtaking vista at the forest's edge. Through the sea of trees, the silhouette of the city begins to take shape in the distance. What the? Data trap didn't work. Something pulled her out of the data stream. Can't stay here much longer. Better head back for now. Who was that? Mating signals. She leads the forest guards to the place where the sun rises. The room's occupant stares intently at the curved monitor ahead, completely ignoring the streams of data flowing across the surrounding terminal screens. In the center of the monitor is a detailed topographic map marked with coordinates. A cluster of yellow dots emits faint white ripples within the deep blue closed curves, creating a few contour lines that quickly fade away, only to start again. After confirming the image, the young man's fingers fly across the keyboard as he cross-references and verifies the data. The work seems to have hit a dead end. He massages his temples in frustration, but a knock at the door soon breaks through the stifling atmosphere. Come in. Lol. I received a notification. Is it about Aerospace City? It is about Aerospace City, right? Yes. During yesterday's routine surface scan, we detected a signal south of the Kola Peninsula. It's an abnormal high-power signal. It seems someone is actively targeting Babylonia with a more primitive device. After comparing the map data, I've narrowed down the approximate location of the signal source. In that area, there's only one location with high-power equipment, Tsiolkovsky Aerospace City, an aerospace sanctuary from the Golden Age. I thought the corrupted had long since taken it over. The high intelligence demonstrated by the hetero creatures cannot be underestimated. We must not rule out the possibility of a trap. Anyway, we cannot just stand by. Asimov taps the table with his index finger, pauses in thought, then pulls up the relevant dossier. After establishing contact with Cao Long, they provided me with some new data. But Cao Long's knowledge of Aerospace City is no better than Babylonia's. The current dossier on Project Eden contains almost all known intelligence. Most other records were lost during the punishing virus outbreak and years of warfare. I know you have the physical maps of that area. Nothing ever gets past you, does it? During the Golden Age, most detailed locations were only recorded on paper for secrecy. Though many were lost in the calamity, some still remain. Be careful with it. This is a family heirloom passed down from my grandfather. With gentle movements, he unfolds the aged paper, so brittle it seems it might crumble at the slightest touch. The exact location remains unclear. Of course, this is one of our most classified documents. The map was created as a commemorative piece, specifically given to one of the city's founders. I see. We can only narrow it down to a general area then. He circles a location on the terminal's map. The activities of airborne hetero creatures and the heavily congested orbital debris belts are interfering with our radio waves. Even with active tracking, we cannot pinpoint the source of the radiation. However, the radius deviation is only about 100 kilometers. That shouldn't pose too much of an obstacle for surface reconnaissance. Why do you have to conduct reconnaissance? Don't ask such a pointless question. Tsiolkovsky Aerospace City lives in the far northern territory of Kowloon, home to the most advanced aerospace testing facilities from the Golden Age. It oversaw the launch mission of the Dawn 3 spacecraft and conducted the research, development, and technical verification of Eden 1. What if humanity can never return to Earth? A heavy silence fills the air. Didn't Kowloon conduct any further reconnaissance? After the punishing virus outbreak, the Kowloon Science Council, under Chu's directive, devoted all their research resources to the Tabula Akasha project. Evidently, the pressure of preserving civilization left them no time to look toward more distant horizons. As years passed, Aerospace City faded into legend, preserved only in ancient texts. Alright, is there anything else you need? I'll coordinate with the military regarding the surface recon schedule. By the way, how's the progress over there? Long wedges the terminal between his forearm and body, then expertly swipes the screen several times with his free hand. A file cover promptly appears. Phase 2 report. Omega Weapon Control Experiment and... What does that say? The text is cut off. It doesn't even say in the review. I'm gonna guess it said maybe frame or something. Asimov takes the terminal from Long, his eyes and fingertips tracing across the screen in silence as he contemplates the contents. I still need to cross-check some calculations with Hyperreal's combat data. This should work for now. Long slides his finger upward while holding the file copy, and a mail notification promptly appears at the bottom right corner of the desktop monitor. Asimov quickly scans the content before giving it an acknowledging nod. I definitely prefer the aroma of hot tea. Paying no mind to Long's contemplative gaze out the porthole, Asimov opens his terminal and begins his daily work. Conference room. Gray walls, gray furniture, and a gray atmosphere to match. The mission briefing is concise, yet your fingers continue flipping through the pages, a mindless gesture long after finishing the read. You still seem down. Don't tell me you skipped breakfast. Any options? Would you mind getting something delivered then? You can pay for the meal and tip with black cards in one go. Or if you'd prefer installments, I'll only charge 20% interest. A special rate for everyone. Selka purses her lips with a hint of playfulness. Okay, I'm just kidding. She activates the conference room's terminal, bringing up a holographic map. Always the same routine. It's a bit stale after a while. New mission? Indeed. As usual, let me brief you on the mission details. According to the report from Science Council Section 1, this morning we detected a signal near New Murmansk, but we're unable to pinpoint its source remotely. Grey Raven is familiar with the terrain, making you the most suitable candidate. I'll have to trouble you both with this reconnaissance mission. Lucia is preparing for her new frame installation. While Lee, as the bearer of Hyperreal, has been asked by the Science Council to stay behind to provide assistance in their research. That's why only Liv is with us. It's just a simple recon mission. You and Liv should be able to handle it on your own. I assume you've reviewed the briefing? We can't count on Kowloon anymore. The Arctic Route Union has been busy with internal restructuring since the uprising, and many documents about Aerospace City were lost during the conflict. So, they can't do anything about this either? More like they'd rather not get involved. What about the Murmansk port area? Can New Sophiasburg provide any assistance? As expected of Grey Raven's commandant, quick on the uptake. The Parliament recently approved a resource aid package for New Sophiasburg, so we've been in close contact with them lately. They'll set up a temporary base for this investigation. Speaking of which, there are some matters the President specifically asked me to brief you on. Selka glances down at her datapad, her brows knitting slightly as she reviews the information. What I'm about to tell you is rather sensitive. While New Sophiasburg remains relatively stable, the situation with the Arctic Route Union has deteriorated into armed conflict. The Ascendant attack did cause unrest, but such obstacles are inevitable during reconstruction. Are faction conflicts getting more intense? The scale of the skirmishes isn't large, but they're happening quite frequently. Aerospace City's presumed location is in the outskirts, an area that has effectively become a no-man's land since the virus outbreak. It's unlikely that any armed forces would venture into that area. Therefore, what deserves more attention is the situation in New Sophiasburg. The Forest Guard currently maintains a policy of neutrality and has not intervened in the conflict. They prefer to focus on their fundamental duty as protectors. However, this neutrality hinges on their own safety remaining unthreatened. If New Sophiasburg is forced into battle, those officials at the diplomatic court will certainly have their hands full. The Forest Guard is still willing to provide guidance. In exchange, Babylonian forces must not enter the forest area to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Therefore, this will be a recon mission without backup support. Conflict remains the eternal theme of this anthropic world, universe. In these wastelands, the roots of ancient civilization intertwine with the sprouts of new society, gradually growing into their own order. Perhaps forging a path through humanity's thicket of words and forest of guns proves more challenging than developing weapons to suppress hetero creatures. Since this is just reconnaissance, we'll do our best to avoid any firefights. Great! I've attached the transport aircraft schedule at the end of the mission briefing. Have a safe trip. With a brief wave goodbye, Celica turns and leaves the conference room. Upon entering the atmosphere, the transport's turbine engines take over from the fusion ramjet. The roar of the fan exhaust and the heat in the cabin make you question whether the mixing of compressed air and fuel is actually happening in the cabin rather than in the engine pods. A solid thrust pushes up from beneath the seats as gravity finally claims its hold on the aircraft. The tailgate slowly lowers, revealing a vast white landscape. God, this song is so good. The stuffiness disappears instantly as the biting cold wind hits, making it clear just how essential the Arctic combat gear really is. A tall, silver-haired construct stands before the cabin, as if having waited there all along. It's been a while, commented on the Grey Raven. Good morning, Rosetta. Oh, have you fully recovered, Nausicaa? The memory of fighting alongside the Forest Guard against the tide of corrupted still feels fresh. I'm fit for duty now, and of course, thank you for the medical supplies you provided. Speaking of which, how are things in New Sophiasburg lately? The heating core is still under construction, but our defenses and supplies are holding up well. Last time we saw Rosetta in the story was during the huge red tide battle during a crossover with the sea. I hope she will have yet a new friend eventually. Maybe. You never know. Whereas, like, I don't know. It would be nice for her to get a new friend. But, of course, that's up to Kudo Games to decide. Unless the majority of players ask for a new friend. But you are right. The last time we saw Rosetta was during Across the Ruined Sea, which was like chapter 20. Would you like to rest at our camp first? Although it's just an outpost, we're fully equipped with all the necessary amenities. You raise an arm to check the body temperature monitor on your wrist. No need for a break. Let's head out now. Rosetta signals for several humanoid hybrid constructs at the landing pad to follow, then leads her guests straight toward the forest at the outpost's edge. The temporary compound of prefab units and modular frames soon disappears behind you, replaced by a vista of fir and pine trees characteristic of high up-latitude regions. Holographic beacons occasionally peek through the moss, their metal poles embedded in the soil projecting hand-sized warning symbols into the air. This is a minefield? You're as keen as ever, Grey Raven Commandant. You should have read the briefing before departure. That aerospace city should be somewhere around here. Tsiolkovsky Aerospace City. Yes, thousands of anti-personnel mines from the Golden Age are buried in these woods. They're likely part of the city's defense system. As for the new ones... Her words cut short as she raises a clenched fist, the signal for everyone to take cover. Liv quickly activates her weapon, powering up her levy gun system. Your hand instinctively draws your gun toward the source of the disturbance. Near a distant boulder, a human-like mechanoid paces back and forth. It seems to be searching for something, taking its time with no intention to leave. Is that corrupted? It's an awakened machine from Aerospace City. Those new minefields are their doing. That area has likely been occupied by mechanoids. A bullet is already chambered, and your thumb slowly moves to the safety. The mechanoid moves with surprising agility, its actions far from clumsy. Its sensors are obscured by a heavy protective shell resembling a space helmet. Oh, making it difficult to discern its full form. Is it Dimitri? A mechanoid. Despite having seen the mechanoids of Constellia, it's still hard for you to imagine those little painters wielding brushes could take control of a city. So, even the forest guard doesn't know the exact situation in Aerospace City? Indeed, we don't plan to approach this dense forest. There were once refugees who tried to cross the forest to reach the city, but after that no one knew what happened to them. However, I've heard reports of people spotting those refugees near ARU. They were apparently sent out under the governor's orders to trade supplies. Before your arrival, I made a point to verify this information again, and received the same confirmation. Aerospace City. Perhaps it doesn't reject refugees after all. So, we don't have to take the risk. After a few minutes, the mechanoid finally loses interest in lingering around and vanishes into the depths of the forest. Let's follow it. Understood. Even without Celica's reminder, it's clear that the forest guard has no duty to head into the front lines. While we cannot interfere in this conflict, you can always turn to me personally, if you need anything. Thank you, Rosetta. There's no need to be so formal, Commandant. Have you decided to stay in New Sophiasburg? Indeed. We never yearned for a promised land, yet heaven's gifts have found their way into our hands all the same. I will seize this opportunity, and when the time comes, I will stand by your side as a more powerful ally. Doesn't that... as a more powerful ally. That just sounds like foreshadowing that she will get a future, like, frame or something. Doesn't it? It's kind of funny. Confirmed? Freaking like 10 patches later. She takes a long look at you before turning away, leading her forest guard companions toward the rising sun. Ooh. Facts are proof of survival after the disaster. I hope so. I will be here waiting. I wonder what she'd be like for a new friend. Hey, this is for you, lady from Kowloon. She has a name. She rummages under her seat for a while before pulling out a rifle, a makeshift weapon cobbled together from various parts, looking barely functional. Judging by your moves earlier, you should know how to handle this. You might face more attacks on the way, so you can borrow it for now. Thank you. The woman in dancer's attire gives a graceful nod, takes the rifle and checks the chamber by pulling back the ejection port. To the soldiers, this is quite an unusual sight. Curiosity spreads among them, hidden beneath the transport vehicle's heavy armor. Hiding in our transport to get here. Trying to find a way into Aerospace City too, aren't you? Why do you want to go to the city? Do you have family or friends there? Stay alert. This isn't the time for chit-chat. The excited girl pays no mind to the veteran's warning as she pulls out a palm-sized object from her tactical vest's pocket. She hesitates, then repeatedly presses her thumb against a crumpled foil wrapper, as if the gesture alone could somehow smooth out all its wrinkles. After making sure it looks presentable enough, the young soldier hands the item to Hanying. You were a huge help during that battle just now. I got it in exchange for working night shifts at the landfill outside the city for a week. Although it looks a bit shabby, I swear I haven't opened it. It's brand new dark chocolate. The veteran shakes his head slightly, a resigned expression on his face, but he doesn't seem genuinely agitated. You don't have to. It's fine, really. Sure, it's valuable, but it's not that rare. I've got more, so take it. You must have lost a lot of energy too. Don't be shy, just take it, okay? Well, thanks. Hanying accepts the gift, lowering her head to read the packaging description. Cocoa and sugar, while useless as energy sources for a mechanoid, stand as proof of human kindness. You mentioned exchange earlier. What do you mean? Do people in Aerospace City still need to barter for supplies? Upon hearing Hanying's words, the veteran beside her steadies himself, using his rifle as support to stand up straight. You don't know? Seeing the confusion on Hanying's face, the veteran sighs heavily. I thought you were working with those mechanoids, but now I see. You really don't know what's going on at all. The young soldier's friendly demeanor seems to affect the veteran, making him relax his guard a bit. Judging by your attire, you must be sent by Kalong. Yes, I am affiliated with Kalong. She doesn't quite understand why these people are so hostile toward mechanoids. Her logical calculations tell her it's not the right time to reveal her identity as one. So, Kalong finally remembered to send help. You got some serious fighting skills. That's clear enough. For reinforcements, is it really just you? I'm less of a reinforcement and more of a scout. Not being one for deception, she can only try to play along with the veteran's line of thought. A scout? What, came to check if we're all dead yet? Sorry. Though not responsible for their situation, she can still hear the weariness in the veteran's voice. Perhaps they've been waiting far too long for someone to apologize. Forget it. I won't give you a hard time, young lady. Hanying complies with the man's judgment, and the tense atmosphere visibly eases. So, what's the situation in the city right now? Aren't you listening? Like she just said, you work, you get food. Simple as that. Here, humans aren't the ones making the rules anymore. Humans aren't the ones making the rules. It all happened a long time ago. The young soldier fumbles for the right words, while the veteran beside her lets out another weary sigh. Ever since that spiky-headed mechanoid appeared out of nowhere, the city has no longer been ours. She hijacked the central control system and incited the mechanoids to rebel. The seniors say the city organized many armed counterattacks. There's no way humans can stand up to those metal chunks. The young soldier lowers her head, seemingly unsure about recounting history she never experienced firsthand. Back when this place was a research hub, these soldiers actually had the easiest job around. I mean, who dare cause trouble even when our location was top secret? But after that incident broke out, under Spikehead's leadership, the mechanoids executed the former research director. Then, Spikehead installed a traitor as the governor and firmly took control of the city. And then, this kind of environment doesn't feel unfamiliar to Hanying from the past. Then those mechanoids started tormenting everyone with their 24/7 non-stop work demands, forcing people to rack up work hours in exchange for food, clothing, and other necessities. They couldn't care less about the elderly or children. If you don't meet the work hours, they'll let you starve to death. That's awful. Who would have thought that we'd end up fighting our own mechanoids? Hanying freezes at the mention of these twisted laws. Her left hand instinctively touches her neck, though the stinging electrical currents are no longer there. Unlike physical scars that can be forced away, these bitter memories aren't so easily shed. The Nighter. The promise shared between only her and that girl, forever trapped in the miles that could never be achieved. At last, they bid farewell to the dust of time and embarked on a new journey. The sage, the church, the street vendors, and their bustling crowds, everything continues to move forward. Yet time is a cruel circle, leading her once again toward the same tragedy. Damn, that goes hard. A spiked-headed mechanoid. From the description, they sound like an outsider too. Could it be Veronica? Anyway, life in the city might be tough, but at least it's better than being outside, not knowing where your next meal will come from. Another sigh from the veteran pulls Hanying's thoughts back to the cramped carriage. Does Kalong have some plans? Will they send more soldiers to take back Aerospace City? It used to be such an important aerospace base. I've never seen what Kalong looks like. Is it similar to Aerospace City? Well, Kalong is... Uh-oh. Boom. Before she can answer, a sudden impact cuts through the lively atmosphere in the carriage. A deafening blast accompanies the impact, with vibrations too intense for even the thick armed walls to absorb. The sudden crisis puts an abrupt end to their casual conversation. Enemy attack incoming. Incoming. Take cover. Gunners at the ready. The previously laid-back veteran now displays his sharp professional instincts, coordinating the soldiers inside the vehicle as they ready themselves for combat. The young girl in combat gear sheds her innocent demeanor, skillfully climbing onto the rotating mount of the gun turret and positioning herself halfway through the roof hatch. Being a mechanoid naturally immune to gunfire noise, Hanying doesn't reach for the noise-canceling equipment like the humans around her. A brief muffled thud comes from the roof first, the sound of a sharp weapon cutting through the air and striking something soft. Oh. The once lively figure suddenly goes limp, legs dangling, as warm liquid splatters from above. Hanying suddenly realizes she hasn't asked for her name yet.
往生際の悪い奴らだ。奴らの接近を阻止しろ。
Oh, it says Hanying on here. Ah, what the hell?
新入り、引き金を引き
Oh, I
離
had to
しち
use
ゃ
my
暴
mouse.
発しちまうぞ。
Oh, it's overheating. Are you sure this is PGR? This is so different. Oh god. Oh, what the hell? Bing, bing, bing. It's coming closer.
いけない。
Ooh.
ここまでか。
まずは救助を。強制諦めないで。バチを投け。
あんた一体。
復調しなくちゃ。
全車両スピードを上げろ。
強戦は霊ジュース。バチを投け。 バチを投け復調しなくちゃ
侵食隊が支援を
強戦は霊ジュース強戦は霊ジュース強戦は霊ジュース
Oh my gosh, she's dashing around so much. Oh, I can't reach them.
バチを投け強戦は霊ジュース
気をつけろ
Oh, what the hell?
あいつはもう持たんこのまま駆け抜けるぞ
What the heck? Oh. Wait, this chapter's kind of fire. What the fuck?
これで終わりです
That's so cool. Hot brass casings scatter across the floor of the carriage. The steel barrel of the machine gun glowing faintly with a red-blue heat. Ran off to do some editing, and we are now playing Space Invader. What? Bro, that combat stage was kind of wacky. Basically, we were put on a turret, on a mounted gun turret on top of the car to shoot at some corrupted. And then we have to hop between the 3 cars rooftops to fight the corrupted, and then we landed on top of a corrupted, charged at a freaking giant corrupted to destroy it. It's so cool. It's so nice to see them doing more with the gameplay in this game, doing something different like that. It kind of brings me back to what was it, chapter 10, I think, Eternal Engine, when you were on the motorcycle. That was kind of cool. The battle against the infected mechanoids proves this new frame's absolute power, but it also raises doubts among Hanying's newfound companions. You got impressive skills. I've seen it for myself before. But fighting the corrupted hand to hand with such ease, even the best soldiers I've ever trained couldn't pull that off. She's her. Unknowingly, the few surviving soldiers gradually distance themselves from Hanying, subtly forming a loose encirclement. I'm a simple man who speaks his mind, so I hope you'll excuse my directness. Behind his goggles, the veteran's eyes gleam with a predatory hawk-like intensity. Who are you? The rest of the soldiers remain on high alert, as if still in combat. The guns in their hands stay off safety. These people before her are the only link to Aerospace City, but in an instant, the chance of negotiation becomes much harder. Hanying carefully weighs her options, considering the best way to handle this situation. My identity and combat capabilities shouldn't be a source of conflict. The veteran soldier lets out a derisive sneer. Either way, I did come from Kowloon. No one doubts you're from Kowloon, but are you really a Kowlooner born and raised there? She's neither skilled at clever arguments nor good at hiding her true identity behind lies. We've seen those centaur-looking things, the ones they call constructs, stuffing humans into those hunks of metal. Could they even be considered human anymore? You might look human, but if you're one of those things, I'm not a threat to any of you. Hanying carefully sets her weapon down in a safe spot and takes a step back, a gesture meant to show she means no harm. She has anticipated this reaction after sensing their hostility toward mechanoids earlier. Prejudice against mechanoids naturally extends to constructs, whose bodies aren't made of flesh and blood. Still, she has no desire to treat these humans with hostility. The chocolate in her pocket still carries the warmth from the girl who gave it to her. Hanying purses her lips and tries to speak again. The forest is quite dangerous. Are you sure you want to waste time lingering here? Even though I'm not human, I can still help you with my combat abilities. You wouldn't dare trouble someone like you. The veteran signals his men to step back. Just as he's about to continue his interrogation, static-filled voices crackle through his walkie-talkie, forcing him to put the confrontation on hold. Transport convoy here. We have a situation. What's your status? We've reached the ambush point. Do not engage. I repeat, do not engage. Whatever the other party says catches the veteran off guard. Hanying's sensitive audio receptors pick up fragments about the governor and numerous mechanoids. Quick, use your feminine wiles. Roll for a seduction check. Charisma check. You gotta roll a 20. Damn, you rolled a 2. Sucks to suck, idiot. Oh, shit. Copy that. We're on our way. I was just taking a drink of water and I accidentally dropped the cap. He signals to the soldiers surrounding Hanying, and they all fall back to their transport vehicle. Sorry about this, but whether you're a construct or some new tech we don't understand, we can't take any chances. With your abilities, getting out here shouldn't be a problem. Next time we meet, things might not be so peaceful. Gee, okay. He keeps his eyes narrowed in vigilance, only boarding the vehicle after ensuring all his soldiers are inside. What in the world happened in Aerospace City? She can sense it. Beneath the soldiers' cold indifference lies a more dangerous brutality. But after that incident broke out, under Spikehead's leadership, the Mechanoids executed the former research director. Then, Spikehead installed a traitor as the governor and firmly took control of the city. Those Mechanoids started tormenting everyone with their 24/7 non-stop work demands, forcing people to rack up work hours in exchange for food, clothing, and other necessities. They couldn't care less about the elderly or children. If you don't meet the work hours, they'll let you starve to death. Who'd have thought that we'd end up fighting our own Mechanoids? What kind of incident happened there? What could have happened to cause such a drastic breakdown in the relationship between humans and Mechanoids? With engines roaring, the vehicles drive straight away, their dark machine guns barrels trained cautiously on her position until they disappear from sight. She is now left behind by the soldiers, along with the hastily buried corpse in the dense forest. Just now, what kind of urgent situation forced them to leave in such a hurry, without even properly bidding farewell to their lost companion? After burying the young soldier's body properly, Hanying lifts her head to gaze in the direction where the soldiers disappear. In the distance, the silhouette of a city is barely visible. Perhaps more answers lie within its walls. No matter what happens, she must reach that place first, to find the key Cervantes spoke of and seize that future. Well, 2 hidden achievements. I don't know what they are. It must be obvious. Okay. Imagine it's to like do this without taking damage. That would be not possible for me. Let me try it again. I also need to adjust my sensitivity. Hello, Genie.
往生際の悪い奴らだ。奴らの接近を阻止しろ。
I need to change my sensitivity. Hold on. Blip.
新入り、引き金を引きっぱなしじゃ暴発しちまうぞ。
Let me bring it up a bit more. Okay, a little bit more. Gotta go max. You know what? Yeah, you know what? That's actually way better, right? I thought it'd be like one of those other FPS games where if you go 99 sensitivity, you're just like the slightest little nudge. No, I took damage. Ah, I'm taking damage.
大型侵食隊、大型侵食隊だ。
Maybe one of the achievements is not to have the gun overheat. Or not to use the E thing. Isn't that thing from the space station? Korolev?
いけない。
Nah, Korolev is like dead, isn't he? Or isn't it?
くそ、ここまでか。
まずは救助を。
Oh god! Wait, the sensitivity, hang on. Holy shit. Okay, back to normal.
強制諦めないで。
あんた一体。
復調しなくちゃ。
全車両スピードを上げろ。
罰よなけ。強戦は霊獣す。
That's an interesting looking.
復調しなくちゃ。
Oh wait, no, they're not corrupted. They're not corrupted.
強
Earlier I
戦
said
は
they
霊
were
獣す。
corrupted.
罰よなけ。強戦は霊獣す。
侵食隊が支援を。
I can't reach over to them.
罰よなけ。強戦は霊獣す。罰よなけ。強戦は霊獣す。強戦は霊獣す。罰よなけ。強戦は霊獣す。
気をつけろ。あいつはもう持たん。このまま駆け抜けるぞ。
Ooh. Blade Master. That's one achievement. Defeat the large corrupted without taking damage. Oh, so then the other one was to not take damage during the shooting part. Oh my god. Okay. I took damage like twice during that. I gotta max out the sensitivity again though.
くそ、往生際の悪い奴らだ。
So wait, these guys are
奴らの接近を阻止しろ。
toughest achievement. I was doing quite well earlier. So I don't think it's too difficult. You just gotta be quick. Okay, well, that happened. I think the trick is to aim for the flying ones, get the flying ones first. Because those ones tend to shoot, tend to start firing first. Dust off those COD skills. Yeah, but I was playing COD with my controller, man. The only other FPS I play with mouse and keyboard would be Destiny 2. Oh, what? I thought I got rid of that one. Okay, well. I'm persistent. I'm determined.
So, 往生際の悪い奴らだ。奴らの接近を阻止しろ。新入り、引き金を引きっぱなしじゃ暴発しちまうぞ。
Okay. No. Oh my god. What? I was able to do it the second try. How am I fumbling now? I don't even know what that target reticle thing does when I turn it on.
くそ、往生際の悪い奴らだ。奴らの接近を阻止しろ。新入り、引き金を引きっぱなしじゃ暴発しちまうぞ。
Amuses? It might be Amuses. It's best to get rid of the flying enemies first. Here comes the next volley.
型侵食隊大型侵食
But
隊
there we
だ
go. This one's easy to clear. We just gotta get rid of the lasers. There we go. Only took like 4 tries.
ここまでか
まずは救助を
Oh, sensitivity rate.
強戦は諦めないで罰をなけ
あんた一体
強戦は霊獣ス罰
全車両スピードを上げろ
強戦は霊獣ス復調しなくちゃ
It's such a tight, narrow space.
強戦は霊獣ス
So you're bound to get hit on this.
侵食隊が支援を
Might increase it. Yeah. Sensitivity in this game is a bit wacky.
罰をなけ
Like if you're doing
強
like
戦は霊
take
獣
for
ス
example back in Luna Oblivion's
強
story
戦は霊
when
獣
you're
ス
playing as Commandant with the POV thing, it would be best to have increased sensitivity. But when you're playing normally, lower sensitivity
罰
would
を
be
なけ
better.
強戦は霊獣ス
It's kind of like
気をつけ
it's
ろ
pretty awkward. No,
あいつは
Celine.
もう持たん
No.
このまま駆け抜けるぞ
Not Celine. Like I can probably do. I think the only boss I can think of doing like no hit that I feel confident in doing would be like Shark Spear and Nozzle, and that's it.
これで終わりです
There we go. The POV part. I thought it was really fun. I've just been bugged. I can't remember if when I played through it was super bugged for me, but it is definitely better. At least if you're playing it on PC with a keyboard and mouse, it is better to have higher sensitivity for that. Or just higher mouse DPI. Yay! We did it. Lost City. It is a wonder that is more magnificent and brilliant than what humans have dreamed for thousands of years. The astronaut-shaped mechanoid seems unaware of being followed. It weaves nimbly between holographic beacons, treating the faint red flashes not as warnings of danger, but as if they were forming a wide path across the damp soil. The trackers remain just the right distance from the mechanoid, ensuring there is always cover within sight to hide behind if needed. Did you end up getting Luna? Yep, I did get her. She's a lot of fun. She's really easy to play as too. Like, she's really easy to understand. As they advance, the vegetation grows increasingly sparse. Approaching open terrain. Stay alert. Understood. Adjusting the mode of the Livy gun, Liv cautiously sends it out ahead to scout. The moment you leave the forest, the entire city comes into clear view. At the end of the tranquil canyon, an expansive clearing unfolds, with steel battlements proudly standing at its heart amidst the mountain foothills. Sentry turrets spiral across the surface of the massive walls. From afar, the orderly mechanical grooves resemble a bird's nest, but you know each recess is large enough to house a full-sized spacecraft. Against the colossal reinforced concrete foundation, hundreds of meters tall, even the surrounding buildings appear insignificant. The structures on both sides resemble a ship's keel, firmly anchored to the ground. The towering, symmetrical supports rise upward, holding aloft tracks that point straight toward the sky. Here is Aerospace City. Phew. Deep within the vast forests of the far north, humanity has turned the fantasy of fountains of paradise into reality. A structure that reaches closer to the auroras and the Milky Way than any towering tree ever could. Looks cool as fuck, though. This lost city from the Golden Age stands more magnificent, more glorious than any miracle humanity has dreamed of for thousands of years. Having a lot of fun with her? Yeah, Luna is really fun. I think of all the characters I've tried playing as, I think the one character that I have a hard time playing as would be Bridget. We finally found a target. This open ground is unsuitable for stealth movement. Let's hold position for now. Excuse me. Sorry. Times have changed, and although it's impossible to determine whether Aerospace's city defenses are still operational, charging straight in is definitely not a rational choice. What is it doing? A lift's warning. Your attention snaps to the front, where the mechanoid at the edge of the forest is starting to move. Bridget is really fun to play as once you get the hang of her moveset. Yeah. Like, I remember, when I was first playing her as during when day breaks, I had no idea what the hell I was doing. It was only until I tried doing her little trial thing, I was like, oh. But even then, I still forgot how to do shit. Could have sworn they said the same thing about Atlantis, now muted with the Hammer of Dawn. Longinus Arsenal, ready to be deployed. I'm okay at playing Bridget sometimes. I mess up her timing though. Yeah, that's the one thing I mess up with too. Especially just in the middle of a boss fight or something. I'm trying to do that thing with her kit where you throw out the flaming disc and then you call it back to you and then you hit it back or something. I always mess up with that. But other than that, Bridget, even though I have trouble playing as Bridget, she doesn't feel terrible to play as. She is kind of fun even if you don't know what you're doing. if that makes any sense. Is that a signboard? The mechanoid doesn't rush forward. Instead, it retrieves a stack of flat metallic plates about half the height of a person from its storage pack. After unfolding the support frame, it drives the spikes into the soil. Which is very fun, yeah. You mean Burrito's self-parry? Yeah. Yes. I'm loving this Karen leap that we got. I tried learning it earlier just before stream. It does feel pretty good. You gotta use some, but I think the thing is you have to have a set of 3 pings to start doing the leap rotation and shit. So those who have a good invested Karen, they'll probably be okay. And then there's me who doesn't even have Karenina, who doesn't have Shire. Retrieving and doing those dashes with the flaming disc in quick succession is my personal favorite of her moveset. I think that's really fun too. I think that's what it is that makes Bridget fun, even if you are having trouble with her kit. When you're having trouble with it, or you're learning, or you know how it works and stuff, it's just fun no matter what. SS right now with max leap, that should be fine. SS, I believe, is the absolute minimum. Like complete base minimum for an S rank to be at. Maybe it's SS 3 or some shit. Yeah, I mean, I'm mostly mid-core in this game, so I'm not super hardcore gamer to try and get everyone to SSS plus. People say she needs her SS3, but she seems perfectly fine right now. Yeah, when I have a lot of my other units S ranks that I have: Chushukra, Crimson Weave, Luna Oblivion, Lamia, Vera Garnett. I have them at SS and they feel completely fine to play as. They're not the most optimal, definitely, but like it still feels decent. Repeating this process, several metal plates are arranged into a low fence-like barrier facing the forest. Raise the binoculars to observe. Warning! Entering sentry turret range ahead. Do not approach. Each metal sign bears the same phrase, hand sprayed in red paint, a far cry from the official warnings one would expect in a restricted area. It's probably meant as a message for the refugees. I suppose this is an act of kindness. If the city's defenses are meant to keep outsiders away, what's the point of these warnings? This is quite different from what Rosetta told us. Could it be an awakened machine? We can't rule out that possibility, but we're too far away to tell for certain right now. At the very least, you can be certain for now that this mechanoid harbors no ill intent toward the refugees. Let's stow our weapons and try to blend in as we approach. Are we sure it means no harm? Liv still appears to have some reservations about this risky approach. Rosetta's intel sources are reliable. Aerospace City doesn't discriminate against refugees. Besides, with Liv's combat prowess as backup, making a clean escape won't be too difficult if good things go south. After making sure the holster is well hidden, you take a deep breath and step out from behind the rocks. You adjust your movements, trying to mimic the surface survivors encountered in previous missions. For a brief moment, you regret not taking those acting classes at the World Government Association of Art. Come on, man. You got to, man. One little fact about me, back in high school, I was part of like the, well, we called it drama class, but I guess it would be performance arts or some shit. You could, if you want to call it that. It was a lot of fun. But the situation leaves no room for distractions, for such distractions. Hello? Excuse me, but is this Aerospace City? I love how Rosetta seems to be mentioned a lot in Hanying's backstory, considering Hanying classes her. That's funny. Kudo was like, this is who you're replacing, by the way. Then he went to Hollywood Heights. Yes. The mechanoid stops its work, and your eyes meet with the sensor cameras beneath its space helmet. Who are you? Oh, it is Dimitri. A deep, steady male voice speaks, perfectly matching what one would expect from a mechanoid, and yet something feels off. Shouldn't it be acting less like its kin that follows preset protocols? Just give her a little extra screen time before she's forgotten. I will never forget Rosetta. I will never forget. We're refugees from the Arctic Rat Union. The fighting broke out there again, and we heard there was still a city here. You speak cautiously while watching the mechanoid's reaction. Why are you asking me? Because we just saw you setting up these warning signs over there. We actually found our way here by following your warning signs. The display on the mechanoid's helmet flickers once, seemingly in approval of the answer. I am Dimitri. I'm Musabeni, and this is Liv. After the brief introductions, Dimitri moves toward you with measured, mechanical steps. Follow me. It's not safe here. The sentry turret's fire control system won't recognize my signal, so make sure to stay close. The mechanoid must have encountered many similar situations before. His movements through the dangerous borderlands are practiced and graceful. Borderlands? As if weaving an intricate spell through familiar territory. Liv quickly updates Babylonia with her location and status before rushing to follow the mechanoid. Good job, Liv. At the other side of the forest, the twisted, winding hetero-vegetation gradually thins out, giving way to the birch and fir trees common to these northern latitudes. Still more remember than Changyu and Sophia. This is a joke. I like them and will continue to wait for eternity for their new frames. I still remember them too. I was about to make a little joke about Changyu, but I'm... I was about to say Changhu as a little joke, but no. I remember. I remember. Left behind by the convoy, Hanying follows the road's direction through the forest. Hidden mines pose an expected challenge, but her advanced sensors make it easy to avoid them. She just needs to weave right between the mines. Aerospace City. Veronica. Could Veronica be the spiky-headed mechanoid they mentioned? And that transport crew? It seems wasteful for a resource-starved, isolated city to have all the soldiers' rifles loaded with armor-piercing rounds. The tense atmosphere doesn't match what should be a routine transport mission, and... Seriously though, when will characters like Changyu, Kamu, Kamui, and Sophia get new frames? I would love to see another, like, Sophia frame. I remember seeing a post from, like, Twitter about someone saying, Kudo Games really knows how to make, like, dark-skinned characters, and they showed off like John Smith, Vonnegut, that one lady from the Lilith patch, and then I remember someone replying to that being like, yeah, but they only have, but all of those ones you listed are NPCs, the only playable one is Sophia. It made me sit there and realize, man, Sophia should get a new frame. She cannot understand humans like those soldiers. Their indifference to a fallen comrade, the reluctance to even properly bury the dead. This isn't like any humans she's encountered before. Just you wait. One day, they're gonna release Vonnegut as like a playable character. Just you wait. I believe. I just know it. Is something wrong with the aerospace city itself? Or is it something else? Crack. A sharp crack echoes from the other end of the forest, like the sound of a bamboo pole being split into two. But this is far from the subtropical environment suited for bamboo forests, and the perilous minefield is clearly no place for practicing martial arts, clearly. I've thought of this idea frame, where it's both Kamu and Kamui, you can switch between them with core alt. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. Since Kodo seems to be foreshadowing possible ARU Revel events with showing Rosetta here, maybe acted like we'll get its turn one day. Maybe. Hopefully. It'll probably just take some time. It'll take a while before we get anything like that. Especially with Rosetta. Because even though, like, in one of the previous nodes, Rosetta was like, one day I'll be by your side as a more powerful ally. That really makes it sound like it's foreshadowing a new frame for Rosetta. But it's been so many patches since, at least in CN. Only time will tell. A series of dull thuds follow in rapid succession, barely masking desperate, hoarse shouts in the background. It's gunfire tearing through the air. It's a convoy from before. The highway leading to Aerospace City remains the only lead, but the encounters along the way blur the lines between reality and illusion. She rushes toward the source of the sound. An eerie silence blankets the forest. Massive trees loom in the black smoke, their needles swaying gently, trembling as if in fear. The stench of burnt, rotting wood permeates the air as an unsettling presence closes in from all directions. It's all mechanoids here. Contrary to expectations, she finds no destroyed transport vehicles or human casualties at the attack site. Scorched metal casings lie scattered throughout the forest, staining the moss black. Rosetta took the longest to get outclassed currently, I think. Yeah, that's what I've heard. I remember seeing someone be like, Rosetta can finally rest now. Being the physical tank. Fractured circuits burst from the mechanical shells, and the neatly rounded holes, marked with traces of molten damage, are unmistakably the work of armor-piercing rounds. The scattered mechanoids emit monotonous buzzing sounds, as if still struggling to return to normal operation. Like the unconscious moans of someone on their deathbed. Kowloon General Purpose Autonomous Machine, Tsiolkovsky Aerospace City. She examines the inscriptions on the surface of the mechanoids, confirming the origin of the victims. Clearly, everything before her is the result of those soldiers' unleashed fury. That city is likely teetering on the brink of total collapse. Hanying surveys the place, searching for potential clues. Despite the physical damage, the indicator lights on the elongated mechanical structure still flicker faintly, hinting at the thoughts that once pulsed through its processor's circuits. Hanying moves in for a closer look, and suddenly realizes it's a metallic arm buried underneath the wreckage, or beneath the wreckage. Same thing. Current Fizz tank is Isla. Can't wait to get Hanying. My Fizz team is so bad. My physical team is bad too. Well, more like just not fully built. Like, I have Bianca as my main DPS, but her BP is like 5.4k or something. And then I have Alyssa as the amp, but she's only like 3.3k. And then I have Liv as a healer. I gotta at least finish investing in like Bianca at the very least. In fact, I might do that soon because I just finished like with Hyperreal, getting his like resonances, hyper tuning them, and I decided to try and pull in the weapon banner to try and get his signature. I didn't get it, but I got his 5-star variant, his 5-star weapon. Plus I'm like 10 away from pity, so I'll just keep it that way until Pyroath. Pyroath too, my fire team is also pretty bad. Before Hyperreal, I had BRS, and my BRS wasn't that great too. At the end of the prosthetic limb, human skin is faintly visible, pulsing with a bluish tint. A human? After carefully moving aside the remnants of 2 mechanoids, Hanying finds an unconscious young man. Despite her utmost caution, the man startles awake. Ugh, my head's spinning. Her external injuries aren't severe, but I lack the proper medical capabilities to treat you further. Please be careful. Her companions. She weighs her words carefully while recalling her journey here. There weren't any soldiers dressed like this in the vehicle. Could he have come from another transport? The man opens his eyes and takes in the carnage around him. Lowering the hand pressed against his forehead, he turns to face Hanying. He seems to grasp the situation, though a hint of confusion still lingers in his eyes. I suppose my companions are all dead now, but thank you anyway. May I ask who you are? I'm just a passing rescuer. You can call me Hanying. She's unsure whether it's safe to reveal her true identity to the man. I'm sorry, Hanying, for you to see something like this. He clutches his temple as the wound there begins to throb with pain again. Can you move? You need to have that wound treated before it gets worse. It's fine. Let's head back to the city first. We can hold out until then. That battle just now. Besides the person before her, there are no other human remains at the scene. It's because of me these mechanoids. They were all my guards. The young man breaks into a fit of heavy coughing, seemingly having suffered severe internal wounds. He looks around warily, hesitates for a moment, and speaks again. Pardon me for not introducing myself earlier. I am Alexei, the current governor of this city. Those soldiers were humans who deserted from Aerospace City. They suspected me of being a traitor and attacked me, hoping to reclaim the city for themselves. Oh, but you are the traitor. Are they all gone? Ignoring his own wounds, Alexei's eyes linger on the fallen mechanoids scattered across the ground, his face etched with sorrow. Some can still be repaired, but the others? Even for mechanoids, a destroyed core means death, just as final as it is for humans. This is all my fault. Please, take me back to the city quickly. I'll find people to help them, he says as he's still smiling. The young man struggles to his feet with Hanying's support. I'm sorry to trouble you like this when we've only just met. It's alright. The conflicting information makes it difficult for Hanying to take a clear stance. She maintains a calculated silence, following Alexi's lead as they weave through the towering trees. No matter what, she has never let her guard down. As they reach the forest's edge, a vast expanse of frozen tundra suddenly unfolds before them. The road stretches toward the horizon, ending beneath the arched gateway of towering city walls. A majestic silver structure soars upward, piercing through the misty clouds above. Tsiolkovsky Aerospace City, once the Earth's eye gazing at the stars. Any further ahead and we'll be in range of the defense system. I have an identification chip inside me, so it won't target me. As for you, my guest. By the roadside, an off-road vehicle with Aerospace City marked on its door is parked next to the guardrail. Please, get in. As they draw closer to the city gates, Hanying begins to truly grasp the sheer scale of the city. The city walls, studded with sentries' turrets, cast their shadow across the highway, soon engulfing everything in darkness as they blot out the sky completely. The towering walls stretch endlessly as far as the eye can see, completely obscuring the buildings that are visible from a distance. The off-road vehicle soon reaches the checkpoint, where Alexi's influence allows his unauthorized passenger to pass through the mechanoid guards with ease. As they cross under the archway, the city's interior finally reveals itself in full view. Here we are at Aerospace City. A peculiar expression crosses his face, pride and sorrow intertwining in his features. Small groups of mechanoids traverse the entrance plaza with mechanical precision, their movements perfectly coordinated yet devoid of any semblance of life. Suspended atop concrete pillars and massive machinery, the ground-based deck resembles a launch rail, its immense scale making even the distant launch towers appear modest in comparison. Just a moment, please. The vehicle briefly stops at the city gate where Alexei exchanges a few words with the mechanoid guard. After the guard departs, 2 small vehicles depart from the city shortly after. I've asked them to help repair the mechanoid guards outside the city. We should also keep an eye on the rebels' movements. We can't let them harm any more people. Of course. She offers a courteous nod. Now then, allow me to give my guest from Kowloon a tour of the city. Are you sure you're alright with those injuries? It's fine. Dealing with the rebels is more urgent. Besides, I want you to know what really happened here. A flicker of shadowy, unreadable intent passes through the young man's violet eyes. Along every street, they spot facilities resembling residential buildings. Dilapidated letter boxes hang from the walls and porches. These structures appear to be where the researchers once lived. The entrance halls, which should be bustling with activity, now stand in dead silence. No footsteps or casual conversations echo through the corridors. The empty windows remain devoid of any curious human onlookers. Stiff, moving mechanoids frequently pass by on both sides of the road. They move swiftly, driven by their programming to execute urgent tasks, too busy to spare even a moment for the lifeless streets of this dead city. He's for sure right now. Yeah, he pretty much just said that he was the governor of the city. So when Veronica came into the picture, the soldier said that Veronica had gotten a traitor and made that traitor the governor. This is, and I would assume that he's also like not non-human, especially with that arm of his. There's like busy pedestrians, aren't they? I understand your analogy, but where are the human residents of this city? According to the human soldiers outside the city, known as rebels, the city is not as deserted as it seems. You mentioned the human rebels earlier, so her boss fight is so cool. No need to worry. You'll meet them soon enough. The stories from the cargo crew's soldiers are incompatible with the statement of the self-proclaimed governor of the city. The young man shows no rush to explain himself, instead taking his time as if proudly presenting a prized creation. They arrive at a street corner where a platform-like structure stands. The mechanoids docked there pull power cables from the charging stations, plug them into the ports on their sides, and flip the power switches. Hanying suddenly realizes that what looks like a rain shelter above the platform is actually a solar panel array. Have these facilities always been here in the city? Yes. Every time I see these facilities, I'm amazed by how automated the city is. Those who gaze at the stars despise nothing more than the gravity of mundane daily life. That's why it's only natural to leave the menial tasks to machines. It's a shame I was born after the calamity. I never had the chance, like my predecessors, to devote myself entirely to scientific research. How are things in Kalong? Sending a construct like you for reconnaissance. Are they planning to reclaim Aerospace City? Alexei throws out the question with nonchalance, adopting an air of casual conversation. Kalong has no such intentions. He just heard some news about Aerospace City from the outside world and came to check on its condition. Though his deduction isn't entirely accurate, Hanying finds herself secretly impressed by Alexei's keen observation skills. As you can see, your secret won't cause any panic around here, so you can relax. A derisive snort escapes from his nose. So tell me, what exactly happened to Aerospace City all these years? Hold on now, let me tell you a story. So you want to hear a story? As they turn a corner, he fixes his gaze ahead and slowly begins to speak. How long couldn't take it back if they wanted, Chu? Chu, why is your country so weak? Come on, give Chu a break, man. They just had to go through a huge debacle during Polaris Bond. But even before that, I feel like even before Polaris Bond, I feel like they still weren't really strong enough or whatever. Or maybe Chu was just too focused on the Tabula Akasha to do anything. They were literally helpless in Polaris. They were, yeah. There was once a professor who gathered all the students in his institute to the plaza one morning. Is this a story about the past of Aerospace City? In a way, yes. But for now, miss, just treat it as a story being told. Basically, he said, shut up and listen. The students discovered the lawn covered with orange markers, dividing the entire field into neat, dense squares. They exchanged puzzled looks, wondering what the professor could be planning. After everyone took their position in their designated squares, he addressed the student in the center of the front row. If I give you a number that starts with 1, relay it to the person on your right. If it starts with 0, relay it to the person on your left. For numbers starting with 11 or 00, pass them to the person behind you. Everyone else should follow the same pattern. Sounds like a pretty straightforward math game. Indeed. The sounds of numbers being called soon filled the entire field. The students had no idea what they were doing. 2 hours later, exhaustion had set in. Many students were sitting on the ground, some even lying down. They only engaged their minds briefly when it was their turn to relay a number. Finally, an exhausted student carelessly passed a number starting with 1 to the person on their left, then left the field in frustration. I'd say the game's over. But not in the way the students thought. He lets out a contemptuous laugh. The next day, the smarter students asked the professor if they had been practicing binary compilation the previous day. However, they thought those numbers were complete gibberish. The professor did not answer, but instead smiled and said a sentence in a foreign language. Great works are built by countless effects. No one understood, so he translated the sentence for the students. The professor announced to the students that the binary code they had ultimately produced the previous day was exactly that foreign sentence. Oh wow. Effects sounds a bit odd here. Maybe it should be another word instead. But their first reaction was one of shock. None of us understood that language, yet we still completed the translation. The professor smiled and asked, "Do you still think your past selves from yesterday were game participants with independent thoughts? I believe one of you made a small mistake," he added. That phrase was actually meant to talk about efforts. Then he turned and left the classroom. Alexei doesn't say anything more. While Hanying stays quiet, it's clear whether she truly comprehends his intentions or not. The governor leads his guest through lifeless streets into what appears to be a plaza. Before they know it, they find themselves directly beneath the concrete base. Even when they look up, they can barely see the edge of the launch track at the top. Alexei brings the vehicle to a stop. Look, these are the foreign inscriptions imposed upon Aerospace City. He stares at the magnificent structure in fascination, seemingly oblivious to his own injuries. Ever since entering the city, it's as if his wounds have been healed by this place. He eagerly shows Hanying around this magnificent fortress, his enthusiasm evident in every gesture. Looks like a takeoff runaway, but this one's built for spacecraft the size of heavy starships. Suddenly, she recalls the Project Arc file she once read in the Grey Tower's database. The fusion-powered Dawn 3 spacecraft launched from platform A31 of Aerospace City. After completing its assembly at the International Space Station, it gradually accelerated to near light speed, venturing into deep space beyond the solar system. However, the Vanguard ship built by the Church was far more massive in both size and mass. With the space station long destroyed, there were no orbital transfer stations left to use. To make the Vanguard ship break free from the constraints of natural laws directly from the surface, a launch method of equal magnitude was required. And back then, what they planned to use was a magnetic accelerator track for spacecraft. Kowloon's codename for it was Bifrost. The researchers who relocated here carried out the Science Council's will. Even as the world outside turned upside down, even as their dreams of reaching beyond the atmosphere faded into delirious whispers. They continued their counting game without understanding its meaning. You see, they are no different from the students unconsciously playing the role of computer components. Ending the game is an act of mercy, especially for the mechanoids who've been playing along with them. We've given Bifrost a new name, or new meaning, in a much more efficient way. Several transport vehicles are parked by the garage beneath the base. The drivers, shoulders slumped with exhaustion, hop down from their cabs and call out to their companions in the cargo holds to begin unloading. This is the first time Hanying has seen humans since entering the city. The cargo containers bear no markings, but they clearly aren't from within the city. Their shapes are too random and disorganized for a city built on standardized modular components. Yet these transport vehicles are identical to the one that carried her incubation pod. This means the key is likely hidden among those cargo containers. While mechanoids are confined to the city due to the punishing virus outside, humans remain unaffected by the virus that rages through circuits. See? A perfect division of labor. But they don't seem satisfied with that. Their discontent is understandable. Give the starving bread today, and they'll demand steak tomorrow. That's a good line. Give the starving bread today, they'll ask for steak tomorrow. That's a pretty good one. All the mechanoids want is a charging station. You can still be friends with them afterward. The governor appears completely indifferent to how his fellow humans react. Indeed, the workers maintain an understanding silence. Some occasionally cast surprised glances at Hanying, but quickly suppress their curiosity. Is this what you mean by the new meaning of Bifrost? Just endless labor to wear down human will? Of course not. This magnetic accelerated track for spacecraft, how long is Bifrost? Its purpose extends far beyond just that. He repeats his previous statement. As for the rest, I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose any more details. Do you not agree with that? That's just a justification for not providing. I wasn't agreeing with it. I'm just saying that I was just saying that it's a good analogy. I wasn't agreeing with it, just to be clear. Everything encountered thus far has been nothing short of bizarre. There are no awakened machines in the city, and even Alexei, despite his composure, seems more like a masterfully crafted decoy. The machines have already established their dominance, so what is the purpose of continuing to allocate resources to Bifrost? Could this all be her doing? As the vehicle turns another corner, she notices a massive dismantling device fixed into the wall at the center of the base pillar facing the plaza. The dark brown bloodstains on the gray-white stones and iron walls are a jarring sight. She recalls the only marked time left on her old frame, the way the lone ship contained its passengers. But even the brutality of million-volt currents feels tame compared to the cruelty of the instruments before her. Any functioning system requires reasonable rules to sustain itself. Noticing Hanying's expression, Alexei explains with calculated indifference. A mechanoid from a passing formation suddenly comes to a halt in the plaza, despite there being no charging stations nearby. Its mechanical frame is wrapped in a spacesuit-like protective gear, with sensors completely enclosed within the helmet. An inscription on the helmet's crown appears to be its name, Dimitri. The mechanoid turns toward the dismantling equipment, its upper body tilting forward in a measured arc. She's about to conclude that she has discovered the singularity within the static realm. The young man's brow furrows with irritation as he tries to dodge the question. There's a common programming error. At the summit of a towering spire overlooking the city, another witness observes this little ceremony in silence. Her attitude toward that mechanoid borders on contempt. It's a low-life's pathetic act. Dismantling people. The eye-catching mechanoid slowly retrieves a withered branch and places it on the disassembly station's control panel. Hanying recognizes the plant. It's a black crowberry, an Arctic perennial. In the warmer eastern regions of Kowloon, its distant cousin is known as the azalea. While these flowers often carry messages of remembrance, they were never meant for mourning. Yet here, perhaps there is no other choice. She poses no threat. No need to waste time on her. I'll handle this personally later. Come see me. The governor cups his ear, then forces his features into an awkward smile at Hanying. I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. Feel free to use any repair stations and equipment you find in the city. With that, he turns and leaves the plaza. Hanying no longer needs this negligent guide either, as she has found a more crucial lead. The previous hangman must have truly died, but there are likely far more awakened machines in the city than anticipated. There is no time. As Hanying passes through the empty streets, she performs an infrared scan of the buildings. While these tomb-like structures appear as cold blue masses in the readout, the walls conceal countless heat signatures matching human silhouettes. If guns and firearms could be detected as blurred crimson shapes too, there would hardly be any blue left to see. How can a governor simply turn a blind eye to all this? The seemingly lifeless city stands on the brink of being devoured by hellfire. She must find the key Cervantes spoke of before everything comes to pass. That was a long read. Hang on. Let me just grab some water. Okay. Grant me protection. Grant me flame. Grant me strength. You can't always count on the outsider to be kind. Come see me. Oh, his eyes aren't purple anymore. For a moment, his mind drifts into a daze. The cold wind bites sharply as he doubles over, coughing. The wounds from the earlier attack begin to throb with a dull ache. Did I black out again? Come see me. The voice through the comm carries a hint of impatience. Got it, Veronica. No further instructions come from the other end. Step by step, his boots crunch through the snow as he ascends the stairs like a pilgrim on a sacred journey. From this high rooftop, the snow-blanketed cityscape unfolds beneath, stretching as far as the eye can see. The wind howls past as he comes to a halt, keeping a safe distance from the building's edge. You know what to report. What in the Dragoon? Some Final Fantasy shit. The speaker remains facing away, with wind and snow whipping between them like a wall. Humans continue to sow chaos here and there as usual. Her design is so cool. Yeah. There's an almost imperceptible complexity in his tone now, making him seem like a different person from when he entered the city not long ago. But I haven't heard anything about that usual chaos requiring you to leave the city yourself. The woman on the rooftop turns around, her stern expression as frigid as the winter air around her. Been talking to with Turbo Granny. You're hurt. Was it the humans doing? Alexei turns his head, revealing several distinct bullet holes and scratches on his mechanical arm. His hand instinctively tightens around the mechanoid memory units, something he's been desperately trying to protect. It's just a scratch. Only the prosthetic part was damaged. Wandering into a crossfire zone for no reason. Were you trying to get yourself killed? I was just trying to bring back some deactivated mechanoids in that area. You know, I am the best machinist in the city. And my kin had to sacrifice themselves to protect you. I'm sorry. I didn't expect those rebels to show up. I've managed to preserve their memory units, though, if we can just contact them. Is this all you have to offer as your explanation? Veronica. He lets out a soft sigh. Tell me the truth. When I regained consciousness, I was already outside the city. It's been happening more often lately. Maybe it's the rejection from the mechanical parts. You should have learned your lesson by now. This isn't the first time. I'm sorry. I will. Before you can finish, Veronica's features harden, evidently displeased. It won't happen again, Veronica. When I snapped out of it, I was already in the city with that person from Kalong. Given how tense things have been, I shouldn't have... Hold on. Veronica motions for Alexei to hush. Turning her head, she listens intently, her features sharpening with renewed vigilance. It's happening again. The faint sounds of gunfire drown in the relentless howling of the blizzard. Wait for me at the administrative hall. She turns and strides toward the source of the gunfire. It can't go on like this, Veronica. Both humans and mechanoids have suffered for far too long in this endless cycle of conflict. The increasingly frequent clashes only serve to prove that. Boom. Now the sound of gunfire rings out dangerously close. You see it now, Alexei? This is what your beloved fellow humans are truly like. Chaos erupts in the streets as the once orderly mechanoids start to flash warning lights, electricity crackling through their metallic frames. Humans wielding makeshift weapons emerge from the shadows, ready for confrontation. Head back to the administrative hall and tend to your wounds. I'll handle the situation here. Don't worry about that Kalong person. I'll take care of her by myself. The female mechanoid turns around and leaps off the rooftop. Dragon Song dive! If she dives down with her weapon, that'd be cool. After parting ways with Alexei, Hanying walks alone through the snow-dusted streets. Most mechanoids in the city seem to merely follow their preset programming, or perhaps they're acting on someone's directives. But she finds that aerospace mechanoid from earlier rather peculiar. Despite there being no charging station, it stopped on its own and bowed toward the execution ground. Such behavior resembles that of an awakened machine. If she could talk to it, she might learn more about this city. She is in dire need of comprehending the city and locating the key left behind by Sage. She glances back to where the aerospace mechanoid had previously stood, yet the space now lies vacant. It left? But the dispersed footprints speckle the snow-covered terrain akin to droplets of ink, trailing off like an ellipsis. Following the prints in the snow, she weaves through several alleyways. The shadows cast by buildings diminish steadily as the footprints meander across the uneven landscape, ultimately vanishing at the brink of a hill. A sharp scent of rust cuts through the air as she realizes the rugged terrain is not that of a hill, but rather that of a graveyard. A mechanoid graveyard. Rusted steel beams lie entangled beneath the thick snow, masquerading as an ordinary hill. Mechanical limbs protrude defiantly from the snow as wandering mechanoids scavenge for compatible parts, collecting, installing, discarding, endlessly repeating this desperate cycle. Is this the only way they can repair themselves? Will we meet again? Following the voice, she looks over to find a mechanoid who, instead of using the debris for self-repair, is arranging the fragments into the shape of another mechanoid atop the ruins. We promised. Yet no matter how well assembled, a shell without a core will never move again. The mechanoids seem to refuse this reality, stubbornly fitting parts into the shells. Like a silent prayer, their signal lights flicker on and off, again and again. There won't be any response anymore. We promised. Will we meet again? The little mechanoid busily repeats its task with mechanical precision. It's like those little machines from like near Automata. An overwhelming wave of sadness suddenly engulfs her. Brother, wake up. She feels as though she has become that empty shell herself, forced to witness her kin assembling her over and over, endlessly waiting for her to return. Such endless waiting must be so painful. Synthetic tears trickle from the female mechanoid's eyes as she sits down gracefully in the falling snow, slowly raising the instrument in her arms. May this melody bring you some solace. Her fingers gently pluck the strings, the melody flowing into the distance. The mechanoids, captivated by the music, slowly gather around her like children listening to a bedtime story. The falling snow envelops the mechanoids in a frosty coat. Through the misty veil of snow, she notices their signal lights no longer flickering in distress. Before she knows it, the small mechanoids wandering through the graveyard have all gathered around her, peering from every direction. Are you feeling better now? Instinctively, she reaches out to pat a mechanoid's head. Seemingly unable to grasp such complex words, it simply blinks at her in response. Thank you. You are human. Please follow me. The mechanoid moves toward the place where it previously assembled its companion, pausing occasionally and glancing back to ensure Hanying is keeping up. You are kind, human. But here, human, not safe. Please follow me. Sensing the mechanoid's intent to lead her somewhere, Hanying follows along. The path gradually levels out, and scattered footprints appear once again in the snow. Her enhanced optical sensors quickly discern the footprints. They belong to the mechanoid from the Foundation Plaza earlier. Where have you been? I went to the Foundation Plaza. Is it nearing that time of year already? Thank you. You're always doing this for me. She glances at her wheelchair, a bitter smile crossing her face. Miss Eula, no thanks are necessary. I was also paying my respects to my kin. The distant rumble of gunfire draws closer, and Yulia's smile fades, her expression turning grave. The clashes between humans and mechanoids have been getting more frequent. The city hasn't known peace for a while now. The girl remains silent, seemingly waiting for something. Dimitri's shoulders slump, his small frame betraying a hint of resignation. I try to stay inside as much as possible these days. I don't mean to blame you. Having received his promise, the young girl breathes a sigh of relief, her tone growing gentler. What? Why doesn't that sound right? Gentler. You don't have any combat capability. It is dangerous for you to be involved in conflicts. And she glances toward a corner of the factory where a figure in pale pink busies herself amid the bustling crowd. I don't think we can take in any more guests here. Hey, we're here. Another case of hypothermia. Thank goodness I brought extra portable heat sources. Katina, your wound is still worsening. The treatment might sting a bit. Thank you. I don't know you had such impressive medical skills. Could you please take a look at this kid? He won't stop crying and I'm worried he might be sick. Of course. He seems to have a fever too. Do you have any extra clothes? Under Liv's gentle care, the child stops crying, settled into another small bed in the corner. But Miss Eula, those 2 refugees are helping us. Those 2 aren't refugees, Dima. That woman with white hair is a construct. Despite their attempts at disguise, Yulia recognizes the hair clip on the woman's head for what it truly is, an Inver device. This is something you taught me yourself. Being one of the few awakened machines in the aerospace city, Dmitri naturally acquired some minor privileges after Veronica assumed control. With these minor privileges, he obtained access to additional information from the outside world, which he shared with the young Yulia back then. There are many constructs taking refuge outside the city, and this lady is helping us. I won't deny that, but she and her companion possess power that could pose a threat to us. You have to look out for yourself, Dima. You can't always count on outsiders' goodwill. I know how to identify suspicious individuals, Miss Eula. Today, Governor Alexei brought a strange visitor with him. After he left, she tried to talk to me, but I managed to lose her at the graveyard. Yulia gives a slight nod. Out of the corner of her eye, she notices that the construct has returned to her companion's side. Everything has been taken care of, Commandant. I see. You've worked hard, Liv. I never imagined the situation in Aerospace City would be like this. Neither did I. Initially, you had imagined a city occupied by mechanoids to be similar to Constellia, sparsely populated yet orderly. However, upon entering Dimitri's sanctuary, you were taken aback by the actual living conditions of the humans here. Medical supplies are scarce, and people are displaced. According to the locals, only humans deemed innocent by the mechanoids can secure employment in the city that offers enough to survive. Any response from Babylonia? The military's latest orders are to proceed with our investigation. Since this doesn't entail direct conflict with Babylonia, they likely won't send people into the city anytime soon. Let's see how things play out first. Investigating Aerospace City is just one aspect of the mission. The communication from Asimov before departure springs to your mind. Tsiolkovsky Aerospace City. You should be aware of this location. I don't know. I don't remember. I mean, I recognize the name, but it oversaw the launch mission of the Dawn 3 spacecraft and conducted the research, development, and technical verification of Eden 1. Oh, right, they said that earlier. I just forgot. This city holds considerable strategic importance. Try to understand the situation inside thoroughly. The data is accurate. The final structure being constructed in Aerospace City should be that. Project codenamed Bifrost. Give me as much detailed information about it as possible. You have my thanks. Clomp, clomp. From outside, a strange sound reaches your ears, interrupting your contemplation. Liv, be on guard. Understood. Despite the indoor clamor, its footsteps echo loudly through the empty corridor leading to the factory. Who's there? You must hide yourself first. Yulia grabs Dimitri's arm and urges him to hide away. Not many know about this place. I'll stay to check if they're a friend or foe. You need to hide now. No, Miss Eula, you should go first, and He maximizes his voice output capacity and shouts toward the crowd. An unknown signal detected is approaching. Everyone, please take cover. Panic erupts through the crowd as people push and shove their way toward the emergency exit. Hurry, Dima. We need to get out of here too. An unusual hint of anxiety seeps into Yulia's voice as she prompts the mechanoid beside her, all the while drawing the gun mounted on a wheelchair. The rusty iron door lets out a hoarse screech, setting everyone's nerves on edge. The once noisy crowd now stands frozen in place, afraid to make even the slightest sound. A small mechanoid peeks out from behind the corner of the door. Nia? It's you. The crowd, seemingly acquainted with the small mechanoid, starts to stir back to life as the iron door creaks open wider. Pardon my intrusion. A woman in traditional Kowloon attire appears before the crowd. A few minutes ago. Jeez. The small mechanoid's path mysteriously matches the footprints on the ground. Following its lead, Hanying enters an abandoned factory. Distant voices and commotion reverberate through the space, still some distance away from her position. Humans? The biosignatures don't lie. Dozens of humans are hiding within this derelict factory. The mechanoid's footsteps echo through the empty factory. Suddenly, she notices an eerie silence has fallen. The previous commotion has dissipated, as though everyone is holding their breath, anticipating her arrival. They seem to have marked her as an intruder. Even though the small mechanoid has guided her here, the intentions of those residing inside remain unclear. She ought to remain on guard. She cautiously pushes open the rust-covered iron door, revealing several ranged weapons aimed at her. Her gaze sweeps across the room before settling on a human wearing basic combat gear. Grey Raven Commandant. It's you. You're Hanying? Even though you find this frame unfamiliar, there's something about her face that confirms her identity. Oh, you remember me. How wonderful. The chaotic scenes from that time flood back into your memory. A mechanoid named Schulz appeared suddenly and attacked Hanying, who was supposed to be his comrade. Only when her vital fluid splashed out did you realize the truth. She wasn't human at all. Even though you have only met once, her gaze toward you somehow exudes warmth and tenderness. Perhaps there's another reason for this sense of familiarity, but the memories have grown too hazy to recall. Hanying? Do you know each other? I apologize for showing up uninvited. It's rather presumptuous of me. I came here in search of a friend I lost contact with long ago. Back at that plaza, I saw one of my kin, so I followed them here, hoping to ask if they had any information about my friend. That's impossible. My tracks should have disappeared at the dumping ground. Sensing no hostility from Hanying, the mechanoid hiding behind the wheelchair cautiously peers out to look at her. I didn't lose my way at the dumping ground. Then I ran into another fellow mechanoid there. This is thank you, right? The tiny mechanoid emerges from beside Hanying's feet, speaking with a stutter. So, you were the one who brought her here. Miss Yula, this fellow mechanoid named Hanying appears to mean no harm. Nia has told me everything that happened. Yulia lowers her hunting rifle, yet her gaze remains wary toward Hanying. Humans rarely refer to each other as kin precisely because the word is too simplistic to capture the complexity of human nature. This hideout has always been secluded. Whether I welcome you or not hardly matters now that you're already here. She closes her eyes and wearily turns her wheelchair halfway around, silently accepting Hanying's arrival. The negotiator. The city is too small for a real war. Dimitri, the aerospace mechanoid, shifts his gaze toward the frail young girl who has distanced herself from the others. Miss Yula. Letting out a soft sigh, Yulia waves her hand once more. Knowing that her silence is approval, Dimitri turns to Hanying and speaks deliberately. Pardon my forwardness, Hanying. While I'm grateful for your help with Nia, there are still some matters that I would like you to clarify. Back at the Foundation Plaza, I saw you entering the city with Governor Alexei. Do you know him? I ran into him in the woods outside the city. It appeared that he had recently been attacked by humans, protected by mechanoids at that time. Then I came to the city with him. Hanying waits patiently as the mechanoid in front of her processes her words for truthfulness, its screen flickering. Hanying, thank you for your honesty. A brief green light flashes across Dimitri's screen. He has verified that Hanying is telling the truth. This could be favorable for us. So the one you're hiding from is Governor Alexei? That's correct. Well, Alexei is human. And why do we have to hide here? Why do we have to struggle so hard just to live? The wheelchair slowly turns around, yet Yulia's voice remains as distant as ever. She looks around at the dozens of people squeezed into the cramped factory floor. Despite being called a sanctuary, the facility is so rudimentary that multiple people must share a single blanket for warmth. Though Alexei is human, he bears the label of machine, which is why he's targeted by humans but protected by mechanoids. Oh, he's not a robot. He is just straight machine. Or human. Sorry. He's nothing but a puppet, manipulated to maintain the facade that humans are still in charge of Aerospace City while acting as a convenient intermediary between mechanoids and humans. The one we really need to steer clear of is the true ruler of Aerospace City standing behind him, Veronica. Veronica. You know her. Yulia fixes Hanying with a piercing stare, her hand resting ready on the holstered gun at her side. Is Veronica the friend you've been looking for, Hanying? I'm sorry. I never expected things would turn out like this. To be precise, I've never actually met her. I only know her by name. She arrived here a long time ago to search for one of our kin. After reporting their death, she was never heard from again. The place where I lived suffered turmoil. When I ended up in this area by chance, I heard some news about her, so I came looking. Little did she know that Veronica was directly responsible for the uprising in Aerospace City. After scrutinizing Hanying's expression, Yulia gradually lets her guard down. Mechanoids don't lie. While they may sidestep certain subjects or employ awkward evasion tactics, they don't lie. This fellow mechanoid of yours has managed to overthrow the entire regime of Aerospace City and set up mechanoid-led rule all by herself. Since then, there have been minor skirmishes between humans and mechanoids. However, today's direct attack on Alexei, while Veronica holds authority over the city, is nothing short of a blatant provocation. As the conflicts keep escalating, things are only going to get tougher from here. Dima, we should start getting ready to relocate to another hideout. Understood, Miss Yula. By the way, Hanying, about that other mechanoid Veronica was looking for. Is it SDC-39? Yes. In the Grey Tower's database, she had come across it, SDC-39, the ID of the former Hanged Man. It disappeared from existence before ever having a true name of its own. The lost mechanoid who was never brought back, the countless bodies at the dumping ground, and the city now taken over by mechanoids. She has nearly reconstructed the entire puzzle from these scattered truths. The only missing piece is a conclusive confirmation. What in the world happened during that time? Bifrost happened. Dimitri opens a slender crevice in the window. Through this minute opening, the colossal bridge stretches across the heavens, visible even from this confined factory space. A magnetic acceleration track for spacecraft. Cao Long's codename for it was Bifrost. I see someone has already told you about it. It's a magnetic acceleration track designed to boost spacecraft launches more efficiently, a remnant of the Golden Age, built to pave the way to the stars. Back then, humanity saw the starry sky as heaven itself. That's why this magnetic track came to be known as Bifrost. Tsiolkovsky Aerospace City, or the Tsiolkovsky Launch Center, as it was also known, was built under the supervision of Dr. Tsiolkovsky. Right from the start, a multitude of mechanoids were stationed here to manage a majority of the miscellaneous tasks. They were ideal for preserving confidentiality, never divulging details about ongoing research projects, diligently executing their duties with steadfast devotion. water. As per Dr. Tsiolkovsky's request, Dr. Landau, who was then still based in Kowloon, supplied the AI systems for the majority of the mechanoids in the city. The final test. Initialization patterns danced across the screen of the small astronaut-like mechanoid as it prepared to power on for the first time. Please repeat the following sentence. The Earth was small, light, blue, and so touchingly alone. The Earth was small, light, blue, and so touchingly alone. Source: Alexei Leonov. Hahaha, you're still as amusing as ever. Ah, Professor. Before Landau could give the little mechanoid in front of him a name of its own, he hurriedly stood up. You've finished calibrating this batch of small machines, right? Care for a drink? Yes, they're good to go. This is the final batch. But, Professor, we're still on the clock. Huh. Aren't I the one footing the bill for your paycheck here anyway? Come on. There's this drink mixed by a mechanoid that really hits the spot. It's right in Seal. Still feels weird calling a city named after me, myself. Sharing a laugh, the two made their way out of the door. The Earth was small, light, and blue, and so touchingly alone. SDC-39, you're repeating that sentence again. During the outbreak of the punishing virus, SDC-39 swiftly exhibited unusual intelligence after being inspired by Sage's murals. It all began when SDC-39 voluntarily brought medicine and a glass of water to the deputy director, who couldn't issue commands due to an asthma attack. Later on, people found out that he often sneaked off to Bifrost during his designated sleep mode hours. When forcibly reactivated, Dimitri found himself dragged here once again by CDC-39. My power levels should be insufficient to activate. I helped you recharge. Having awakened earlier, SDC-39 clearly had a better grasp of language. Why? You're my kin, Dimitri. It is my duty to help you. Why? Here. Though Dimitri struggled to voice his doubts, SDC-39 clearly perceived his confusion. His place. It's beautiful. Just like this. He lifted Dimitri's screen, one identical to his own, tilting Dimitri's visual module upward. Stars. Stars. Yes, stars. The Earth. Would it look like this from space? A tiny blue star. Once Bifrost is built, we'll be able to go see it for ourselves. We. Yes, we. Humans and mechanoids. We. After the punishing outbreak, the aerospace city sealed itself off entirely once the central purification filter was completed. With the assistance of mechanoids, the construction of Bifrost advanced rapidly. CDC-39 always worked hard, teaching us many things during work breaks. But humans were too consumed by fear back then to care about what mechanoids were thinking. All they wanted were obedient slaves. Having our own thoughts was an error. Taking our own actions was also an error. They took 39 away. He falls into an unusual silence, seemingly unwilling to speak more of the past, as Yulia turns around with a sigh. The research team of Aerospace City, led by my father, discovered traces of the punishing virus in SDC-39's analysis report. That's impossible. Awakened machines wouldn't, but they disposed of SDC-39. Yulia will never forget the sight of that frenzied female mechanoid breaking out of the central laboratory. She seemed like divine retribution personified, sent to punish all the absurdity of this place. Dad, who is she? Be quiet. Yulia, with her mouth covered by her father, was shoved into the storage room of their home. Soon after, the female mechanoid who called herself Veronica took control of the central command system, swiftly overthrowing human dominance and establishing a mechanoid society. That's how her name Justice came in. That's how she got that code name. Makes sense. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize for her actions. Yulia's face remains expressionless. In order to maintain communication with humans, Alexei, once a human researcher, became the puppet governor of the city. Of course, humans weren't about to bow down to mechanoid rule. They banded together to create a resistance force and forced my father to become their leader. She speaks these words with evident detachment, as she herself stands apart from humanity. And so, he died at the very spot where SDC-39 was executed. Sorry. As I said, there's no need for you to apologize. Every wrongdoing must be accounted for, and every action comes with a price. But some tragedies should never be allowed to repeat themselves. She doesn't specify what she's referring to, simply gazing at where Dmitri stands in silence. I understand, Miss Yula, but with the ongoing conflicts, many refugees have been displaced. Apart from Aerospace City, there are hardly any safe shelters around here for humans. The pleasure that only humans can appreciate. Despite being kin, they're still willing to plunge the peaceful lives of others into the thick darkness of gunpowder and smoke. Yulia, resistance activity has been spotted at the dumping ground. Weariness floods her hollow eyes. How many times have they come knocking at her door now? Before Dmitri can speak, a deep voice cuts in with the answer. What a question. Looks like our visits have been giving you quite a headache, Yulia. The leader stands confidently outside the factory entrance, gesturing for his soldiers to lower their weapons. Sure, we might have been a bit of a nuisance before. Things have changed this time. Relax, Yulia. No need to be so impatient. But things have changed this time. Relax, Yulia. No need to be so impatient. She mechanically echoes the leader's words. This is your 5th visit, and I've heard that line 4 times already. You bet. It's because I'm quite the persistent one. He lets out a few raspy, self-satisfied chuckles, evidently content with his own behavior. Let's cut to the chase. Our successful strike against Alexei shows that our uprising isn't all hopeless. You clearly have a misguided understanding of what hope means. She has already heard this bad news from Hanying. I get what you're itching to say, that Alexei is just a puppet and our resistance is pointless as long as Veronica stays in charge. But just like in chess, we need to move our pieces carefully, one step at a time. At the very least, we've made a strong move by putting a good scare into that traitor to humanity. In that case, congratulations. I'll take that as praise from our future ally. Yulia, what I'm saying is that your strength is just as crucial. If you join us in the fight, we can move forward together, taking another big step. One piece alone on the board seldom wins, but if we unite our forces, I'm confident we can win this game. I promise you, we won't let the tragedy that befell your father repeat itself. My father? Her smile freezes, tinged with a touch of coldness. Yes, Leonid was someone I deeply admired. He fought bravely, putting everything on the line for the future of Aerospace City and all of humanity. As his daughter, I believe you carry just as much strength as he did. Huh. This noble cause of yours was exactly what pushed him into the limelight, causing his miserable death at the Foundation Plaza. And now you expect me to join forces with you using the same old rhetoric as back then. What a shame, Yulia. Here I thought you turned us down before simply because we hadn't shown enough promising results. But even if you refuse to join us, do you honestly believe Veronica will let you off the hook? Now that we've attacked that traitor, she won't allow humans to live peacefully in Aerospace City anymore. Wake up and face reality. You're threatening me. I'm inviting you to witness the rebirth of Aerospace City. With just a handful of people you have. And of course, there's your group too, Yulia. The resistance leader steps forward, his eyes gleaming with menace. That's far from enough. Upon thorough consideration, intervention appears necessary to you. With Yulia at a disadvantage, there is a possibility of the resistance group surrounding the area, putting both Liv and yourself in danger as well. And who might you be? The middle-aged man fixes his menacing gaze upon you. I'm with a recon squad of Babylonia. I'm with a task force squad of Babylonia. I'm with an archaeological squad. I'm with a task force squad. After checking your credentials, the man speaks again, though skepticism still lingers in his voice. Babylonia? Huh. The high and mighty showing up here. Surprising to see you mingle with us refugees. And what brilliant insight do you have to share? Your strength is nowhere near enough to stand against the mechanoids of Aerospace City. Apart from Veronica's combat prowess, the refugees armed with these rudimentary weapons would likely be torn apart by the mechanoids long before they could even reach the central district. That's true. Even with your armor-piercing rounds, there are far too many mechanoids. Oh, so you're here too. Then you must know what those mechanoids have been forcing us to do. Working around the clock, forced to battle hetero creatures, and if we fall even slightly short of the demanded materials, they cut our dinner rations. Well, I guess none of this concerns you in the slightest. Whether you're a girl from Kowloon or one of the high and mighty from Babylonia, these issues are probably beneath your attention, right? It lets out a few derisive chuckles. What if I told you that spiky-headed witches' targets aren't limited to just us here in Aerospace City? Would you still stand idly in that case? What do you mean? You mean Bifrost? As expected of a Babylonia officer. Sure is a magnetic accelerator track, but no one ever said it could only launch spacecraft. I'll be frank. I've heard that Veronica plans to activate Bifrost and launch a Vanguard fleet to strike Babylonia. Just as I thought. To the comms? Yes, Commandant. Since entering the city, our communication devices have been experiencing significant magnetic interference, causing us to only receive intermittent signals. It must be because the magnetic acceleration track has started charging up. Ready to discuss collaboration now, Yulia? Yet Yulia remains silent, seemingly still hesitant. Unfazed, the leader shifts his focus to you. What about you folks from Babylonia? We're only here as a recon team, so... For the esteemed officer of Babylonia, I suppose I can elaborate a bit more on our plan. And well, he tells us anyway. Bifrost runs on a cold fusion reactor. If we can seize it, Bifrost will naturally lose his ability to charge energy. A lot of reading. Man, 20 stream difference. Ugh. Whew. It's just a lot of reading. The central purifications filter in the city has been working fine. In this godforsaken place, even that damned virus can barely survive. Once we drive that spiky-headed witch away, we'll find a way to blow up that damn bridge. Then you can go on your way, and we'll go ours. You're planning to take the reactor by force? This is the most efficient way to shut down Bifrost, obviously. The bridge has no alternative power source, and those metal freaks have reinforced its structure. Taking over the reactor is our only option. If the clash gets out of hand, won't the reactor... Nothing comes without risk, and here, we can only choose the lesser evil. Would you rather watch them strike Babylonia using Bifrost? There's clearly a third option. Maybe we can still talk things out with Veronica. Talk things out? You're human too. She won't offer you any special treatment simply because you're not a local. Not everyone has the luxury of talking things out with her, like that traitor Alexei. Even having one human puppet is one too many for her, let alone more. I might not have that luxury, but... Your gaze locks with the Kowloon Guard mechanoid. While no official alliance has been established, an unspoken understanding appears to pass between the two of you. I don't buy these diplomatic games. The only thing I believe in is armed backup. I won't stand to see another traitor to humanity in the city. But a military operation to shut down the reactor has a failure rate of 73.23%. In these few days alone, numerous lives have been thrown into suffering. Many humans and mechanoids have died because of your resistance. This city is too small for a real war. And our hearts are just as small with no room for grand notions of peace. All I know is how it feels to work yourself to death, only to still go hungry. All I know is how it feels when the mechanoid guards cut our rations for falling just 500 grams short of the daily recycling quota. All I know is how it feels to watch a young recruit die right before my eyes, barely days after she joined. I just want to drive Veronica out and take back the city that's rightfully ours. That's my answer. It's my sincerity right there. Now it's your turn to show some real sincerity. Pyroath charges in phases. Once this phase ends, the magnetic interference will disappear. That's when you can reach out to Babylonia for reinforcements. Don't wait until it's aiming at Babylonia to regret your choice. Drawing his weapon from its holster, the resistance leader turns and walks away in silence, his followers close behind. His silhouette creates a striking image against the backdrop, like something straight out of an action movie. And in his mind, he envisions himself as the hero who can move mountains and change the tides. Okay. Guy thinks he's him. With bullets as his light. Oh, with bullets as his light, he shall shatter the darkness and deliver salvation. Boss, why are you being all nice and saving those Babylonian bigwigs? Even if we shut down the reactor, it won't change the mechanoids' hold on power. If anything, they'll just come down on us even harder. They claim they're from Babylonia. Regardless of which force they belong to, Babylonia won't stay quiet once they activate Bifrost. I'm unsure about that person's identity, but once we pull in Babylonia's reinforcements, they'll be in this whether they like it or not. Do you really think they'll just stand back and watch Aerospace City fall to mechanoids? When the time comes, we'll wipe out all of these mechanoids in one fell swoop. Dimitri, Veronica, all of them. This place must be ruled by humans. The hell with those cursed supplies from that damned bridge. How's the collection of supplies for Bifrost going? We still need 43.89% more to meet the required fuel supply. Additionally, we're missing some composite materials. The last batch helped cover some of it, but we're still about 20%. We're still short about 20%. Send out the cargo teams to search for more. Yeah, only by activating Bifrost can Aerospace City truly make its mark in this world. When that day comes, this place can shelter all mechanoids, just like that Church of Machina you once told me about. Only with enough military strength can we stand on equal footing with humans and make our voices heard. The female mechanoid's figure vanishes into the blizzard. His eyes were purple again that time. He's being controlled by something or someone. Purple, huh? Wasn't... I'll just keep my thoughts on reserve. 3.5 hours. Not even halfway. Oh. Shadow of the Past. Everyone pays for their own choices. Only one achievement. Okay. I think. Wait. I don't know if it's got multiple achievements or not. After the resistance group leaves, Yulia closes her eyes wearily. Or warily. Wearily? What a lively scene. Despite her words, there isn't a trace of liveliness reflected in her expression. The Kowloon mechanoid, the organized resistance force, and the 2 officers in Babylonia. The lady from Kowloon comes looking for someone, while the resistance group comes seeking alliances. As for you 2 officers, while I haven't directly asked about your intentions, I have a fair idea of why you're here. Since you didn't bring any notable combat units with you, it's obvious you're not here to join the resistance in battle. I suppose you're just on a reconnaissance mission of the city. Isn't it frustrating? Getting pulled into such a mess out of the blue. That's exactly why we need your assistance. How flattering that someone bedridden like me could be of any use to you. Yulia's voice remains perfectly calm, betraying no emotion. Despite the city's remote location, based on your judgment of the city's situation, you actually possess quite a bit of intelligence. But in the end, I'm just someone confined to a wheelchair. If not for that, We might have met at the Resistance camp instead of you having to settle for this rundown shack. She remains non-committal, as if waiting for sufficient leverage to emerge. One of your wishes is to bring peace back to the city and shield its people from war, isn't it? She closes her eyes, taking a moment to contemplate. I am willing to provide essential intelligence. Just that, nothing more. Thank you for your understanding, Yulia. Regarding Veronica, the true ruler of this place, do you know anything about her? The Resistance leader might have stretched the truth on many accounts, but there's one thing he was spot on about. By siding with humans, you will never get the chance to speak with her directly. Her prejudice against humans runs far deeper than you can imagine. That's one reason why, despite holding real power, she has installed a human puppet as a figurehead. Essentially, it's a way to minimize the hassle of dealing with humans directly. Of course, this could also be an opportunity for us. At Trader, Alexei, he might be someone we could have a real conversation with. Alexei? The governor? Yes. Despite being branded a human traitor, he's done a lot to alleviate the tensions between humans and mechanoids ever since they assumed control of the city. Initially, under Veronica's rules, humans were subjected to mechanoid work standards, working 20 hours a day with only 4 hours allocated for recharging. It was Alexei who continuously pushed Veronica's boundaries, eventually negotiating it down to 12 hours. But according to the Resistance, people now have to complete a full 24-hour shift before having a rest. Yes, what I said was only the beginning. Recent policies have become increasingly harsh. Working hours have been stretched to a full 24 hours, with only minimal rest allowed after finishing a shift. Human cargo teams are also being forced to enter corrupted zones to gather resources. This is why the Resistance has been growing more radical lately. I believe Alexei can only act as a mediator. Although he may not have the power to directly sway Veronica's authority, he can still negotiate to some degree. If you're thinking about having a conversation, this is pretty much your best bet. Thank you for sharing this with us. As dusk settles in, shadows begin to stretch across Yulia's face, veiling her features in darkness. I'm telling you all this just to show how difficult your goal it truly is. The conflicts in the city are escalating by the day. It's already a struggle just to survive amid the chaos. I won't help you any further. All I want is to look out for myself. Someone who only looks out for themselves would be so well informed about the city. If you're that curious, I could share even more. When my symptoms flare up each day, how much it hurts, how long the pain lasts, and why I'm bound to this wheelchair. These are the things I know best. But what's the use? Fixating only on my illness won't help me survive in this city. Everything I know is just another leverage to keep myself alive in these chaotic times. As she says myself, her gaze unmistakably drifts toward the mechanoid named Dmitri. Perhaps her definition of myself extends beyond just herself. As for everything else, I have no desire to get involved whatsoever. Yulia turns away, and the aerospace mechanoid by her side gives a subtle bow before trailing after her into the shadows. Commandant, what should we do now? We'll have a proper talk with Alexei. Tsiolkovsky Aerospace City holds things Babylonian needs, from the launch data of Dawn 3 to the fusion reactors stored here, and even Bifrost itself. Regardless of the city's current stance, establishing contact with its ostensible leader is imperative to gather further insights. While this action carries inherent risks, it's worth attempting since you have the means to retreat safely if necessary. Even if Alexei agrees to the peace proposal, Veronica, the one with real authority, may not necessarily follow his suggestion. Whether we succeed or not, we can still gather new intelligence from him. Of course, having a direct conversation with Veronica would greatly improve our odds. I'll try to speak with Veronica. You turn to look at the Kalong mechanoid, locking eyes with her as she walks toward you. Hanying? Commandant, live. I don't wish to see this city descend into conflict between humans and mechanoids either. I can speak to Veronica. There are a few things I need to confirm with her anyway. Based on the city history Dmitri shared, Veronica's anger is not entirely groundless. Hanying, you I'm really sorry for what humans have done to harm the mechanoids. No, it's not your fault, Commandant. It's not that I can't understand Veronica's anger. Those mechanoids are my kin, after all. A flicker of hesitation appears in Hanying's eyes, but vanishes just as quickly. I'm merely a bystander in all of this. While I can feel the sorrow of the mechanoids, I've also witnessed the suffering of humans. The dark chocolate in her bag stands as a testament to that short-lived friendship. It might sound hypocritical, but I really want to work toward peace in this conflict. Even in a place like this, the possibility of humans and mechanoids coexisting still stands, don't you think? She gazes at the factory in the distance. The refugees are preparing to relocate while Dimitri, having settled Yulia, navigates busily through the crowd. So, I believe we can figure out a way for mechanoids and humans to live together peacefully in this city. I'll talk to Veronica as a fellow mechanoid. We share a common background. I'm sure she'll at least hear what I have to say. I'll leave it to you then. Rest assured. That's our current plan, Cervantes. Bifrost's interference persists, allowing the communication signal to fade in and out. Heading to your location. What's the situation with the church? It's complicated. Explain when we meet. Everyone is fine. By the way, should I tell the Grey Raven Commandant about the key? You can't, Sage said. Grey Raven Commandant can be trusted. I see. Before Hanying can continue speaking, the communication cuts off again. At least a message got through. And now? She gazes up at the administrative hall nearby. According to Yulia's intel, Veronica often handles her affairs there. Dark ripples spread from the center of her visual module, while a subtle ache seeps through her sensors. Could it be the after effects of forcing my frame to activate?
This is Veronicaの夢。無意識によそ者を排除しようとしているわ。
Just give Cap a gun.
私を導いてくれるかも。でもその分、拒絶反応も強まるはず。
What do you need? Guns. Lots of guns. Deep into the dream.
ここにはいくつか無境のかけらがあるかもしれないわ。
Okay, this is where we're gonna have some exploration to do.
これは SDC-39 先代の吊るされた男。
星空、紛争とパニシングから隔絶された場所。磁力加速軌道はこの夢を叶えるために生み出された。天国へと続く橋、天国の橋と呼ばれるゆえん。修復された日には機械体はきっと人間と共にあの正解にたどり着けるだろう。その日が待ち遠しい。
いけない。自意識の防衛システムが作動したわ。
You should.
復調しなくちゃ。四面楚歌、眉の金箔、乱流と解く、轟音に散れ。強化を踏み砕く。これ以上進むと無境の拒絶反応が激化する。でもここで立ち止まるわけにはいかないわ。
Take a look around. Nothing else? Okay. Deep into the dream. Gold data. From up there we can see every ocean current, every mountain range, every forest and field. We can even make out the outlines of big cities. You really should see the night side. It's breathtaking. Pearls scattered across the Terminator line, those city lights. They seem to be breathing, blinking, smiling, then fading into the darkness. Those lucky enough to have been to space never get tired of saying, "Our Earth, she's a masterpiece." Alexei Leonov. Alexei Leonov. Cosmonaut and painter of the Newtonian era, the first human to walk in space. I struggle.
彼らは私にエラーが発生したのでしばらく停止する必要があると言った。一日も早く天国の橋を修復しないと。
わからない。人間のどこにあなたをそこまでさせるほどの価値が。
SDC-39 が故障した。あれは無境にまた拒絶反応が起きてるわ。強戦は霊獣ス。強化を踏み砕く。残響に乗せて全て滅びなさい。砲煙は戦慄にキス。砲煙は戦慄四面楚歌。眉の金箔乱ルと解く。轟音に散れ。
Sorry, just drinking water again.
無境の中心に近づくほど危険が増していく。だとしてもあの違和感と原因をしっかり突き止めなくちゃ。
Can't go down here. Why would it make a noise to store messages? Oh, I can't read that fast. Such thoughts must be destroyed. We have plenty more, so it doesn't matter if we lose this one. Warning, unknown intruder detected. Initiating virus elimination
今日
protocol.
は楽しいことがあった。私は機械協会の友達と知り合った。彼らに名前をもらった。吊るされた男。意味は理解できないがすごく気に入っている。うまくいけばじきにもう一人の新しい友達が来る。その子の名前はベロニカ。みんな仲良くしてやってほしい。
私が間に合っていれば。
私が定期検査に行けば機械体のみんなが検査を受けずに済むらしい。今回の検査で私のプログラムエラーがようやく修復されるかもしれないし、それにしても天国の橋はまだ完成してない。あなたたちが人間と一緒に正解にたどり着けたら地球に写真を送ってほしい。私は多分一緒に行けないかも。
サンキュー、行かないで。
SDC-39 先代の吊るされた男はこうして犠牲に他の機械体の同胞を守るために自ら人間に殺されるなんて。ベロニカの人間に対する怒りの源はここかも。やはりあの違和感は錯
Oh
覚じゃない。
no, wait.
誰かが仕向けたものだったのね。
Lock onto the virus source, destroy.
強化を踏み砕く。残響に乗せて全て滅びなさい。 炎は戦慄に帰す四面楚歌剣の砲炎は戦慄に帰す眉の金箔乱舞と解く轟音に散れ今日復唱しなくちゃ強化を踏み砕く残響に乗せて全て滅びなさい意識データが増え続けている
Sleep
これ
talking.
以上いけないということ
Aerospace City conference room. The air grows thick with tension as the negotiation reaches an undeniable deadlock. Using your Babylonian background, Liv and you succeed in reaching out to the governor via the autonomous mechanoid stationed at the entrance of the administrative hall. However, his attitude proves to be quite bizarre. As a visitor from Babylonia, your starting point lies too far from the gravity well. The notion of kinship is nothing but empty rhetoric. Nevertheless, the young man's intentional manipulation of his bargaining chips is utterly perplexing. At your request for a meeting, he demands a secretive conversation and selects this unguarded location. Despite clearly holding all the aces, he still exhibits a clear sense of hesitation. Through the negotiation process, he has been outwardly enthusiastic about collaboration. However, as soon as specific details are broached, he swiftly resorts to dodging the conversation with a barrage of endless excuses. Consensus typically thrives on mutual benefit, yet he casually brushes aside every generous offer you present. What is it precisely that holds his true concern? I don't think you'd be content being just a puppet, Lexi. Okay, I have a suspicion about this guy. He's definitely being controlled, because him with the purple eyes, that's not Alexei. His normal eyes are like green or like turquoise. He's being controlled by someone, and I think I know who. Especially with that earlier male voice line in the combat stage. I think he's being controlled by the Emperor, Schulz. Because I'm pretty sure Schulz from a previous chapter, his color was purple as well. So, I think this is Schulz that's doing it. Especially, and then that conversation he had with Veronica earlier, he said we, even though this guy is a human. So yeah, I think it's Schulz, the Emperor, that's controlling him. This has nothing to do with Veronica. He tosses out this curt response, then tilts his chin up, fixing a scrutinizing gaze upon you. Resources and assistance. Is that really all Babylonia has to offer as leverage? The conversation circles back to where it started, far from the typical way of consultation or negotiation should unfold. So, what are your demands? I have no demands. Leave the Kowloon mechanoid here, and you and your companion depart immediately. This city was designed to be independent from the start. I have the option to ensure that I do not pose a threat to Babylonia. Hanying has her own will. I have no right to make decisions for her. As for the promise not to activate Bifrost, I need a way to verify it. Once the magnetic accelerator begins warming up, it unleashes high energy reactions. Your sensor array should be able to confirm this without any difficulty. In the hours leading up to reaching the launch threshold, Aerospace City will be a sitting duck for Longinus strikes. Once our little city no longer poses a threat, Babylonia will immediately lose interest. Permanently orbiting high above, bestowing rebirth, and meting out punishment as you deem appropriate. Instead of reclaiming the world, how satisfying it is to reign over it from the skies. He's twisting the truth. This isn't what you intended. What is he really trying to do? This isn't an accusation, but more like inflammatory propaganda. No, things shouldn't be like this. Alexei raises his arm like a showman, commanding the audience's attention. It's already too late. The moment this thought flashes through your mind, the explosion ensues. The precisely calculated impact unleashes shockwaves and deafening rumbles. The shutters of the workshop contour, splinter, and dissolve under external pressure. Shards of metal cascade like molten droplets, scalding the atmosphere as they disperse along erratic intersection trajectories toward the ground. Through the smoke and dust, heavily armed soldiers emerge. At the front stands the resistance leader, the same one who had previously approached Yulia. Go get him! His order turns out unnecessary. The armed soldiers at the forefront already trained their sights on you the moment they reach the workshop. Instinctively, you reach for your holster, yet regardless of how swift your reflexes are, it proves futile against such insurmountable odds. Check out the elite, always scheming away. In the end, we shouldn't have expected those high and mighty folks to care whether we live or die. The angry intruders close in on you rapidly. Liv! With a signal to stay put, Liv lowers her weapon and quietly retreats, positioning herself behind you. So this was part of your plan too, Alexei. The resistance force lying in ambush has undoubtedly overheard your entire conversation with Alexei. This was exactly what Alexei wanted. He had been stalling for this very moment. We all pay the price for our choices, whether it's you or me. Though Alexei has succeeded in his provocation, he shows no inclination to escape. The resistance leader turns his gun toward the governor. I should have finished you off in the woods, you cunning traitor. He spits on the ground at the young man's feet in contempt. The soldiers, emboldened by their leader's actions, begin to stir. They inch forward in Alexei's direction, but their boots seem to drag as if wary of stepping into invisible traps. Alexei spreads his arms wide like the crucified Messiah, an eerie smile spreading across his face. Having shown that he is unarmed, the governor plants his feet firmly and begins his persuasive speech once again. Before you stands the puppet of the Mechanoids, the pawn who brought disaster to this city. He never bothers hiding his disdain for his own kin, relishing even the slightest praise from the Mechanoids. His speech resembles a poorly crafted character introduction in an amateur play, yet the furious audience delivers precisely the reaction he seeks. Rifle butts mercilessly strike his frail body, with even the two soldiers assigned to prevent your escape eager to partake in the beating. Curled up on the ground, Alexei lifts his gaze to meet yours once more. Despite the abuse from the crowd, his pale face retains that eerie smile. Confusion gives way to dread as the lingering sense of wrongness solidifies into a vague revelation. This is weird. Something's off. Under the Under the puppet master's control, his every movement grows more twisted, more unhinged. Hanying and her target could have been misled down the same path. Okay, there's no other hidden achievement. Yeah, no, that has to be Shul's controlling him. That has to be. What selfishness means. In my opinion, this is my entire world. Now, let me take a quick little break here. Poor man. He's being controlled. The real Alexei doesn't want this to happen, but Schulz is taking control of him somehow. Man, he's getting beat up for no reason. Okay, well, not really for no reason. Sorry, just taking a short little snack break. Let me munch on some chips. It's a lot of reading. flavor. It's sun chips, cheddar, harvest cheddar. Cheddar, cheddar, cheddar. They're really good. Just a small bag of it, though. Just a small bag. Okay. Alright, we're good now. Alright. Node number 9. Hanying sneaks through the streets that were dead silent just moments ago. The fate of the convoy and her recent discoveries suggest underlying tensions, yet she never expected the situation would escalate into open warfare this soon. Just hours after entering the city, the chaos was already spiraling out of control. Led by mechanical guards, the engineering mechanoids forced their way into deserted structures, rounding up humans en masse. People are torn from their work and forcibly taken away, their expressions a blend of fear and bewilderment as they grapple to comprehend the unfolding events. Something doesn't add up. The Resistance wouldn't willingly reveal their refuge. Veronica still relies on humans for resource collection. The Bifrost project cannot just be halted on a whim. What could have happened? Martial law protocols in effect. Humans are advised to comply. Resistance will only create unnecessary procedural complications. Your cooperation is appreciated. The amplified announcement reverberates through the already deserted streets, its authoritative commands sounding oddly absurd in the silent emptiness. Hiding behind a charging station pillar, Hanying overhears human voices drifting through the window from outside. Swear word. The tin cans... The tin cans tracked us down. Did the boss's operation slip up and give us away? Where does the ambush went well? Give that traitor exactly what he deserved. The boss also caught that Babylonian commandant red-handed, making shady deals with that traitor. Looks like Spiky Head's really pissed off this time. Now she's sending troops to hunt us down. And those people too. Hey, we've already fired our first shot at victory. They're gonna find us sooner or later anyway. Time to give them hell. The answer to her question comes quickly, but it means Hanying must reassess the situation once more. Perhaps the Resistance had planned to ambush Alexei all along, leading to this misunderstanding with the Commandant who went to negotiate, or perhaps something else happened in between. Whatever the case, the attempt to ease tensions through the Governor's mediation has failed. While she finds this outcome not surprising, confronting Veronica has become all the more urgent. But will the Resistance ensure the Grey Raven Commandant's safety? A sudden disturbance erupts, yanking her from her thoughts back to the deserted streets. What's wrong with you? Keep shooting! There are way too many of them. We can't hold back their gunfire. My arm! The indistinct cries quickly give way to silence, drowned out by the whirring of mechanoids. Shortly after, the Resistance soldiers, restrained by engineering mechanoids, are escorted out of the building by mechanoid guards. As snow and wind pummel the city, human heat signatures gradually disappear from the streets and behind walls, while more mechanoids continue their purge task. I have to pick up the pace. Despite your attempts at communication, the soldiers have clearly lost their composure. The mechanoids, drawn by the commotion, now surround the secret meeting site chosen by Alexei. Set up a defense line. Shoot on sight. The Resistance leader hastily issues orders to engage the mechanoids with no time to spare for the severely wounded Alexei. Seizing their numerical advantage, the mechanoids promptly extract the injured man from the scene. Damn it, he got away again! Keep those two from Babylonia under watch. Despite his order, as an increasing number of mechanoids flood in, the Resistance soldiers become too overwhelmed to keep watch on this corner. Liv, something's not right. Why aren't the mechanoids... They're not using lethal force. The turmoil subsides as it becomes evident that the mechanoids are not here on a mission of slaughter. It appears they are following capture orders. After subduing the resistance soldiers, they escort them out of the workshop one by one. This restraint lead stands in stark contrast to Alexi's earlier display of madness. Veronica, who issued these capture orders, appears more rational than expected. Martial law protocols in effect. Please do not resist. The mechanoid in the astronaut helmet follows his kind into the workshop. His voice sounds unnaturally deep, as if grappling to imitate the synthetic announcements reverberating throughout the city. Wisely opting to comply, you rise at Dimitri's instruction, with Liv silently trailing behind. Huh, trying to negotiate with that traitor? This is what you get for conspiring with him. Man, shut up. Remember, you're human. Human! They're just a bunch of metal chunks. They don't understand our language. Man, shut that guy up. As the mechanoids lead the middle-aged man out of the workshop, he continues to twist around to shout in anger, refusing to stay silent. Dimitri reaches the outside of the workshop and uses the crowd as cover to slip around a corner. Then, with his two captives in tow, he makes his way toward the dumping grounds. As the robot next to him speaks perfect English. True. Hanying has imagined many possible locations, bunkers, hideouts, even sanctuaries like the chapel housing the Great Tower. Yet she never foresaw that Veronica had been watching everything from above all along, perched atop a skyscraper. At last we meet, Veronica. I'm sent by the church. The new hanged man, Hanying. Mechanoid from Kowloon. I've seen you before, even though you're in a different frame now. There's trouble brewing in the church, and I've lost contact with the Great Tower. I need your assistance. If you're a guest from the church here to witness our little show, feel free to stay. I'll even reserve you a seat in the audience. As for church matters, those can wait. But if you intend to interfere, I won't show any mercy. A crimson glow flickers in Veronica's eyes. Why do you have to capture those humans? So you're here to plead for them too. Hanying, I assume you know the full story. Despite humans massacring mechanoids, you still opt to plead for them. Veronica's piercing gaze cuts through the air, its coldness surpassing even the howling blizzard outside. If you wish to join me in building this true new world, you're welcome to stay. But if you insist on defending humans, then there's nothing left to discuss. This true new world. This city is a tower perched on the highest peak, and we're on the brink of reaching out to the true new world. What about our fellow mechanoids who lost their lives? Mechanoids have no afterlife. The concept of death does not exist for mechanoids. However, if humans and mechanoids truly go to war, victory isn't guaranteed for us mechanoids, and with the punishing virus looming outside. I see you stand firm in your position. Before Hanying can finish her thought, Veronica turns and leaps off the building. But is this truly the new world? Confronted with the biting blizzard, Hanying stands where Veronica stayed moments ago, overlooking most of the city below. The mechanoids continue executing Veronica's orders, while scattered resistance soldiers fire from afar. The ground is strewn with mechanoid parts and human blood. Hanying's thoughts drift to that distant afternoon when her old frame activated in Xavier's laboratory. Someone tell Nanami the kids are fighting. Stop it, guys! Stop fighting! Or else I'm telling on you! I'm gonna tell on you guys. As an organization, the Church has worked since the beginning to unite the mechanoids, free us from suffering, and guide us all toward a future led by Sage. Even today, mechanoids all from around the world continue to face threats from humans, the corrupted, and the punishing, which I'm sure you are well aware of. You're right. I have been in slumber until now precisely due to mankind's mindless hatred. But not only humans see mechanoids as tools and regard them with hate. And were it not for the connections I have with a few humans, I would not be who I am today, and would have lost the courage to live. I have made my promise to her to travel the world until we find Sage Machina and the Heart. That would make us more than just codes in a program. Robot Jesus dropping there. This is robot heaven. This isn't how the new world should be. Be it humans or mechanoids, lives are not replicable. Even though mechanoid memories might be just a series of codes and data. The question itself is the answer. Even without the weight of a soul, mechanoids can still perceive the presence of life. What truly needs to be eliminated is blind hatred and senseless war, rather than allowing the wounds of hatred to spiral into further chaos and death in the pursuit of their mending. A new world like this is pointless, Veronica. The swirling snow scatters in the wind, carrying away Hanying's final whisper. Dimitri brings the construct and the human commandant to the new hideout. Having cleverly chosen a different workshop, the refugees have been relocated here as well. The girl in the wheelchair sits alone in the shadows, gesturing for Dimitri to give his report. The resistance misinterpreted the commandant's attempt to negotiate a deal with Alexei, leading them to launch an attack. Why did you go out of your way to bring them back? They could have gotten you killed. She clutches the wheelchair's armrest tightly, her blue veins starkly visible against her skin. For all these years with Dimitri, she can't bear the thought of losing him. I'm sorry, Miss Yula. I didn't really think it through. Dima. Yulia lets out a weary sigh. We don't need to get involved in this conflict. We've attempted to calm tensions for the refugees' sake, but now the conflict has clearly spiraled out of our control. Neither the Resistance nor Veronica are willing to listen to us anymore. I don't want to see you caught up in their conflict, Dima. You'll end up killed just like SDC-39. Yulia keenly senses the mechanoid's silent protest. I don't want to do this, but you promised you would follow my orders, Dimitri. It's rare for her to use the mechanoid's full name instead of the nickname. I order you to cease your interference in the conflict between Babylonia, the Resistance, and Veronica. I'm sorry, Miss Yula. I don't want to follow this order of yours. Dimitri! I apologize for letting you down, Miss Yula, but this city has been your home all this time. The alliance with Babylonia might be Aerospace City's last home. For you, this place holds many memories, and for me, it's my entire world. I don't want to see the Resistance destroy Bifrost, nor do I want to see mechanoids continue to rule over humanity. I want. Something stirs in his core as his modules whir at full speed. He can almost hear the spinning of his own cooling fans. I want to cross that bridge alongside humans, to reach the other side of the starry sky. I want the city to be free of war, where all humans and mechanoids can live peacefully together, just like we once did long ago. I'm sorry, Miss Yula. You said that selfishness means looking out for oneself more. This must be the selfishness I've been holding on to. He really been hitting the Nanami books. He got inspired by SDC number 39. Now we've hit the halfway mark. It's only been 4 hours. Holy. One of the other notes here was a really long read. Equivalent exchange. Murder is a false concept that mankind invented. The setting sun hangs low over the dumping ground at the city's outskirts, enveloping the metallic graveyard in a somber golden hue. In contrast to the city ablaze with firefights between hunters and their prey, this place feels like a separate world sealed off behind a mystical barrier. Veronica walks past numerous mechanoid remains, each a testament to her kin's suffering sealed away in this place. This place has always been somewhere she wished to avoid. Yet she has always known about all the secret hideouts scattered throughout this graveyard. The mechanoid that regularly pays his respects in the plaza shelters refugees and partially awakened machines who defy her orders. During the early days of the New Order's formation, Veronica turned a blind eye to Dimitri's defiance. Somewhere deep inside, she had realized that even mechanoids shouldn't be confined to a single interpretation of the future. However, the current turmoil no longer allows any room for tolerance and mercy. To the city, visitors from Babylonia will always be seen as outsiders. The humans, foolishly fighting against overwhelming odds, neither should nor can become obstacles in her path. As for those mechanoids who believe they possess independent consciousness, hacking into them is merely child's play for an awakened machine like her. Her grip tightens further around the lance. Yulia and Dmitri seem to be arguing on the other side, but the noise from the crowd makes it impossible for you to discern what they're saying. What should we do next? How's the comm status? The connection's still unstable. I managed to send out a brief report, but establishing communication at the right moment would be quite difficult. With just the two of us, it would be hard to hold out much longer. But if Babylonia's military gets involved, it might escalate the conflict even further. Any word from Hanying? Nothing yet. Dmitri and Yulia seem to have a little dispute, after which Dmitri quietly slips away from the hideout. The still able-bodied refugees form a defensive line along the perimeter, yet their disorganized arrangement starkly contrasts with the disciplined formations of the resistance forces. The hideout is no longer secure, and the situation grows more dire by the minute. If Hanying can successfully convince Veronica, however, the chances are dismally slim. You immediately dismiss the plan before it even takes shape. Yet to save these refugees, there's no choice but to patiently wait for that uncertain message. As Dmitri traverses through the dumping ground, his sensors pick up readings that put him on high alert. It isn't a concrete threat signal. Instead, it's more like what Yulia describes as human intuition, an ominous premonition. The distant city's silhouette melts into the thickening dusk, only to be traced anew by the emerging lights. The dumping ground falls into an eerie silence. His fellow mechanoids, typically bustling around, have all vanished without a trace. Initiating scan. A ripple emerges on the tranquil oscilloscope display. A signal from one of his kin. Guided by the instrument, Dmitri reaches the base of a towering heap of abandoned vehicles. There he finds a familiar sniper-type autonomous mechanoid. Neon, status report. Where is everyone? Unidentified target. Detected. Initiating lock-on sequence. The mechanoid's movements prove rigid and robotic as she turns her cannon toward Dmitri. The targeting laser locks firmly on Dmitri's head. Nia? His fellow mechanoid moves as if under viral control, devoid of any traces of consciousness. Before Dmitri can examine Nia's frame, more laser dots appear on his helmet visor. Along with it, a deluge of warnings floods his oscilloscope. Lock-on detected. Lock-on detected. Warning. No! His fellow mechanoids, previously concealed in this place, emerged one after another from between the metal hills, training their weapons on their former guardian. A crimson-black silhouette leaps down from a crane, her image vividly captured on Dimitri's sensors upon landing. Did you honestly believe you could hide secrets in this city? Glad to see you here, ma'am. Dmitri quietly activates his short-range communication system. Don't bother with false pleasantries. Your loyalty clearly belongs to that human girl. There's no need to hide your resentment from me. Ma'am, what have you done to them? Please release them from your control. Dmitri's speech module experiences an unusual glitch as he struggles to understand why his companions have reverted to their initial state. Similar to the mechanoids in the city before, I've assumed control of their central systems. Now they will serve to uphold order, no longer outputting abnormal logic. Once everything is over, I will release my control over them. However, if you refuse to cooperate, I can initialize all of them at any moment. I do not understand what you mean, ma'am. Veronica turns around, fixing an icy stare upon Dmitri. What's the question about her? Who? She's a mechanoid, right? Who the hell made her? Wonder what her job was. I guess like security or some shit. Some person out there decided to design a mechanoid that looks like a god, like based on a dragoon from like Final Fantasy. WMD. hand over the humans you're hiding, including those two from Babylonia. No, Madame Veronica. Per your own decree, mechanoids are allowed to own private property. They belong to me, and you are infringing upon my ownership rights over them. How ridiculous. The controlled mechanoids around start to close in on Dimitri, gradually cornering him. They pose no threat to your plans. This isn't up for debate. It's an order. As I said, if you don't surrender the humans, all your companions will be initialized. I won't repeat myself again. The lance's surface unveils intricate patterns that twist and coil around its form, all converging at its piercing tip. Her silent threat and absolute warning leave no space for negotiation. Through Dimitri's short-range communication system, the humans being used as bargaining chips hear the entire conversation from the other side of the dumping ground. She's like Trailblazer built as a weapon of mass destruction. I'm making this all up. Yeah, I'm just curious. Yeah, I figured it. There's no way she was built as a weapon of mass destruction. Though she easily could be. Again, though, I wonder who the hell decided to make her, a mechanoid. The only thing I could think of is like maybe she was like part of a military thing or something, considering her design. This is murder, madam. Veronica. As Veronica exploits Dimitri's companion's memories as leverage for her threat, an indefinable signal surges through his circuits, nearly causing a short circuit in his language module. As always, after the reading, thanks for coming by, Tin Can. Have a good rest of your weekend and day. Veronica remains unfazed by this protest, her voice as cold as frost in a darkened room. Murder is merely a concept born out of human hypocrisy. They commit sins, then seek repentance, glorifying the act of taking life into premeditated lethal harm. After that, they wait for absolution from a non-existent god. But mechanoids are pure. We have no need for such roundabout ways. Data can be copied, transferred, and of course, erased as desired. Mechanoids have no afterlife. The concept of death does not exist for us. As long as memory circuits remain intact, our existence is eternal. She lowers her lance to the ground, seemingly a gesture of concession. I don't expect to convince a fellow mechanoid already corrupted by human cognition. Perhaps I should communicate in a way you can understand instead. Dimitri, I can end your life at any moment. The aloof, deep voice coming through the communicator sends a chill down the spine of the girl in the wheelchair. No, you can't. Dima, why? For long, the same voice cuts through the static noise, resonating once more from the tiny honeycomb-shaped speaker. Yulia, and you people from Babylonia, I know you're listening. The rustling noise ensues as Dimitri seemingly tries to conceal the communicator. Veronica doesn't even bother with mockery, instead delivering a direct threat. I could start a violent search right now, but I believe that's an outcome none of us wants to see. Drop your weapons and show yourselves. As for this unarmed, awakened machine, I will continue to grant him his due rights. Yulia's face is hidden behind her loose hair, her expression obscured. Her knuckles tremble as she grips the wheelchair's armrests tightly. If you and Liv were to surrender yourselves now, would that guarantee the safety of the refugees here? While Veronica likely wouldn't harm Babylonia's envoys, would she really let the other humans leave unscathed? You race through possible solutions in search of a compromise that could uphold the balance, but before any words can be spoken, Yulia's fragile body leans forward abruptly as she swiftly presses down on the communicator with both hands. Use the tallest crane in the dumping ground as a reference point for triangulation. At the source of the signal is our hideout. We won't resist, but don't harm Dimitri. Yulia! As the crowd erupts into chaos, she simply releases her grip on the communicator and slumps back into her wheelchair, her exhausted posture betraying a hint of relief. Well, she did say to be more selfish. Commandant, shall we make her leave now? No, let's wait a bit longer. Kill her! What a snitch. You just hear a refugee in the background. Snitch, snitches get stitches. With her combat prowess, Liv could easily break through and take you out of this place, but recalling Alexi's strange attitude and Veronica's unusual behavior, you sense that there may be more than meets the eye. Another answer concealed within. The reverberating sound of mechanoid troops marching over debris and scrap metal permeates both the speaker and the air surrounding the hideout. Refugees cast conflicted glances at Yulia, but ultimately surrender their weapons, realizing they are unable to resist the mechanoids encircling them. Even though the progress of civilization has long since been put on pause, the city's automated facilities persist in faithfully carrying out their programming. Beneath the expansive sky, lights flicker to life gradually as night descends, bestowing an eerie tranquility upon the steel jungle of the city. It stands there like an abandoned Kowloon marketplace, only seen in dreams, where time fades away amidst flickering lights and dancing shadows. Nevertheless, Hanying has no time to linger around, hurriedly making her way toward the dumping ground. With Veronica having subdued the majority of the resistance forces in the city, her final destination is clear. A transmission signal? A strange short-range signal. He's requesting to establish communication. Hanying? Is this Hanying? A somewhat familiar voice comes through the communication channel. May I ask who? Sorry, this is an emergency broadcast channel. This time. Initially fragmented, the words struggle through the static interference, only to gain clarity shortly after. I'm currently using an emergency broadcast channel. Apologies if it's causing any interference with your reception frequency. Alexei? Her disbelief is palpable, evident in the transmission as she struggles to trust her own judgment. Okay. It's normal Alexei this time. It's genuine Alexei. OSC is in fact going crazy. Yes, Hanying, I know you have many questions, but there's no time for explanations. I'm personally making this request, and I genuinely seek your assistance. His voice is barely above a whisper, trembling under pressure, a complete departure from his previous flippant and manic demeanor. Please, go on. I'm listening. Veronica has taken control of the mechanoids at the dumping ground and abducted all the refugees sheltered there. What? Her worst fears have come to pass. Yet what astonishes her the most is that this intelligence comes from the governor himself, the very same puppet who has shown nothing but contempt for humans. What about the two visitors from Babylonia? They've been taken away as well. Veronica must be holding them in Hangar 3C of the spacecraft docking area. This is urgent, so please, you have to trust me. I might not stay lucid for long. Hangar 3C at the spacecraft docking area. Please, don't let Veronica make an even graver mistake. His voice sheds its prior madness, now imbued with a profound and unwavering strength. I cannot fully trust you. A mechanoid cannot lie. Having confronted this human who has undergone such a remarkable transformation in demeanor, Hanying struggles to place complete trust in him. I'm sorry, but there's no time for more explanations. I'm not sure how long I can stay clear-headed enough to talk. I'll give you the access key to the administrative hall. It's clear of any ambush, and I trust you've already scouted the area. In a tone brimming with urgency, he rapidly rattles off a long sequence of access codes. Please do whatever it takes to stop Veronica. Don't let her make an even graver mistake. I'll go check it out. When those she holds dear are threatened, she never wavers in confronting danger head-on. After her response, the channel falls completely silent. Not even the slightest static noise can be heard, leaving her to wonder if the connection has been cut. Alexei? And please don't harm her hut. The conversation cuts off abruptly, as if severed by some unknown force. With it, Hanying has already rushed back to the dumping ground. Just as Alexei stated, every hideout in the area proves deserted. I suppose the fight is now inevitable. Casting her gaze downward, Hanying clutches her pipa tightly and dashes toward the administrative hall. Her silhouette slowly fades into the blizzard. The once distant observer has now been drawn into this storm. 7 more nodes to go. masked ball. Oh, lives here. Reveal his true colors. His moves are fierce but not smooth. The lengthy... Jeez. The freaking area name went away so quick. The lengthy access code provided by Alexei effortlessly unlocks the administrative hall's main gate. Beyond its corridors awaits the spacecraft docking area. Veronica likely selected this location to confine her human captives due to its ample space and convenient surveillance capabilities. The spacecraft hangs high from the ceiling, its black and white terminal tiles glistening immaculately, making this behemoth look more like a meticulously preserved exhibit. The calamity has left this vessel frozen in time. The spacefaring vessel, designed to shuttle between Earth's orbit and Aerospace City, never had the opportunity to fulfill its destined mission. And the acceleration track, intended by Veronica to function as an enormous cannon, stands ready to propel this 100-ton dart at near light speed. In the adjacent docking bays, more vessels of the same model stand, each poised to unleash their devastating payload toward the metal flower blooming in the orbital dock. This is it. Through the dimly lit maintenance corridor, Hanying makes her way toward Hangar 3C. The residents of the city, be they humans of flesh, of blood, or mechanical creations, should never be used as pawns in a bloody bargain. As Grey Raven has fulfilled its duty as a mediator, she can no longer remain as a passive onlooker waiting for war to break out. Assassination. 5-star assassin class servant.
指揮
Hanying.
官が閉じ込められているのはここね。
Have a sense of urgency, Hanying. Can you move faster, please? I've been jumping in and out of stream. What Veronica's plan again? She's gonna have the... She's preparing the... Okay, her thing is kind of like the Emperor, where she believes mechanoids will better rule the world other than humans. What she plans on doing, as well as using the Bifrost, which is like the magnetic something track, to launch these structures straight at Babylonia to destroy it. Because she'll deem Babylonia like a threat. And like the city we're in, the Aerospace City, is basically the main point of where all the mechanoids can live and rule. I believe that's what it is. And right now she's keeping humans and whatnot hostage at the moment. Including us as the Commandant.
見覚えがあるわ。そうだ。ベロニカの夢でここに来たことがある。
It's so dark here. Unauthorized operation? Check surveillance.
大丈夫です。
Oh. I hear live. These guys are just chilling. Live! No!
大丈夫です。
She's fighting.
指揮官たちはきっとここにいる。
Draw an ID card. This must be the thing over here. Unknown journal. Log 1, record 1. Excellent. The machine parts are taking over more and more. This way, I'll have greater control over this body. There's still a ton of data to record from the replication experiment, but even if that human woke up, they wouldn't be able to decipher a single word of this mechanoid speak. Ha ha ha, found it. The one prophesied to pass the higher dimension filter. Gestalt's predictions were right on the money. With this frame's data, I'll have the power to shatter humanity. Record 3. Just a blah 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 data isn't enough to recreate the hyper-real filter process. There must be another piece to Gestalt's predictions. At the end of despair, grant the universe equal compassion. In every future, humanity's door awaits. Yeah, that's it. There has to be more info somewhere. Pretty sure there's a second part to this log. Journal number 2. Log 2. Record 4. Damn it. All these shards are redundant, but it's enough. I'll use these scraps to replicate the hyperreal data. Record 5. Dimitri's been hogging those high-powered radio waves lately. Still collecting humans. I need to keep a closer eye on him, if necessary. I think that's supposed to be the thing that's the person that's controlling Alexei, I'm guessing. That person being Schulz. Power on. I'm guessing it's Schulz.
Yoshi.
Yep,
次は
replicate.
指揮官のところへ行きましょう。
Let's unlock the cargo bay door. The distant creaking of a gate echoed through the air. We're trying to build a bunch of these. We're cooked. Oh, she just put her hairpins back on. Yes.
公園は旋律にキス眉の金箔ランルと解く轟音に散れ強化を踏み砕く
She just decided to put on her hairpins. Oh, there was another option. Anomaly detected in the cargo area, unable to connect with others. Cargo bay door. Then drop the bridge? No. Not yet. Okay, we gotta save Liv. Liv!
指揮官リーフ強化を踏み砕く残響に乗せて全て滅びなさい
ガンエスさん閉じ込められてからもうどれくらいになるのか一緒に
そんな損傷度でこれ以上戦うのは危険よあなたは自分と指揮官の安全だけを考えてまだ多くの異常データが残っているわそれとここで彫刻の機体データを見つけたの
リーさんのどういうことですか
彫刻の力を欲しがる誰かが彼のデータをコピーしようとした可能性が高いわまずはここから離れましょう
では一緒に撤退しましょう
How did they even get the information on... Oh, they mentioned his shell. Hold on. Somehow they got access to it, though. Nothing else? Oh my god, Schulz. Oh my god, Schulz, you son of a bitch.
復調しなくちゃ指揮官
No
あれはリー
fucking
のデータのコピーで
way. That's
す
actually
本物のリーではあり
wild.
ません
Oh, Schulz is such a dick.
挑戦は
He's
霊
such
獣
a
ス
bitch.
ーパー地をなけ復調しなくちゃ
Dude.
戦は霊獣す
Son of a bitch. He
強化を踏み砕く
oh,
残響に乗せて
he is a problem, dude. Shules is a fucking problem. Look at the power of the music. Oh my god, look at him dodge. What the hell?
復調しなく
Bro, he's weaving.
公園は戦慄にキス四面楚歌眉の金箔乱流と解く轟音に知れ残響に乗せて全て滅びなさい
I don't know if there's supposed to be music playing here, but oh, what the hell? There's other leaves. Oh no. Jesus Christ. The biting wind howls through the open hangar gates, its icy chill lingering within the metallic confines of the docking bays. The fierce battle from moments ago has left the air heavy with heated tension. His moves are fierce, but not smooth. Rather than a construct, he's more like a machine fighting according to a preset behavior pattern. That's why you can never beat the original. That sense of dissonance feels just as unsettling as the contradictions you have witnessed in Alexei. All the nuanced hints you have noticed since entering the city converge together after this confrontation. Behind the rapidly escalating chaos, the unseen force finally puts on a mask, emerging into the spotlight. I knew it! It was Shules that was controlling Alexei, man. I knew it. Commandant, that mechanical model just now. Something feels off about him. I noticed it too. He seems to have merely replicated Lee's appearance and fundamental attack strategies, yet to those acquainted with Lee, it would be evident that this limitation is merely skin deep. It's as if someone just caught a brief glimpse of hyperreal somewhere, maybe not even from live data capture, and hastily replicated the shell from that limited information. You find this approach oddly familiar, but where did they even get a chance to see the hyperreal frame? Just as the refugees are settled in, and you're about to ask Hanying about updates from the outside, she walks right over. Hanying, entering this area should require an access key. Did you find another way in? When you were brought here, the mechanoid entered a long sequence of access codes at the administrative hall entrance before the gates would open. As much as you hate to question Hanying, if Veronica has persuaded her to collaborate, this location may not be secure either. It's actually what I want to talk to you about. Alexei gave me the access key. Alexei. Memory of Alexei's unsettling behavior during the negotiations flashes through your mind. You take a step back, your hand instinctively reaching for the concealed sidearm. I know what's concerning you, Commandant. To be honest, I'm surprised too. Understanding your concerns, Hanying lowers her eyes and plays footage from the terminal. This is urgent, so please, you have to trust me. I may not stay lucid for long. Hangar 3C at the spacecraft docking area. Please, don't let Veronica make an even graver mistake. I cannot fully trust you. I'm sorry, but there's no time for more explanations. I'm not sure how long I can stay clear-headed enough to talk. I'll give you the access key to the administrative hall. It's clear of any ambush, and I trust you've already scouted the area. The key is... Something's indeed wrong. The Alexei in this recording is completely different from the one you encountered during the previous negotiation. Yeah, because he's possessed. Can't be sure, but I get the feeling that the Alexei from before was just a puppet, like someone else was pulling the strings. Just like this crude mechanical model. Yes, that Alexei felt very similar to this mechanical model, and whether manipulating Alexei to stir up trouble or using a fake lead to sow discord, these actions seem designed to sabotage others' efforts to defuse the situation. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Besides, there is something oddly familiar about these tactics. Oh, true. What if some unforeseen events occurred, like that thing calling itself the Emperor? Oh, but he seemed to have anticipated everything, as if simulations and predictions were second nature to him. He might have been an experimental subject who escaped from Project Gestalt. Could it be the experimental subject called the Emperor, who appeared in the Tabula Akasha? You mean Schulz? The Emperor Schulz? Indeed. He was the mechanoid by my side back in Kowloon. His codename is the Emperor. Codename? My apologies. Due to certain circumstances, I can't tell you any more details about this. An apologetic smile crosses Hanying's face. Ah, you're forgiven. But if I'm not mistaken, the special code that appeared in Tabula Akasha was Schulz. So he didn't self-destruct at the Kowloon headquarters. It wasn't a simple self-destruction robot. Rumor has it that he wasn't just your average awakened machine, though I don't have details of what made him special. Still, it wouldn't surprise me if he was the one manipulating Alexei. But why would he do this? Because he hates everyone. That's funny to me. Why? Why would you do this? Oh, I just hate everyone. That's funny to me. Oh, I just fucking hate everyone, bro. That's it. I just hate you. I hate you. I hate him. I hate her. I hate them. I hate everyone. I hate this tree. I hate this rock. I hate that water. Because he hates everyone. Whether or not the Emperor is truly behind this, but he is, the proposition that someone is pulling the strings seems to explain all the strange occurrences. The way Alexei stalled during the negotiations misled the resistance and provoked their attacks. Real. That's so funny. That Alexei is deliberately trying to provoke Veronica. As the only human Veronica truly trusts, Alexei showing her the brutal wounds from his near-death experience would undoubtedly elicit an intense reaction from her. Hang on, that's just so funny to me. Because he hates everyone. That's just so funny. Veronica is being deceived. I have to find her. She won't believe you. I have to at least try. We mechanoids do not abandon our own. Why wouldn't she believe you? I mean, the game has told you like twice in this chapter alone. Mechanoids don't lie. So, she answers with a gentle smile. I would have remained in that storage pod forever if it weren't for my fellow mechanoids who never gave up trying to wake me. It's the only reason I'm talking to you today. It's the same with Veronica. Even if she barely listens to what I say, I won't give up on her as long as there's the slightest chance. She shouldn't have become fuel for hatred. Someone else is behind these tragedies. A sharp glint grows in Hanying's eyes. The Emperor not only turned his back on the church, but nearly brought Kowloon to complete ruin. Even now, he continues to incite hatred between mechanoids and humans, going so far as to sacrifice the lives of his kin. He deceived his own people, deceived everyone. He must pay for what he's done. The female mechanoid's gaze pierces through the mist, fixing upon the figure lurking behind the scene. The determination born from her gentle nature proves sharper than any blade. Let's start planning your next move. She turns towards you with a gentle smile. Ooh, incomplete. I don't know what this stage secret is. I bet you it has something to do with the Hyperreal fight. I don't know what it could be though. I don't know if anyone has maybe someone has. I don't know what the achievement would be. Maybe let me see if I can find it. someone has a video. It says assist live in including the back. I'll do that. Then I'll do that. Oh, all I had to do was not open the door remotely. Yeah, apparently I'm not supposed to open the door remotely. That's what it was. Okay. Yeah, someone uploaded a video on it. That outfit of hers is outrageous, by the way.
やっと着いたわ。指揮官が閉じ込められているのはここね。
Oh, boss rush. Skip the exploration. Would this even count, though? I'm just gonna do it normally.
見覚えがあるわ。そうだ。ベロニカの夢でここに来たことがある。
大丈夫です。
指揮官たちはきっとここにいる。
Power on. Do not open remotely.
よし。次は指揮官のところへ行きましょう。
Immediately switch to instrument.
放煙は戦慄に四面楚歌眉の金箔乱流と解く轟音に散れる強化を踏み砕く
Sweet. Open cargo. Door. What a bop. I'm here, Liv.
強化を踏み砕く強戦は霊獣す
There we go.
指揮官リーフ無事ですか
ガンエスさん助けに来てくださってありがとうございます。一緒に戦いましょう。
まだ多くの異常データが残っているわ
Oh yeah, she says like one.
ここで彫刻の
She has a
データ
different
を見つけ
line
たの
compared to when you open it remotely.
リーさんがどういうことですか？
彫刻の力を欲しがる誰かが彼のデータをコピーしようとした可能性が高いわ
Yeah, if you open it
まずはこ
remotely,
こから離れましょう
Hanying tells her to stay and
一緒に撤
stay
退しま
behind
しょ
with Commandant or whatever. Because Liv gets injured. But if you don't open it remotely, she'll fight with you. Cool. Let's watch this again. Sorry, fake reaction.
残響に乗せて全て滅び。指揮官、あれはリーのデータのコピーです。本物のリーではありません。砲煙は戦慄に四面楚歌。砲煙は戦慄にキス。復調しなくちゃ。
I got hit by the last one again. No. Bastard.
砲煙は戦慄にキス。
Oh.
復調し
Oh
な
my
くちゃ。
god, I got hit by that last one again. He's good.
砲煙は戦慄にキス。弦の調べは連綿と眉の金箔乱流と解く轟音に散れ。残響に乗せて全て滅びなさい。復調し
Oh
な
my
くちゃ。
god. What the hell? Oh wait, I think I can parry those.
戦慄に四面楚歌。眉の金箔乱流と解く轟音に散れ。残響に乗せて全て滅びなさい。
This is a longer fight.
復調しな
Nope.
くちゃ。
Okay.
戦慄に四面楚歌。眉の金箔乱流と解く轟音に散れ。
Oh my god.
強化を踏み砕く。残響に乗せて全て滅びなさい。
It's hyper eel.
復調しなくちゃ。
I guess I'm not understanding how to avoid those.
砲煙は戦慄にキス。四面楚歌。眉の金箔乱流と解く轟音に散れ。
Oh, there we go.
私もいけます。
It is parries. Okay.
強化を踏み砕く。
It was parries. Okay.
残響に乗せて全て滅びなさい。
I'm over here.
砲
Lee.
煙は戦慄にキス。復調しなくちゃ。砲煙は戦慄にキス。
See, if that was the real Lee, he would have shot that. He would have shot that ult off immediately. Faker. Valence beam. This council hall that shapes the future of mankind has an atmosphere of an arena. We're only 6 nodes away. Holy hell. Been almost 5 hours. This is a lot. It's only 17 nodes, but it's really lengthy. An endless stream of notifications is flooding the screen of Celica's terminal in rapid succession. But she has no time to process any of them. The corridor outside the conference room is bustling with people. Celica weaves through the crowd and stops before an automatic door. Babylonia almost getting shot down every other chapter. It's like it's normal at this point. Someone's going to come in, tell us that Babylonia is in danger. And he's like, tell me about it. Tell me what's new. The sliding doors part silently. She takes a deep breath before stepping forward. What's the status of the comms array? Have we established contact with Grey Raven? Celica offers a quick salute before opening a message on her terminal. Having cross-referenced the data in the summary report, she delivers a less than optimistic answer. The sliding door PNGs. Yep. We've locked onto the source of the high energy signal, and the observation satellites have confirmed the exact coordinates of Aerospace City. However, severe electromagnetic interference, presumably from the charging reactor, continues to affect the city and its surrounding areas. We're having difficulty pinpointing the beacon of Usabeni, making communication impossible for now. However, we've received a brief report from them, which has been encrypted and forwarded to everyone's terminals. Aerospace City. Mechanoids. Resistance. Reduced to blood-red words, the brief mission report paints a picture of a snow-swept city at a distant outpost. How far is the nearest task force squad from there? According to reports from New Sophiasburg, there are minefields on the outskirts of Aerospace City, and at least 1/3 of the city's defense facilities remain operational. The meeting room falls into silence. 1 hour earlier. Unknown signal investigation in Aerospace City. Mission duration 45 hours, 10 minutes, 58 seconds. Unless it's like 45 minutes, 10 seconds, and 58, milliseconds or some shit. The what is that word? Sexage simul digits cycle endlessly. The numbers on the leftmost side of the screen steadily climbing. Oh, it's minutes, okay. But never mind. Why do you say steadily climbing? 40 hours have passed since Grey Raven's last mission report. Surface Control has confirmed with the Forest Guard that Grey Raven split up with them in the forest surrounding Aerospace City. According to Rosetta's recollection, it should be around this area. He traces a circle the size of a coaster on this ancient map shared by Carlo and gently taps its center. Oh, it's minutes, Lamau. I thought it was minutes. I don't know why, but it seemed like 45 hours was a really long time. I gotta remember, in-universe time is not in line with in-game time. It may be 5 hours right now for me in real life, but it could be like a week in the game for them. It said steadily rising, so I was like, okay, it's minutes, and then they said 40 hours. Is like, what? Because when I hear steadily rising, I think it's like going at a good steady pace. That's leftmost number going up steadily. That's an hour long, man. Whatever. According to the field report, there appears to be no significant threat aside from the minefields and minor hetero creature activities. So, can we deploy a task force squad to investigate? It's too risky. Aerospace City's defense systems are in the vicinity, and we might provoke neighboring factions. Have we gotten anything from analyzing those abnormal high-powered radio waves directed at Babylonia? Not yet. It appears to be some form of encrypted message, but just as Long is about to open another report, the display with the mission timer is suddenly flooded with crimson. The white dot marking Grey Raven's position vanishes from the digital map. Not far away, ominous ripples begin to spread from a dark red mass between the contour lines. Warning, powerful reaction detected on ground level. Warning, powerful reaction detected on ground level. This intensity. Is it a reactor meltdown? Aerospace City is a metropolis built upon nuclear power, and its reactor is the only thing that can cause an anomaly of this magnitude within the mission area. Asimov's fingers dart across the screen, swiftly pinpointing the source of the reaction on the map. No one could have anticipated that Aerospace City would reveal its hidden coordinates in such a catastrophic way. That's not right. The remote sensing satellites haven't detected any explosion, and the radiation levels in the area haven't changed. The Kowloon researcher quickly shifts his focus to the data, dismissing what would have been the most intuitive conclusion. A hetero-creature outbreak? But viral activities couldn't have generated such massive energy instantaneously. Increasing ionization reactions, obstructive interference. That forest seems to be a bottomless void, ready to devour everything in its path. Could it be? A complex mix of emotions crosses his face as he turns to Asimov, carefully enunciating each word of his question. Asimov, have you heard of a top-secret research project that Kowloon conducted in Aerospace City during the Golden Age? No, do tell. That project's code name was The Bridge to Heaven. Gulp. Parliament Hall, 1 hour and something, whatever. The dome casts an ethereal blue light across the chamber. This hall, which has determined humanity's fate countless times, resembles more of a gladiatorial arena, even down to its architecture. It's a railgun. I trust everyone has reviewed the mission briefing and the materials I sent in advance. Tsiolkovsky Aerospace City, a place I'm sure everyone present is quite familiar with. According to all available intelligence, Aerospace City has been occupied by mechanoids, and 97 minutes ago we detected high-energy readings south of New Murmansk on the Kola Peninsula, and the energy signatures were consistent with a reactor charging for orbital operations. These energy readings originate from a top-secret aerospace project that should have been abandoned after the virus outbreak, the Magnetic Accelerator Track, Bifrost. A brief wave of murmurs ripples through the hall before quickly being hushed into silence. In other words, Bifrost is charging up and preparing for activation. Bifrost? That's impossible. Does it work on the same principle as a coil gun? Although these council members may have non-military backgrounds, the battles Babylonia has faced thus far have made them acutely aware of potential threats. As you can see, this is an attempt to enter Earth's orbit by an unknown force from the surface. Bifrost. If used properly, its mass driver could indeed be utilized to launch a direct strike against Babylonia. According to the report, Grey Raven is conducting reconnaissance in the vicinity. We failed to establish stable communications with Grey Raven so far. This mission report is all we've received from their end. We attempt a direct strike on the Aerospace City from Babylonia. Destroying this accelerator track would solve our immediate crisis, but do you really want to burn down the most advanced experimental cold fusion reactor from before the outbreak? Even though we have the capability to replicate such a reactor, where would we find the manpower and resources to construct it? Is it possible to attempt communication with those inside the city? Hold on. Asimov receives a distinct alert on his terminal. Gesturing for silence, he opens the device and reviews the incoming data from the monitoring module. The electromagnetic waves have temporarily ceased. It seems Bifrost's energy accumulation is under intermittent operation, and the reactor is beginning its cooling cycle. We might be able to establish a brief communication window. He connects his terminal to the holographic projector and opens the communication channel. The councilor's discussion quickly subsides as everyone's attention returns to the hologram at the center of the hall. While you rest, you make another attempt to contact Babylonia. Good timing. Your terminal is still picking up fragments of conversation, but they are just communications between the remaining resistance forces in the city and the sterile binary broadcasts from the mechanoids. As for the colonial ship in orbit, Babylonia seems to be completely cut off by the electromagnetic interference field. Commandant, The signal seems to be coming back. This is... So... Babylon, do you copy? Final words suddenly cut through with perfect clarity. A young man's voice you know all too well. Is that you, Asimov? This is the Great Raven Commandant. This is the Babylonian Parliament. We are currently holding an emergency session. Please report the situation at Aerospace City. Watanabe, can you throw one of those 7,000 nukes this way? But if they do that, then they risk completely destroying Aerospace City. As Nicola was like, do you really want to risk that? Do you really want to, and I quote, burn down the most advanced experimental cold fusion reactor from before the outbreak? As it could be beneficial to us. Bifrost has begun charging, and Babylonia has recognized the gravity of the situation. After establishing a stable connection on the secure channel, you briefly describe your encounters since you landed. That concludes everything. Although the resistant forces are currently contained, new conflicts can erupt at any moment. Asimov does not respond immediately. The channel is filled with what sounds like discussions in the Parliament, though the words are completely indiscernible. While they need time to process this information, you also urgently require assistance. After a brief commotion, Asimov's voice comes through from the other end. The military will attempt to dispatch a task force squad to your location. We're currently confirming with the surrounding forces. Where the hell is Ascend, by the way? We formed a temporary alliance with Yulia's refugees. We'll continue negotiations with the resistance forces and hostile mechanized by some time. Well, Veronica quite literally rails by like, don't worry, we'll stop her in time. We'll stop her before she'll freaking blast Babylonia. And also, is there something else? An awakened mechanoid named Hanying is working with me. Her target is Veronica. Our allies include Hanying, an awakened machine. She's here to track down Veronica. The name is familiar. You mentioned her in your report after the Tabula Akasha battle. Stay alert and be careful. Your communication is once again disrupted by electromagnetic interference. Without a mechanoid as a guide, it will take the reinforcements some time to clear the minefield, even if they take our route. Buy as much time as we can. We'll do our best. We must find a balance in this chaos that minimizes the casualties before it is too late. As Dimitri said, this ravaged city cannot endure another all-out war. Science Council. Bifrost. I've only heard stories about it. The ingenuity of humanity during the Golden Age is truly remarkable. Such romantic and imaginative ideas could only have been transformed into magnificent structures during that era. But to think of it, that was humanity's last hope, wasn't it? Asimov remains silent as he gazes at Earth through the porthole. Awakened machines keep entering Aerospace City. Perhaps that is more alarming than the hastily activated Bifrost. What kind of upheaval is taking place on the surface? At some point in time, everything seems to have been spiraling toward an uncontrollable abyss. Her footsteps. Arg. A red gleam races toward him in his field of vision. The soldier feels his body violently thrown backward before he hits the wall with a thud and helplessly slides down to the ground. He strains to make out his attacker's identity through the thick gun smoke. Huh. Futile resistance. That mask. Swear word. So it's you, Spikehead. She remains quiet, slowly raising her spear and pointing it at the soldier's head. He immediately falls silent. Holy goddamn Dragoon, she's so cool. You're like locusts during harvest, swarming and buzzing with your insufferable noise. Unless I destroy your hope at its very source, you'll keep pushing my limits time and time again. Veronica. Oh, it's Schulz. Speak. The imprisoned humans have escaped, including the Commandant from Babylonian Dimitri. The female mechanoid does not answer immediately, instead raising her eyes to survey her surroundings. The once standing buildings have all crumbled to ruins in the riot, while her rage continues to intensify. Did they escape or did you let them go? They were being held in the spacecraft docking area. Even with some combat capability, that construct wouldn't be able to breach the gates there. Not to mention that the administrative hall security codes are nearly impossible to crack. You're telling me that they escaped just like that? Cough. Please don't be angry, Veronica. On the other end of the line, Alexei speaks with an unfamiliar emotion that Veronica doesn't recognize, his tone completely indifferent. You have 1 minute to explain yourself. I didn't want this either, but your associate, Hanying, rescued them. The autonomous mechanoids and I tried our best to stop her. But Hanying is completely devoted to the humans. She single-handedly took down both me and the autonomous mechanoids. A mechanoid of such power. I'm no match for her. He shakes his head with an exaggerated display of sorrow. Hanying. Huh. Absurd. So she's made a deal with that commandant and sided with the humans now? She sneers. Veronica, I'm different from her. You know I'm on your side. That's why I must warn you, Veronica, as your loyal friend. Bifrost is entering its final charging phase. We can't afford any mistakes now. He turns to show the screen behind him through the comms feed. The lengthy loading process is nearly complete. D1 instigator. Yep. I don't need you to remind me of that. To build our new world, we must eliminate any possibility of human interference. You know how humans are? Always selfish, always arrogant, forever dreaming of eradicating those different from them and ruling this world. He waves his arms about in an exaggerated theatrical manner. Once Babylonia discovers this place, they'll fire up their orbital cannons, their Longinus arsenal, and then, boom. That day will never come. A piercing gleam flashes in the red mechanoid's eyes, growing colder by the second. Babylonia is humanity's last hope, just as you said, and now it's finally time to snuff it out completely. Alright, I've made it to the control room, Veronica. It's time to begin the final phase. Cough. You should get here soon. We don't have that much time. That human commandant and Hanying are our biggest wild cards. Alexei, you've been acting strange lately. Must be your imagination? Psst. Veronica ends the call without a word. The whooshing sound of rushing wind in the final moments tells Alexei that she is already on the move. The final charging phase is about to begin. Babylonia. Lowering his gaze, he figures this somewhat serviceable vessel might last a few days longer than the previous one. Once Bifrost is activated, will Babylonia will still be able to turn a blind eye to all of us? 2 of our kin. Huh, no. 3 of them lost. Can the Church of Machina really keep ignoring us? This is perfect. That future, the one we should have realized, the world we mechanoids should have built. If you're not willing to do it, then I'll forge that future myself. Kill this guy already. Upon hearing the recent communication with Babylonia from you, Hanying furrows her brows. Veronica, wow, everything about you has been sketched lately. You just noticed that? So they've activated Bifrost, but still we must stop Veronica. Must be the wind. According to the Resistance, if we can't cut off the reactor's power supply, it'll be nearly impossible to stop Bifrost. No, the reactor shouldn't be our only option. Despite the high energy readings, Bifrost still hasn't really activated. What do you mean, Commandant? It's as if it's waiting for some kind of command. In other words, there's likely a mechanism that can directly shut down Bifrost. Yeah, that's right. There might be a trap ahead. You should not put all your eggs in one basket. Let me go. If I encounter Veronica, I might stand a chance against her. After strategizing with you briefly, Hanying volunteers to stop Veronica while you and Liv take another route to find Bifrost's potential control room to halt its activation directly. Well then, let's go. Stay safe. I will. Take care of yourselves too. This is all over. Let's meet at the top of Bifrost. After bidding farewell to you and Liv, Hanying sets out alone on her journey. Bifrost is just up ahead. That guard who was impersonating Lee ran off in this direction too. Autonomous mechanoid guards patrol the entrance, keeping a vigilant watch on their surroundings. An express elevator straight to Bifrost. No wonder there are so many mechanoids guarding it. They must consider this place crucial. These autonomous mechanoids are following Veronica's orders. Looks like a fight is inevitable. Ooh. Oh. Damn. What? Oh, no way. Veronica playable win.
ベロニカ待って。
What's funny is that there is an armor set in Final Fantasy XIV that does look very similar to that, which is really cool.
応援は戦慄に四面楚歌。副長眉の金箔。
Remember no
ラン
Russian
ルと
ammunition.
徳。轟音に散れ。まずいわ。これ以上もたもたしていたら。
Hold on. Oh my god, the camera keeps like... There might be something I'm missing. Wait. Is there something I'm missing? I think I saw something from before. Hang on. No? God damn it. Whatever. Maybe it's up ahead. Oh, did we get to switch between them? Oh, that's cool.
の頭の機械体が来たぞ。
どけ。
Okay. She has so much. 500,000. Her legs are smoothing. Did she use her tail to whip that dude? Crazy. Look, there's a mechanoid in the corner.
急いで彼らを仕留めればまだ間に合うはず。残響に乗せて全て滅びなさい。復調しなくちゃ。
Oh, I see.
応援は戦慄に四面楚歌。
Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Hanying's running well. Veronica's just taking a nice
私を
leisurely
止
stroll.
める。これ以上遊びに付き合う暇はない。
Oh. Damn, they're making it cinematic. They've really, Peter has really come a long way since it's since the beginning. Look at this. Kuro was like, how do we make this a bit more cool? A bit cooler. Wait, there's still a guy over here? She has Garnet's orb icons. Yeah, I thought it was familiar when I look at the yellow orb. I was like, wait a minute, isn't that Vera's? Isn't that Garnet's? Oh, there's so many enemies. Gosh, she's so slow. These humans are tanking these guys. For real. Dude, she's so cool. Look at her. No, for real, there actually is like a helmet in Final Fantasy XIV that's exactly this. It's really cool. Veronica cosplay? In
も
Final
しベロニ
Fantasy
カが天国の
XIV?
橋を起動してしまえばもう覚醒機械と人間の間には二度と平和が訪れない。エレベーターが。
Uh-oh. What? Wait, you can do that? You can just do that? Hey, that's cheating. That's cheating. She got shadow clones. You're cheating. I wasn't aware of your game. No, I couldn't carry that one. Here we go. Predestination completed. But I don't know what the achievement was. After an electronic voice announces access granted, the control room's door slowly opens, revealing a familiar figure in dark crimson standing at the entrance. Phew, good thing it's you and not Hanying. I told you she's not a threat. She pauses, seemingly noticing something. Just stabs him. You've modified yourself again. The young man before her has replaced his arm and lower leg with mechanical parts, making him look increasingly like a mechanoid. How does she feel? How does she feel? Is her combat floaty? She feels pretty good. As like for combat, feels pretty solid for me. It's pretty easy to understand. Basically, she gets all these white orbs, and you use either the yellow orb or the red orb to use those white orbs. If you use the yellow orbs twice, you get her gauge filled up to the completely full. The red one you can spam in order to get it full. And then after I think it's after a certain number of like white orbs, you use this one ability that changes the landscape, which ends up debuffing the enemies, and then you ult, and that's where you get blue orbs. When you ult and she changes into attack mode, and it's kind of similar to like Watanabe Epitaph, where when you're using like the enhanced red orbs, you get stacks for your ult. And then if you want to like float around, playing the Pipa, you just hold down the basic attack. As for combat feeling floaty, kind of. I don't know if I'm understanding the term floaty wrong, but she kind of has that feeling. But she's overall, she's not too hard to understand to play as. Sigh. I had no choice but to do this after being gravely wounded at that attack by human rebels. Brother, you got punted by, like, rifle butts. That doesn't mean you have to replace your entire arm and leg. This guy hates being a human so goddamn much. As you know, I've always admired mechanoids. It's not against that aspiration to increase the number of mechanized parts in me. After pacing around the central console, Alexei turns to look at Veronica. I'll make them pay for this. But that's not what concerns me. I'm worried that those humans will only escalate things further, eventually threatening our dream. They didn't just attack me. They brought reinforcements from Babylonia and even turned your own kin against you. Loose and lacking impact? Oh, I see. Loose and lacking impact. You know that feeling Hyper Lee's ult gives you? The opposite of that. Oh. Oh, I see. It doesn't have that sort of oomph to it when you see when you use the ult and shit. Is that what you mean? Like it doesn't feel powerful or something like that. Is that what you mean? Yeah, considering if that's what you mean, then considering Hanying, essentially, okay. Considering it's Hanying, then yeah, it does feel floaty in that sort of regard. But it kind of works with her. It makes sense because she is like a dancer. She's very artistic and graceful, so it does make sense. It does fit her to be as, floaty and stuff. Figured the Selenas feel like that too. Yeah. Like when you compare it to someone like even Veronica here, when you're playing as her earlier, like she does have a bit more impact compared to Hanying. But that's like a complete difference in like how they just the complete difference in the combat style. His team in the gutter. As his tone grows more intense, the female mechanoid gets visibly more angry. Hanying, SDC-39. Are all hanged men this blindly devoted to humanity? Obviously, humans always have such an irresistible pull at mechanoids. Incomprehensible. After pointlessly sacrificing so much for humans, he died at the hands of those he showed kindness to. SDC-39 was so naive, believing that the bridge would lead to heaven, and he even wanted to go with the humans. Sharp red light coils around her spear as she slams the weapon down beside her. Ah, careful now. It's very hard to repair the equipment here if it gets damaged. Keeping clear of Veronica's spear, he approaches the central console from the other side. Yes, SDC-39, our friend. What a pity. But there's still time, Veronica. We can still stop Hanying and all the other mechanoids. If we successfully drag humanity into the abyss, these tragedies will never happen again. This is the bridge's final charge, Veronica. Babylonia is within our grasp now. He steps aside, revealing the charge button on the screen. It's like a giant, large red button. Press it. That's all it takes. Once it finishes charging, we'll be one step closer to our new world. But Veronica does not press the button right away. Alexei, you've been acting strange lately. Weren't you always friendly to humans, improving their conditions, speaking up for them? She turns a suspicious gaze toward Alexei. I must have told you before. No matter how much you mechanize yourself, you can never become a mechanoid. You don't have a mechanoid's core. Why is a human so eager to destroy his own kind? Perhaps I've been hurt by humans one too many times. He shows his bullet-riddled mechanical arm and lets out a soft sigh. I trusted them. Like you said, I tried to improve their conditions and fight for something better for them, but what do I get in return? I'm tired, Veronica. Besides, isn't building a new world for mechanoids our shared dream? A flicker of madness crosses his purple eyes. In this new world, there will be no more capricious humans, no more sanctimonious virus, only a perfect world forged from an ocean of steel. Mechanoids possess stronger bodies, superior computing power, and an unshakable order. Meanwhile, humans barely survive the torment of the punishing virus. Mechanoids should rightfully take their place. Please press this comically large red button. What I'm acting like a possessed version of myself? Nah, you're just tripping. You're crazy. You're crazy. You're going clinically insane. Above all, there will be no more lies in that world. As his madness subsides, an inexplicable glint returns to his eyes. Veronica, I've witnessed the rise and fall of the mechanoids in Aerospace City as a machinist. Today, you may finally lead them toward a future that truly belongs to your kind. I just want to make sure that I always witness the final scene. He looks up, his expression heavy with sorrow, yet not a single tear falls from his eyes. I still can't understand your kind after all. She frowns slightly before relaxing her face in resignation. Even if the final charging phase has begun, Bifrost can't be activated immediately. I'll remain in the control room and ensure no one interferes with it. But the situation in the city remains tense. The resistance won't take a day off just because of this. You understand what I mean? Of course. I'll return to command the mechanoids to suppress the resistance. In other words, kill them. Despite what he said, Alexei remains rooted to the spot. Are you that eager to see me press the button right in front of you? I just remembered something else. Not wanting to rouse further suspicion from Veronica, Alexei hastily excuses himself and hurries out of the control room. Arouse is not what you use. Rouse would be better. What is the achievement for this? Let me check. ER07-13. Let's see. So what do you do here? Fashionable achievement. What? That's the achievement? That's actually the goofiest thing. That's what the achievement is? That's so funny. Okay. I would not have thought of that at all. Basically, you have to complete the battle while in attack mode with her hair down. And the achievement is called fashionable or some shit. Or something along those lines. That's so funny. You know, Veronica, despite being a big, scary mechanoid, dragon knight, you're not that strong. These humans can tank. So I just have to stay like this the entire time. Well, I think when they say have the hair down by the end of the battle, I don't know if they mean it for like Veronica or for each of these fights. So I'll just keep it down the entire time. Just to be extra sure. It may be more dangerous than the T-1000, but nothing says I can't be cute. Dude, she's flash stepping. What the hell? She's a Soul Reaper. It's crazy.
強戦は霊獣す強化を踏み砕く強戦は霊獣す強化を踏み砕く
Oh, it's for this fight specifically. Oh wow.
私を
Unpredictable trajectories, don't they?
これ以上遊びに付き合う暇は
That's
ない
what it's called. Wow, you get a special little animation. I kind of like it. I like how some of these, like, getting these achievements can end up giving you like some extra like lines or cutscenes you do with this. That's really cool. I thought it was gonna be like, I thought the achievement name was gonna be a bit more silly. Because the video I watched, the description said fashionable achievement. So I thought that was the name of the achievement. Oh, she's using her tail. You know what? The person who made Veronica is probably a fan of Final Fantasy. I want to make a Dragon Knight. I want to make a Dragoon. Veronica, how do you fight with high heels on like that? It's kind of impressive. Same thing with you, Hanying.
もしベロニカが天国の橋を起動してしまえば、もう覚醒機械と人間の間には二度と平和が訪れない。エレベーターが。
Could watch this cutscene again. That's so cool.
強戦は霊獣す。強戦は霊獣す強化を踏み砕く残響に乗せて全て滅びなさい
Oh my god. That was cool.
砲煙は戦慄にキス四面楚歌眉の金箔乱流と解く轟音に散れ残響に乗せて全て滅びなさい
Feel the rhythm.
砲煙は戦慄にキス四面楚歌眉の金箔乱流と解く轟音に散れ強化を踏み砕く急いで追わなくちゃ天国の橋を起動させてはいけない
There we go. There will be moments of intersection. Trigger the first confrontation between Hanying and Veronica. Nearly 6 hours and it's only 4 more nodes. Holy. I'm gonna call it quits. See you later. Alright, have a good night, Carefrida. See you next time. Thanks for coming by. And have a great rest of your weekend. Internal conflict. A thin silhouette stands behind a curtain wall, the thick, bulletproof panels shielding him from the deafening gunfire outside. Hundreds of meters below him, rows of mechanoid guards are escorting captured resistance soldiers through the streets. Gunfire continues to echo through the nearby districts. Before him is the mechanoid control array entrusted by Veronica. Suppress the resistance is such a vague order. Without a doubt, it gives him far too much room for interpretation. I am death. I am your conqueror. Veni vidi vici. Humanity will perish in this war. His empire will rise from a world staining crimson. With Grey Raven's assistance, the refugees have found temporary shelter in another vacant docking bay. How are they holding up, other refugees? They're doing okay. They still trust Dimitri. Although they were angry when they were handed over, they weren't actually harmed, so... After being reassured by both you and Liv that this is all part of the plan, the refugees harbor no real hostility toward Yulia. Yulia understands that this is meant to protect her, so she has not voiced any objections. That's good to hear. Just as the crowd settles down and a headcount begins, a sudden commotion erupts among the refugees. Yulia, what's going on? Looking across the hangar, you find all eyes focused on the girl in a wheelchair. Yulia clutches a perforated note tightly in her hands, her expression eerily calm amid the surrounding chaos. What? Dimitri? Where did he go? I think Yulia mentioned that he went to Bifrost? If Spikehead catches him, he'll die. I know he's in charge of maintaining the energy systems and knows his way around the reactor. But those mechanoids controlled by Spikehead, they won't care if he's one of their own when they strike. The old man's words fall like salt upon snow, dissolving what little optimism they have managed to build. Yulia finally notices the new presence and turns her gaze toward Liv. Dimitri slipped away during the chaos, leaving only this note behind. With feigned composure, she hands the note to Liv. The text is formed by densely arranged tiny holes, a communication method unique to mechanoids. Miss Yula, 39 is an aerospace systems engineer, and my original designated mission since my creation has been to maintain Bifrost's power systems. I'm familiar with the reactor structure and can withstand the radiation levels from the control core. Our only chance to stop the launch is for me to shut it down. I'm truly sorry for acting on my own without consulting you. My memories can always be backed up. I believe Sage's revelation will awaken me again one day. When that time comes, I'll surely recognize Miss Yula's kindness once again. And I'll return to your side as your companion once more. For the city to survive until that day, please allow me this one selfish act. Hanying and the guests from Babylonia will ensure your safety. The brief note brings a heavy silence to the empty hangar. Every street in the city has become a war zone. To approach Bifrost's foundation, the most heavily guarded mechanoid stronghold, and infiltrate the reactor's control core for manual shutdown. It's nothing short of a fool's errand. But Hanying has already headed to Bifrost's main control room. It's not that Demon doesn't trust Hanying, it's just he can never bring himself to stand by and watch. Liv bites her lip. It's a feeling she understands all too well. Regardless, I can't let him march to his death. The girl maintains a composed expression, making it impossible to guess what kind of resolve is brewing within her. She tucks the note into her jacket pocket, tenderly, as if handling an irreplaceable treasure. Gripping the wheelchair's handrails firmly, she wheels herself into the clamoring crowd of refugees. Everyone, please, hear me out. Despite her quiet voice, the refugees fall silent the moment Yulia speaks as they are accustomed to. You can all see the situation we're in now. I'm sorry. It was my fault that we were captured by the mechanoids before. She bows her head deeply from her wheelchair to the refugees. Hey, we all know it was part of the plan. Sure, we had it rough for a bit, but everyone made it back safe and sound, didn't we? That's right. If it weren't for Dimitri, who knows how many of us would be standing here. We couldn't just watch while Spikehead wiped his memories and turned them into a vegetable. We can't live with that. Thank you all. Yulia exhales softly and expresses her gratitude to the refugees once more. You've all heard how Hanying explained the situation outside. Ever since the resistance attacked Alexei, Veronica has been rounding up humans throughout the city. It's not just us. We've taken every human in the city. The mechanoids. They're done maintaining even a pretense of peace with humans. But this is our city, the place we've called home all this time. The punishing virus glows red everywhere outside the city. If we leave here, where else can we possibly go? Murmurs of unrest ripple through the crowd of refugees. I won't deny it. I want to help Dima in a different way. But isn't helping Demon also helping ourselves? If we keep living like this, there are only two possible outcomes. Either the mechanoids, who have already destroyed this peaceful facade, drag us to their gallows, or we'll wait for Veronica to activate Bifrost and get blown to bits by Babylonia's orbital cannons. Are you all just going to resign yourselves to death? The distinct click of a weapon being loaded breaks the silence, followed by a second, a third, a fourth. The sound of rounds being chambered pierces through the deathly silence. The refugees have somehow managed to reclaim their confiscated weapons from the defeated mechanoid guards and are now rearming themselves. Their movements may lack the uniformity of the resistance, but their vigor surpasses that of the soldiers, now reduced to murderous machines fueled by hatred and iron law. Huh, dying like that would be pathetic. Even if we can't fight our way to the reactor, we can still give those crazed metal bastards a run for their money. If Spikehead gets her way, we're as good as dead. Hiding in our little corner of the dumping ground, sometimes it feels like we're nothing but parasites. We've done our share of dirty deeds. Every time we tell ourselves it was for survival. But if we keep being cowards at a time like this, I swear I'd crawl out of hell and travel to the past just to slap some sense into myself now. As the refugees prepare their equipment, Liv stands nearby, pressing her lips together. I feel like I'm witnessing something incredible here. Yeah. Even as a bystander, you can feel their determination burning bright. Humans may be flawed and deceitful at times, but when faced with a common enemy, they can still come together and work as one. Right then, let's go. Everyone completes their preparations, and Yulia is now armed with a handgun. She also cradles a bulky xenon lamp in her arms, likely equipment acquired from one of the refugees. Maybe when all this is over, we can truly start living again. She puts special emphasis on those last words. Above the discarded steel frames in the dumping ground, the snow-covered buildings during the day and the automatic floodlights during the night are nowhere to be seen. Streams of bullets and energy beams cut through the smoke-stained sky while explosions of varying sizes bloom like raindrops hitting a pond. Waves of muffled destructive thunder roll in from the distant horizon. The small unit remains unaware that the mechanoids guarding the resistance have completely gone haywire. They have turned their weapons against the humans, inflicting devastating casualties on the prisoners of war who can barely mount a defense. Like a relentless mixture of blood and fire, the battlefield continues to pour its toll into the furnace of futile slaughter. In this endless darkness, no light pierces through. And so the light-bearing maiden begins her own crusade, all for the sake of her companion, who has ventured alone into danger. Ooh. Beacon in the mist. 3 more to go. Natural light pours through the rectangular opening, covering a trapezoidal patch of soft brightness against the dim interior. Hanying stands beneath the red emergency lights of the maintenance tunnel when a sudden comms request comes through. Cervantes, finally got through to you. I was worried you might have run into trouble too. I'm almost there. How's the situation in Aerospace City? There's a noticeable urgency in his voice through the intermittent electromagnetic interference. It is rare to hear the usually composed Cervantes speak at such a rapid pace. The situation inside the church may not look good as well. The situation in Aerospace City is rather concerning. The comms blackout is likely due to Bifrost, the city's magnetic accelerator track, charging up. Its electromagnetic waves are interfering with my comms channel. Bifrost is charging? Often, calm Cervantes sounds a little surprised. The electromagnetic interference is getting worse, so I'll be brief. Veronica has taken control of the entire city because of the death of the previous hanged man. After hearing her brief explanation, Cervantes falls into deep thought. Justice, Veronica, the Emperor. I can't say for certain whether the Emperor had a hand in this or not. It's quite possible, but if he really is behind this, his motives are bound to be more complicated than they appear. Don't underestimate Veronica's strength. She's always been rather obsessive, so you must be careful if you end up in a direct confrontation with her. I will. Also, I found some leads about Sage's key. Though caught in this conflict, Hanying never loses sight of her original purpose. After extensive investigation, she finally finds a lead on those supplies. The key was transported along with her frame, and, with no signals detected elsewhere in the city, it must have been moved to the city's warehouse. That's good to hear. The electromagnetic interference intensifies, causing the comm signal to fluctuate again. Stop Bifrost from launching. Be careful with everything. Understood. The communication cuts off again. Bifrost begins charging up again. Her time is running out. Hanying strides forward with determination as a sea of dark green ripples through the soft white light behind her. Her robe's trailing hem flows with ethereal grace, each ripple a testament to her nimble elegance. Her silver hairpin serves as a seal, concealing her true feelings beneath a mask of graceful composure. But when her hair comes undone and blade light dances, her resolve to break free from her bond transforms into a lethal strike, piercing straight through the heart of the past. Through the autonomous mechanoid control array, Alexei executes the most brutal of commands. Machines throughout Aerospace City begin hunting humans without mercy, turning the streets into rivers of blood. Standing motionless behind the curtain wall, he feels an immense satisfaction, even as his body, barely held together by machinery and prosthetics, teeters on the edge of complete breakdown. Ha! Sage. Oh, great sage. Did you really think I would die so easily? No, that won't happen. The things you won't do, I'll do them for you. He stares at the streets burning crimson with warfare obsessively. Ugh, damn it. An excruciating pain spreads from deep within his consciousness. Alexei collapses beside the control array console, desperately pressing his temples. Though securely attached, his mechanical arm no longer responds to his neural signals. Like a broken remote-controlled toy, it twitches and jerks mechanically, repeating meaningless movements. My head. It hurts. Where am I? He looks around, but his memory offers no clue as to how he got here. The deeper he searches, the more frequently blank spaces intrude into his memories. Right, Bifrost. Supporting himself with his right arm, he peers out the window. At the edge of his vision, the massive accelerator track is enveloped in an almost divine corona of electrical arcs. The gunfire and smoke below its towering base seem to belong to another world entirely, a realm of corruption. Veronica. He can no longer form coherent words. The fluid he coughs up splatters across the smooth surface of the control panel screen. Undeterred by his condition, the governor steadies himself on both feet and advances, step by step, toward the corridor leading to Bifrost. No sin is beyond redemption. After all, he has unwittingly become the catalyst for everything, and her accomplice. Perhaps the imprisoned captives are more fortunate than those still locked in this fierce battle. The mechanoids, their sensors glowing blue, faithfully execute Veronica's containment orders, acting more like guards than prison wardens. Small groups of resistance soldiers and captured civilians huddle in a makeshift winter coverings, exchanging whispered words. What's happening out there? Something doesn't feel right about this sniper mechanoid. Keeping us under control is all Spikehead wants. Huh, goes to show she still can't get by without her labor. No point stooping to these toasters' level. Once this is over, we might even get to negotiate with Spikehead directly. He yawns carelessly and rolls over on the makeshift camp bed. No, what I mean is, it seems like a sinister red glow suddenly emits beneath the transparent arc of the guard mechanoid's sensors. The veteran soldier, who has been lying relaxed, seems to sense something amiss and props himself up on his elbow to look around. Before the young soldier can even react, an eerie sound pierces the air. He instinctively shields his head with both arms from the flash and deafening blast right before him, only to feel sticky, warm specks of mud splattering against the skin of his forearms. No, the smell. It is not mud. He opens his eyes to find two bloodied limbs remaining on the bed where the veteran was. His upper body that was propped up just now has vanished, replaced by remains of flesh and bone scattered across the floor. The young man lets out a blood-curdling scream and instinctively reaches for his holster, but there is nothing beneath the leather. The mechanoids have already confiscated all the weapons. The soldiers erupt into chaos. The seemingly docile mechanoids instantly revert to their savage nature, slaughtering anything their sensors detect as having a life signature. Stay calm. Prepare to counter. The battle-hardened leader reacts swiftly, but not swiftly enough to match the mechanoid's speed. Another volley of gunfire tears through his broad frame, leaving a mist of blood in its wake. People scatter in all directions, the imprisoned civilians descending into uncontrollable panic. The mechanical creations march forward under their new orders, driving the humans into a hopeless corner. Amid the concerto of automatic weapons, the flesh blooms into flowers of death. Human remains, linen shreds, and metal fragments rain down like merciless hailstorms of the far north, pelting the chaos below. Grab their weapons! Form a counterattack! The stench of burning flesh nearly makes them dizzy, but the humans' sheer numbers remain their last advantage. Driven by survival instinct, the soldiers swarm an isolated mechanoid, forcibly tearing the automatic weapon from its arm. Yet lives vanish with each passing second in this desperate struggle. Piercing screams of agony echo through every corner of the street. The mechanoid tears apart his former comrade right before his eyes, while he remains immobilized by bullet wounds in his legs. Blood splatters across his body as he desperately crawls toward the street corner, the only thing he can do now. A thunderous roar that can end all bloodshed echoes from afar, piercing through the heavens. A fresh killing field falls into an instant silence as thick brown clouds of dust enshroud both humans and machines alike. What is that? Could it be mechanoid reinforcements? He lies on the ground, teetering on the edge of despair. A blinding light pierces through the battlefield's dust clouds. From the distant darkness comes a sound, different from anything before. The sounds of gunfire and human calls fill the air, and then a composed voice of command brings everything together. Mechanoids neutralized at 3 o'clock. The girl in the wheelchair raises her xenon lamp high. Its luminance cuts through the gunsmoke, dispelling the gloom like a lighthouse in the mist and guiding all those who still draw breath. Behind her stand the refugees, weathered and scarred by their ordeals, but their weathered faces show not a trace of fear. Guided by the light, more armed figures emerge from behind the wall of smoke. The lamp in our hand is lightning caught, and it unleashes a power that can cut through any darkness after this explosion. It beckons to the lost warriors, showing them their path once more. Yulia, a name that means eternal gentleness and perpetual grace. Her father's tragic indecision in the face of conflict has turned the hopes behind her name into bitter irony. But in this moment, she finally reclaims the power to define her name. To be gentle does not mean to run away. I am Yulia. Everyone, please stand. She states this self-evident fact with her characteristic tranquility, yet the rescued resistance soldiers remain frozen in place. She repeats her invitation, maintaining her gentle tone. Please stand up and join us. These people might seem like cowards to you for accepting the mechanoid's protection, but they understand what has kept them alive. If this city falls, all our stances become meaningless. Now, the mechanoids have drawn first blood. A few resistance soldiers slowly rise to their feet, their eyes fixed on Yulia. The harsh light reflects in their pupils. Should we meekly lay down our arms and walk into the night, or blindly fight on, driven by hatred? No, I don't think anyone would choose either of these options. More soldiers rise to their feet. We fight for our right to survive, and we fight to restore this city to what it once was. Join us. Take up your weapons. Her voice remains calm, yet each word carries an unwavering strength. One by one, people begin dusting off their weapons, helping each other up. They gradually gather around Yulia, drawn together by a shared purpose. The dying resistance leader reaches out to Yulia with his right hand. She closes her eyes briefly, then leans forward to accept the olive branch extended by the dying militant in his last breaths. In their blood-stained touch, she senses a final moment of repentance. She is Yulia Tereshkova, daughter of Leonid Tereshkov, the research director of the Bifrost Starship Magnetic Accelerator Track project at Tsiolkovsky Aerospace City. Now she must traverse this endless sea of blood to lead her people to salvation on the other shore. The wheelchair's motor hums to life, its wheels sending subtle vibrations through its frame. Red sensor lights begin to gleam once more through the smoke at the far end of the street. A new army of mechanoids marches toward their position. Yulia turns to the advancing soldiers around her and calls out the words everyone has been waiting to hear. Citizens of Aerospace City, take up arms and survive. Nice. Here we go. Oh god, it's got three hidden achievements. Okay. Bifrost. A majestic bridge towers against the horizon as biting winds sweep up flurries of snow from the ground. On the far end of the bridge, the setting sun casts its blinding rays. Veronica! What a nuisance. The dignified mechanoid woman turns her head with cold indifference, her form silhouetted by the dazzling light. I've said it before, the church's internal struggle is none of my concerns. You're welcome to observe, but if you choose to interfere, I won't show mercy just because we can. What if I tell you that Alexei might be controlled by a traitor from the church? Is that none of your concerns as well? I don't think I'll hold back just because we're both mechanoids. A spear cuts through the swirling snow, its tip aiming straight at Hanying. I'm not lying to you, Veronica. Alexei contacted us not long ago. He begged us to save those humans and stop you from making an even graver mistake. He said he couldn't control himself anymore and he'd completely lost control of his mind. He begged us not to activate Bifrost. Us? You're just another mechanoid brainwashed by humans. Veronica's words come out as a reflexive growl. Though unease stirs within her, her voice remains as cold as ice. So what? Are you saying humans don't deserve to die? Even putting aside what happened to Alexei, don't humans deserve this fate after everything they've done? You're not seeing the whole truth. How ignorant. You're a mechanoid too. Are you blind to the suffering humans have inflicted on our kind? But more humans are helping our kind where you can't see, and there are more who I only trust what I've seen with my own eyes. Veronica aims her spear into the distance, the tragedy of Aerospace City still etched in her visual module. They called SDC-39 a rampaging monster, claiming it was a carrier of the punishing virus that would kill all humans. I wanted to lead them to safety. Is that really okay? I'm just a human. Can I really join this Church of Machina? Of course. The Church of Machina welcomes all displaced souls. The city is no place for you anymore. Come with me and leave this place behind. It was also an evening, with snow dancing in the air. Though all modules indicate the temperature was just as bitter as today, the sunset seemed more brilliant than ever before in Veronica's memory. The Hanged Man, initiating search. The Hanged Man, the 12th major arcana card in the tarot deck. It is used to interpret fate and fortune. The Hanged Man represents an extension of justice. I may not yet understand the meaning of fate, but I'm rather fond of this position. Does this position belong to SDC-39? It is yours. What about me? Is there a position for me as well? You are merely human. There's no seat for you in the Church of Machina. I see. What a pity. But it's fine. I'm the best mechanical engineer in Aerospace City. I could be of great help to you. But I can't leave yet. Bifrost isn't complete yet. Only when it is finished can humanity and mechanoids journey together to the stars. Humans have started to notice you, SDC-39. It's alright. Humans are friendly. Humans are friendly. These were the last words SDC-39, the previous Hangman, spoke to me. The next day, humans brutally tore him apart. Those humans were deceived. They tampered with the data reports the humans saw. A faint connection begins to weave through all these events like an invisible thread. It's the Emperor. It has to be the Emperor. The Emperor betrayed the Church. He planned to invade Kowloon when we were integrating with Kowloon's network, and now he's trying to seize Aerospace City. You still don't understand, Hanying. Who they are and what they want no longer matters. The fuse is done burning and war is about to begin. Standing atop Bifrost, Veronica points her spirit toward the city below. Open your eyes and see this world for what it truly is, Hanying. Inside Aerospace City, artillery fire lights up the sky. The mechanoids have been ordered to fight until their last breath. Even those with just one arm left on their frames continue to strike at their opponents. All of this is humanity's doing. Somewhere, humans have breached the defenses. A piercing alarm wails through the sky. Humans fear what they cannot understand. They're afraid that awakened machines will take their place as rulers. They murdered STC-39 and slaughtered our kin awakened by Sage's murals. And when they saw my power, they cowered in fear and sent forth that so-called supervisor to die. Foolish, absurd, driven only by ignorant, destructive desires. This is the humanity you protect, the humanity you trust. But many of our mechanoid kin have also perished meaninglessly in this endless cycle of bloodshed. She speaks softly. Veronica unusually hesitates for a moment. I have preserved all their memory units. When the battle ends and mechanoids rise to supremacy, I will transfer them all into better vessels. All these sacrifices are worth it. Even I can die for this fight. As long as we can create a world for mechanoids, everything is worth the price. I will activate Bifrost and launch the Vanguard fleet through it to seize air superiority. The skies don't belong to humans alone. Once we get inside Babylonia. But if that's the case, what difference is there between mechanoids and these destructive humans? Hanying gazes sadly at the enraged Veronica. She understands Veronica's anger. Seeing fellow mechanoids treated this way fills her with rage too, but to blame humanity as a whole for the wrongdoings of a few. How would such mechanoids be any different from humans who label all mechanoids as infected? Besides, those researchers who executed STC-39 were likely deceived by the Emperor. Stop this, Veronica. Bifrost shouldn't be activated for this. It can carry hopes toward the stars and stand as a beacon in the far north, but it should never become the starting point of an even greater war. There's nothing left to say. Though I never imagined my weapon would one day be pointed at my own, if you wish to stop me, Hanying, you'll have to step over my body. Here we go.
この決断だけは誰にも邪魔させない。たとえ同胞であろうとも。
Wow, she's so cool.
復調しなくちゃ。
Great start. Great start.
砲煙は戦慄にキス、四面楚歌、眉の金箔、乱流と解く、轟音に散れ。
予想通り。
Oh, shit.
どけ。またか。通さない。
今日な。
無駄だ。裁きの時だ。
砲煙は戦慄にキス、四面楚歌。
偽りの天国を撃ち落とす。
罰をなけ、強戦は霊獣。
まだわからないのか。
Oh.
我々の未来に人間は不要。
Oh god. It's playing when. Oh shit! It's playing to the limit.
人間は終わりだ。
強戦は霊獣す。
無意味な慈悲。
Oh
また
shit!
手加減をしているのか。
強復調しなくちゃ。強化を踏み砕く。残響に乗せて 全て滅
I
び
got
な
an
さい
achievement earlier. I don't know what's for though.
人間は終わりだ。
復調しなくちゃ。
ではこっちの番だ。
Oh shit.
砲煙は戦慄に四面
未来を譲らない。
強戦は霊獣す強化を踏み砕く。
我々の時代を切り開く。
Oh my god. This fight's so cool.
復調しなくちゃ。
偽りの天国を撃ち落とす。人間は終わりだ。
砲煙は戦慄にキス疾風
Nice.
無駄だ。
強戦は霊獣す罰よなけ。
我々の時代を切り開く。もうお前たちを守れない。この槍で旧世界を貫く。
復調しなくちゃ。
審判を。偽りの天国を撃ち落とす。審判を。
強戦は霊罰よなけ。強戦は霊獣す強化を踏み砕く。さ
見届けよう我々の未来を。この槍で旧世界を貫く。人間は終わりだ。
Hairpin trick?
復調しなくちゃ。
偽りの天国を撃ち落とす。
眉の金箔、
Damn
ラン
it,
ル
they
と
used
解
that
く
way too soon.
轟音に散れ。
審判を。
罰よなけ。強戦は霊
無意味な慈悲。また手加減をしているのか。
強化を踏み砕く。残響に乗せて全て滅びなさい。
ではこっちの番だ。
Oh shit.
これごとき
人間は終わりだ。
四面楚歌。眉の金箔、ランルと解く轟音に散れ。
お前た
No.
ち守れない。
強化を踏み砕く。
Through the clouds. Rain on steps. Oh, I got all the achievements in one go. Holy shit. Such a cool fight. Holy hell. Ha. Alexei. As Veronica falls in defeat, she staggers backward, losing her balance. Instead of Alexei supporting arms behind her, what awaits her is Veronica! Hanying springs up, using her hairpin to push Alexei back in one fluid motion. But she is too late. In an instant, Alexei plunges his dagger deep into Veronica's frame. Surrender your frame controls, Veronica. Justice. Alexei's once composed face twists into a grimace as he calmly grips the dagger. I once looked forward to being amazed by you, but now I see you're just too weak. That's fine. I'll take your place, lead the mechanoids, and create a world where only mechanoids exist. In his mind, he is already envisioning a grand, majestic world of mechanoids, a blueprint now lying within his reach. A world of mechanoids. This can't be. Veronica struggles to prop herself up, staring in disbelief at the figure before her. Someone who looks familiar yet feels like a complete stranger. Stop struggling, Veronica. You're not Alexei. Of course I'm not. That fragile coward thinks he can enter the sanctum of mechanoids with his mere human flesh. I don't know why I said flesh weird. Such hubris demands a price, wouldn't you agree? Every living being pays the price for their choices. You and I both. Didn't you say it yourself? That everything could be sacrificed for our mechanoid kin. No, I won't let you harm Veronica. I won't allow it. Alexei, you won't survive without me. This pathetic wreck of a body you have can't possibly sustain. Even so, I won't let you hurt Veronica. Alexei yanks the dagger out of Veronica's frame, struggling with all his might against the other presence within his body. You may control my vocal and visual module, but his fingers tense up as dull sparks burst from his mechanical arm. You will never control my will. After several moments of internal struggle, Alexei's own mind finally prevails. He seizes the dagger and, with all his might, plunges it deep into his chest. Alexei! Lying on the ground, Veronica struggles to prop herself up. I'm sorry, Veronica. With his battered mechanical body, Alexei crawls slowly toward Veronica. Why? I'm sorry. I can't control my body anymore. The one who calls himself the Emperor. His mind is like a digital ghost, controlling every mechanical part of me. But he can't control my mind. My mind has always been human. He coughs and lets out a slow, bitter laugh. You used to mock me, didn't you? About how I could never fully become a mechanoid, no matter what. That wasn't my intention. Veronica has never realized how her harsh words have become blades, deeply wounding her friend. I know you've always been like this. Alexei speaks slowly, his gaze fixed on Veronica as if trying to engrave every detail of her appearance into his visual module. I'm sorry, Veronica. Please, stop Bifrost and end this war. It's all my fault. I was too arrogant, thinking I could have it all under control. Those aren't the words you spoke to me. We successfully drag humanity into the abyss. These tragedies will never happen again. This is the bridge's final charge, Veronica. Babylonia is within our grasp now. There will be no more lies in that world. Veronica, I've witnessed the rise and fall of the mechanoids in Aerospace City as a machinist. Today, you may finally lead them toward a future that truly belongs to your kind. I didn't know his origins. The ghost who called himself the Emperor told me he could help me become a real mechanoid, so I'm sorry, Veronica. I can't deny it. All this calamity might have been caused by my own selfish desires. He gazes at the woman before him, giving her his final smile. I'm sorry, Veronica. The damaged mechanical parts emit quiet beeps as Alexei's expression freezes in place. His unfinished words cut short. The female mechanoid silently struggles to her feet, using her spear to support herself. Veronica. Take it. She tosses a memory unit to Hanying. Connect the key to Bifrost's central control system, and it will cease its activation sequence. The wounds. That's not where my core is. My core is somewhere else. As the dagger pierces her shell, she notices something strange. The blade, originally aiming at her frame's core, has twisted in an unusual direction. Perhaps Alexei had already begun fighting the Emperor for control over his body since then. Go. Shut down Bifrost before I change my mind. She stands before Alexei's broken body, silent as a gravestone. Dmitri! As Veronica ceases her orders, the mechanoids gradually stop fighting. Seizing this opportunity, Yulia rushes toward Bifrost where Dmitri awaits. The blizzard rages on. Dmitri's broken frame lies exposed in the swirling snow, so frail that the wind could seemingly lift him into the sky at any moment. Cut off. Power. Stop. Bifrost's launch. Despite his memory shell being damaged from the connection process, Dmitri stubbornly continues to repeat his previous actions. Cut off. Power. Stop. Bifrost's launch. His place. It's beautiful. Stars. Yes, Stars. The Earth. Would it look like this from space? A tiny blue star. Once Bifrost is built, we'll be able to go see it for ourselves. Stop Bifrost's launch. Snow falls heavily from the sky. Dimitri, are you there? Dimitri! Quick, hide, Dimitri. Don't let Dad find out I snuck you out. Miss Juliet. This goes against Dad and the others' new rules. He said all abnormal mechanoids must be eliminated and that you're one of them. But why would Dima be an abnormal mechanoid? I've never thought Dima was abnormal. Dima's my friend and always greets me whenever we meet. On Bifrost, the young girl propped herself up in her wheelchair, playfully imitating mechanoid movements. I don't understand why things have suddenly changed like this. So many mechanoids are gone now. 39 who worked on Bifrost, Val who guarded the city gate, and why did things turn out like this? We all live in Aerospace City together, so why can't we be family? Family. Yeah. If only there weren't so many strange things happening here. We could have all lived together like we used to. Stop. Launch. Dimitri is indeed familiar with the reactor structure, just as he mentioned, having practiced this shutdown procedure numerous times before. Even with his memory shell circuits nearly completely destroyed, he continues to perform the action etched deep within his memories. Dimitri! The girl tumbles from her wheelchair and, with every ounce of her strength left, staggers into the howling blizzard. Eula. Bifrost has been stopped. You did it, Dima. You did it. Tears stream down Yulia's face, crystallizing into ice. That's wonderful. Without so many strange things happening here, we can all live together like we used to. That's wonderful, Yulia. That's wonderful. Dima, you did it. You did it. Bifrost. Dimitri's memory shell begins to collapse from forcefully connecting to the reactor. His visual module is growing increasingly blurry. Eula, do mechanoids have souls too? Where do our souls go? Will I be able to see 39 there? You will, Dima. You will. She holds Dimitri's body tightly, curling up in the howling snow. Eula, family. It's so cold here, Dima. The mechanoid gives no response, but his body stays warm for a long while before slowly turning cold. The mechanoid will never respond again. Oh shit, look at that. I managed to get all the achievements in one go. Clear the stage in one life, complete 20 parries, avoid damage when the boss switching phase. Oh, awesome. Last node. Buried among stars. Earth is small, blue, and looks so lonely.
皇帝の他のかけらを見つけ出して殺してやる。
アレクセイのためでしょうか。
いいえ、皇帝が我が同胞を殺したから。次に会う時も私たちは変わらず敵であるかもしれない。だが同胞として最後に忠告してやる。人間と機械体は同じ世界で暮らせるわけがない。
でもその未来を必ず見つけ出す。そうでしょう、指揮官。
I mean, the one thing with Veronica is that she was friends with a human. So if you're able to be friends with a human, why can't mechanoids and humans just coexist? You know? Phew. All of this feels just like the dreams I used to have. Dreams. From observer to participant to outsider, now it's like a reader of a book, standing within its pages and experiencing its story firsthand. As the snowstorm subsides, a faint melancholy lingers in her eyes. But you've made your contribution to the story. You were really part of this war. If Hanying had not reached out to Veronica, Babylonia might never have had the chance to make contact with Veronica. Without Hanying's help, it would have been nearly impossible for Liv and you to rescue the refugees on your own. If Hanying had not held off Veronica, you would not have been able to stop Bifrost's launch so quickly. If it were not for Hanying, had Veronica activated Bifrost, Babylonia would have retaliated immediately. A full-scale war between mechanoids and humans would have been inevitable. Maybe. Looking back at Aerospace City, the flames of war have temporarily subsided. Humans and mechanoids rest on opposite sides, clearly divided, until an awakened machine crosses this boundary. She gently offers the gathered food to the human she once knew so well. After a moment's hesitation, the human accepts her offer. At least this story didn't end in the worst possible way. Right, Commandant? Right. Yeah. Despite all the conflicts born from prejudice and lies, Aerospace City may have preserved the possibility for humans and mechanoids to coexist. I guess things are wrapping up here. Not yet. Not necessarily. Veronica has relinquished control over the city's mechanoids and returned to the Church of Machina to track down the Emperor. With the support of the remaining humans, Yulia has assumed the role of governor for now. Bifrost has ceased charging and communications in the city have been restored. After discussions between Babylonia's diplomatic court and Aerospace City, both parties agree on terms for the joint development of Bifrost. But can everything really end this simply? After Cervantes' arrival, they have examined Alexei's body with Veronica's permission. Many mechanical pathways show signs of being sealed off. Alexei must have tried to prevent Schultz from escaping further, but he ultimately failed. He's still on the rise. Where did the Emperor go? I'm not sure. According to Cervantes, Schultz's true form is merely a piece of code. If he doesn't show himself, it might be nearly impossible to track him down. Veronica might have her own plans. What about you? Huh? Me? Although Hanying has not explicitly said it, her attitude and interactions with Veronica suggest that her journey to Aerospace City involves more than just looking for Veronica. Certain circumstances. Is it? Another thing that needs to be kept secret? Seeing Hanying's hesitation, you are about to change the subject to avoid making her uncomfortable when a mechanoid with curly hair appears from behind Bifrost. The church has discussed internally and agreed that we can reveal our existence to the Grey Raven Commandant. Sage has personally vouched for the Grey Raven Commandant's trustworthiness. Besides, even if we didn't tell the humans, they would likely have deduced this from the information they already have. You're Seaweed Bob. Seaweed Bob. Cervantes? Seaweed Bob? Although you have never met him in person, you have heard about this mechanoid's existence from Constellia. Hello, Grey Raven Commandant. I am Cervantes, the Tower from the Church of Machina. The white-haired mechanoid offers a cordial smile. Hello, Mr. Benny. Is this meant to be a formal diplomatic invitation? No, this is purely out of necessity. Due to certain arrangements made by Sage, we must inform you of some information in advance. While Hanying's arrival at Aerospace City was unexpected, her purpose here was related to this information. She has accomplished her mission perfectly by finding this. This is Sage's will. He hands over a terminal-sized case. This is the key. A new key to activate the invitation. The invitation? How do you know about... It's also a message left by Sage. The Sage you talk about is Nanami? Your memories come flooding back. Dominic delivering the invitation through Chu through Nanami, and the full sensory simulation device from Nanami used to decode the invitation. The two mechanoids remain quiet, their silence seemingly confirming your speculation. It all makes sense now. Nanami being the sage the mechanoids speak of, how she has always acted mysteriously, and Chu encountering her in a tabula akasha. I apologize, but I have other matters to attend to. Once I finish explaining everything to you, I'll have to take my leave. The white-haired mechanoid interrupts her thoughts. Sage informed me that this key is merely a replica due to certain circumstances. While it remains functional, it does have its limitations. What kind of limitations? Where's Nanami? Sage is still away on important matters. Even we are unaware of her exact whereabouts. Okay, what kind of limitations? I apologize, but I don't know any more about it. Sage only mentioned that this might be the last resort. Last resort. The invitation. Password correct. Access granted. Yes, that's right. From the previous chapter, we used our own our number or code or ID from when we failed the construct adaptability test or whatever. That was the password. That's crazy. As this different response echoes, a blinding light fills your vision. The data cube decrypts with a brief password, revealing a letter composed of data streams. We did not intend to leave this letter in such a mysterious manner, but we had to ensure it would be opened by the right person at the right time. This is a forcibly replicated invitation, and thus we must ask once more. What is the current status of the Hetero Tower? While the interface displays the question, there is no space provided for an answer. A waterfall of data streams passed, seemingly locking onto certain information before flickering and returning to stillness. Understood. What is the status of the contamination mimetics? What is the current status of Babylonia? Just like the questions you have faced before. Understood. This world now has met all the conditions to use the key. Please note that once the key is used to activate the invitation will lose its authority to turn the invitee into Dominic. With an activated invitation, you will be able to enter and utilize the Hetero Tower. If necessary, it can also be used to destroy and retrieve the tower's core. Enter the Hetero Tower. Please note that destroying the tower's core will have severe consequences. This should be only used as a last resort. I understand. An overwhelming amount of information is processed rapidly through your mind. Its original form was, well, not very portable, but Xavier helped compress it down to this size. Sage mentioned that modifications would require installing an interface compatible with standard terminals. She seemed to prefer the original design, but she still allowed Xavier to make the changes for human use. I'll take my leave then. Please keep the matters concerning the Church of Machina between as few humans as possible. The Church of Machina has no intention of opposing humanity at this time. With a courteous bow, Cervantes departs from Bifrost. Tsiolkovsky Aerospace City 2 hours earlier. Cervantes. Did you find it? Yes, this should be it. She hands a small black box to Cervantes. That's it indeed. So what exactly happened to the church? The Emperor has returned to the church. Oh no. Earlier at the Church of Machina. Have you located where it is? Pinpointing its location isn't difficult. There are no secrets in the Church of Machina. The real challenge is getting it out of here. Precisely because there are no secrets, every move we make must be completely justified. Especially since this thing was left behind by Sage. Zero's definitely gonna... Oh my, Wheel of Fortune? What are you sneaking around here for? Zero leaps nimbly down the stairs with a bundle of long cables trailing behind her. Just making some necessary adjustments to upgrade my language module. That's not true. I heard you mention Sage. Zero stands beside Wheel of Fortune like a shadow, her eyes scanning every detail. My audio module works just fine. You were just trying to take something Sage left behind and you were communicating with someone else. No, you must have misunderstood. Enough. There's no need to hide anymore. We're kindred. There should be secrets between us. Jewels? You despicable thing. Zero closes in on Wheel of Fortune and snatches the terminal from his hands, her eyes narrowing as she examines the communication device. What Sage despises, I despise as well. Sage has already disposed of you. You shouldn't even be alive. While fending off Wheel of Fortune's attempts to grab the device, Zero frantically searches for a way to erase its data. You maniac! Zero, think carefully. Why would I willingly reveal myself to you? To give Sage a chance to praise me, of course. While fending off Wheel of Fortune's attempts to grab the device, Zero frantically searches for a way to erase its data. No, this is about Sage. If this continues, we're heading toward a future without her. What are you talking about? Taking advantage of the distraction, Wheel of Fortune manages to snatch the terminal back from Zero's grasp. We're going to lose Sage and face a future without her. In Gestalt, I saw countless futures, but Sage is nowhere to be found in every possibility where humanity survives, and we're heading right down that path. Are you just going to stand by and watch her disappear? Why should I believe you? What makes you think I trust you more than Sage? Because she would never tell you about the future without her. Haven't you found it strange? She spends less and less time at the church, and our contact with her grows more distant by the day. The Sage dislikes you. Though she somewhat believes the Emperor's words, Zero's eyes remain fixed on the miniature terminal with a serpentine intensity. That's because she cares for those humans. I, Shules, am the apostle of Sage's mechanical will. How could I possibly deceive you? A punishing virus won't interfere with our true cause, but humans will. She would rather sacrifice herself to save those humans. Once we eliminate those humans, we can present to Sage the true world. What are you trying to do? Simple enough. Just upload the code from this terminal into the Great Tower, and then you can leave everything else to me. Oh no. Only when Sage briefly returned did Zero finally reveal everything. As her punishment, she will be confined to the Church of Machina for some time. The Emperor collaborated with Wheel of Fortune to hijack a shipment of supplies, including you and the key. The Emperor must have been in contact with Veronica beforehand to arrange the delivery here. But she claimed she had nothing to do with the internal struggle of the Church. Veronica didn't understand the importance of the key, nor did she anticipate my arrival. Her desire to destroy humanity had nothing to do with the Church. She might indeed have nothing to do with it. The Emperor might have sent these supplies under different pretexts. As for the exact reasons, I'm not quite sure myself. That code blocked the Great Tower signal transmission, and the network protocols were only comprehensible to the Emperor. It took Xavier and Amina quite a while before they managed to fix it. I'm glad everyone's okay. We're fine for now. Let's hope nothing serious comes up later. The white-haired mechanoid tilts his head back and heaves a deep sigh. Freaking Shules, man. Bifrost launch track, control tower. From this vantage point, the once gleaming skyline is now obscured by scaffolding and construction equipment, its former splendor hidden behind a maze of steel frames. Yet the absence of conflict is a testament to Aerospace City's revival. Babylonia has not only provided supplies for reconstruction, but also joined forces with Aerospace City troops to clear the surrounding forests and help refugees from the far north establish settlements. The cycle of hatred shatters and crumbles as a new beginning rises from the ashes. Ma'am, fuel loading and system checks are complete. We're ready for launch at any time. Just Yulia is fine. Before stepping through the threshold into the future, she has to bid the past farewell. I'll go check on it one more time. Are we heading down to the track? Yes, let's go there. She spins her wheelchair around and enters the elevator. The familiar weightlessness from the descent washes over her, momentarily freeing her from gravity's embrace. The automatic door slides seamlessly into the wall, revealing once again a pristine white world before her eyes. Salute! Under the clear sky, soldiers' right arms rise upon her appearance, sweeping through the air like a cresting wave. She makes her way toward the distant spacecraft, passing by faces familiar or strange. Then, Yulia comes to a halt beside the massive spacecraft. The black and white thermal tiles on the spacecraft's underbelly remain sleek and pristine. The steel creation, rather than becoming a bullet of hatred, stands here imbued with a new purpose. She gently caresses the spacecraft's hull as if touching the curved surface of a space helmet. Stars. Yes, stars. The Earth. Would it look like this from space? A tiny blue star? One day, we'll all make our way there. Closer to Sage, to the distant shore untouched by strife. Toward the starry sky, seeking the answers that belong to us. Eula, you mechanoids, your souls too? Where do our souls go? Will I be able to see 39 there? You will, Dima. You will. When Yulia comes to her senses, traces of tears have already streaked down her cheeks. Inside the space shuttle's cabin lie the remains of fallen humans and mechanoids. But the shadows have subsided above the clouds. When darkness fades, dawn always arrives as promised. She gently removes her hand from the metal hull, then maneuvers her wheelchair back to a safe distance. Let them begin their journey. With the sharp crack of engine ignition, the shuttle's auxiliary launch pods begin emitting orange-yellow flames. Shards of thin ice dance amidst the flowing flames of the liquid rocket engines, drifting downward with the pull of gravity, transforming this funeral into a spectacular curtain call. Goodbye, Dima. Perhaps she will never truly be ready to accept this farewell, but they will meet again someday. The massive vessel soars upward, drawing everyone's gaze to the sky. Yulia watches as the shuttle climbs into the vast heavens. The winter sun catches the edge of her vision, causing her eyes to close like curtains. Perhaps it is the tears welling up again. Her vision grows increasingly blurry. The steel vessel gradually becomes a tiny, brilliant speck of light, then it vanishes into the depths of the cloudless void. The girl in the wheelchair lingers at the edge of the track. Below, the city sprawls out beneath her feet, its buildings reaching toward the celestial dome, a reflection of past dreams among the stars. She gently closes her eyes. There we go. ER07 done. A long read, 6.5 hours. Whew. That was a good one. Man, that was a good one. Jules is still around. Oh, damn it. Veronica is still alive and kicking, but she's kind of just like not neutral, but she's not on humanity's side. She's still on Mechanoid's side. Not like, well, I don't know. He hates Emperor now, but he still wouldn't want to side with humans. Despite her having a human friend. And then there's the whole invitation thing of 9. I still have that running theory that Dominic is actually us, the Commandant. It seems like time travel seems to be a thing in this game. All this sci-fi stuff. So I feel like Commandant is going to go back in time, be Dominic. That's my running theory, because like that's the only thing I could think of as to why that password is the one code or ID that only the Commandant knows, right? So, but other than that, not bad of a chapter. Veronica as a boss fight, super awesome, super fun. He's really, really cool. Major Dragoon vibes. I've said it multiple times already, but major Dragoon vibes from the Final Fantasy games. Really, really cool stuff. Now, I don't know when the Wansha patch or story comes out. I think it's next week, or maybe in a few days. Considering how his shards will be available for purchase in like 4 days or something. 3 days, 4 days. But for Wansha's story, I'll be reading that next week on Saturday. Same as I did for today. Again, don't know how long that one's going to be. But if it reaches like 5 hours and I'm only halfway through the chapter, then there's definitely going to be like a part 2. But with that being said, that's going to be it for me for tonight. So, thank you for watching. Thank you for chilling with me. Thank you for chatting with me. I really do appreciate it. I'll reset it right here. I really do appreciate it. Hope you have a great rest of your day or night, wherever you are in the world. Take care, stay safe, drink plenty of water, and I hope you enjoyed the stream. As for what's going to be planned for next week's streams, the next stream is most likely going to be like Ender Lilies. I'm gonna it seems like I'm near the end for that, so I'm going to end up finishing that in the next stream or two. In the next stream or the next 2 streams. Wednesday, I'm actually not entirely sure what I'm going to do for Wednesday. I'm really not sure. Because once I'm done with Ender Lilies, I'm not sure. I don't know what next for me to do. It might be the Iron Rig DLC for Dredge, since I've been enjoying fishing from Rua, and it's reminding me a lot of Dredge. So I might just play that on Wednesday. Who knows? And Friday, again, unsure. Maybe that might be Dredges again as well. Who knows? I'll figure something out. But Saturday definitely gonna be PGR for the launch story. Does it tell you when it's coming out? The 27th. Long goodbye. Okay, yeah, definitely on Saturday. So March 1st. I'll figure out what games to play for the next week. Definitely I'll be finishing Ender Magnolia though. And then Dredge Iron Rig DLC. But as for another game, I don't know if there's going to be another game for me to play. Or I don't know what other game to play. I'll think of something. But again, thank you for watching, and again, I hope you enjoyed the stream. And yeah, that's it for me. Hope you enjoyed. Thank you. Bye-bye. And have a great rest of your weekend. Bye-bye.